Wow, 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 whoa, whoa, whoa.
Wow, 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 whoa. Wow, 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 wow.
Like,
Wow, wow, whoa. Wow, wow,
Sneak.
wow.
Thought we were
Sneaking in.
naked in the beginnings, but we're not.
No, we got shirts on.
Barely.
That's it. Little tiny little Pooh Bear shirts. Rocking the Donald Duck.
You think
Yeah.
that's some broadcaster look right there. No pants.
Right. Well, that's what they like. I mean, broadcasters
Wah,
don't
wah,
wear
wah.
pants, though. They don't.
They don't have to.
But they don't. I know they don't. I've been in there.
And why would you wear pants if you ain't gotta wear pants? No.
So
why would you wear
unsettling.
pants if you didn't have to wear pants? Why would you wear pants if you didn't have to wear pants? Didn't have to wear pants.
You don't have to wear those pants in here.
Why would
You know
wear
that, right?
pants? You ain't gotta wear pants.
You can
Why
take
would
them
you
right
wear
off if you
pants?
want.
You ain't gotta wear pants. And why would you wear pants? Yeah. If you ain't gotta wear pants, no. Why would you? Why would you?
Why wouldn't you, though?
Why wouldn't you wear pants?
It's the decent thing to do.
Are you ashamed of your body?
No, but we're in public.
I'm not ashamed of my body.
Maybe you should be. Maybe it's not something everybody
I'm
wants
not
to see.
ashamed of my body.
Maybe you should just change your body.
Before you show people.
Yeah. Maybe you should change that body before you show people that you work.
Ain't nobody wanna see that, no. Ain't nobody wanna see that.
You
Put
got
it
cottage
up.
cheese in places that don't need cottage
it up.
cheese. Now you got cottage cheese cheeks.
Stank mouth.
Got a case of the stank mouth.
I can smell your balls.
Through your mouth.
If your balls have taste buds, does your mouth
Have smell?
balls?
Balls smell?
I don't know how I was going with that.
Wait, if your balls can
Wait.
taste, can your mouth taste your
Can
balls?
your mouth balls?
Can your taste buds
What do
balls?
balls do?
What are they-
verb.
What are they doing? They're balling. Can your mouth ball?
Can your mouth ball, baby?
Can you ball up in
Can
your
your ball
mouth?
gag, baby?
Can you put the ball in your mouth?
Balls in
Ping
your
pong
jaws,
ball in
baby.
your mouth, balls in your jaw.
We're gonna have to make a remix for that.
Yeah, we need to.
Ooh, here we go, boys and girls, men and women, all shapes
Non-binaries.
and sizes, anywhere in between, baby. Here we go.
And you know what? People that don't get a shout out enough? The Asians. Way to go,
Shout
Asians.
out Asian.
You did a great job.
Yeah, stop Asian hate though, for real.
That's what I'm saying. It's their turn.
It sounds like we're joking, but we're not. Why is everything we say come off as a joke? We can't be serious. I just want to say, do your neighbor better. Be a better person. Be a better father to your baby.
Call your mama every once in a while.
Yeah. Woo. Yes, get your tits out. Get your shirts up. Get your
It's time
tits.
for a drink in the joint.
Get your tits out.
Time for a drink. And
Let
a
me see
joint.
them boobs.
The roof is on fire.
It's on fire.
The roof is on fire.
It's
The
so-
roof
It's hot
is
here.
on
Why is it
fire.
hot?
We don't need no water, let the motherfucking burn.
Let the motherfucking burn.
The roof is on fire.
Woo.
The roof is on fire.
Every
The
day.
the roof is on
Like a bird
fire.
to the
We
ground.
don't need no water,
Let the motherfucking burn. Yes, yes,
Burn,
yes.
burn, burn, burn.
Get your boobs out.
What is happening, everybody? Yeah, fucking A.
Hoping it's
Fucking buzzsaw, bro.
Oh, we coming in busting
Yeah,
today.
yeah.
Bussin'.
Going busting
Hey,
all over the
Bunky.
place.
Hey, Bunky, you want some Fritos wrapped in some
I
toilet
thought you were
paper?
gonna say, "Hey, Punky, let's burn this motherfucker down."
Yeah,
right.
Come on, Punky, let's burn this motherfucker to the ground. Was it Punky or Pookie?
Pookie.
Yeah, come on, Pookie, let's burn this
Yeah.
motherfucker to the ground. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the 171st episode of A Drink and a Joint. I'm Davey, and as always,
I'm your friend.
you're my
Toby.
friend. You're my friend Toby. And some would say you're my best friend. I wouldn't say. Some would say that.
Some other people think.
Some would think that, especially because this is all an act. Everything is fabricated. This is all scripted. We have a teleprompter.
And they're telling me right now, stop reading this part of. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, why did they put that on there?
Yeah.
It's literally in the script. Stop reading this part.
Okay, so there was a
Trap.
so there was a typo. It wasn't really a typo on the schedule. So I was supposed to have a gig today. We were supposed to do a Chance in the Void gig at this private party, but the private party got canceled because of wind, because the wind was too rough. Wind was gusting and a blowing. I will say that it's still pretty rough out there with the wind.
Making the windows sing.
Making the windows sing.
Yeah, I just heard them howling. You're off key, window.
But you need to come down a
Tighten
couple
up,
semitones, bro.
All right, here.
Open
match
your
mine.
throat.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
Well, I'm gonna go get the pitch pipe window. So the show got canceled, so we were able to start on time. I was gonna have to like drive here from like 45 minutes away, and then so that's why we were gonna start a little later. The gig wasn't supposed to end until like right now, so it would have been about 10. But everything's on
here.
track, and we're here. So quit your bitching. We're here.
The wind has brought us together.
Yeah,
earlier.
but can you paint with the colors of the wind? That's what I really want to know.
I would think so.
The wind doesn't have colors, Toby. You
blue
cannot
corn
see
moon?
it. Yeah,
Is that what it is?
The blue corn moon. That's right.
Yeah.
Seen the wolf cry to the blue corn moon. Yeah.
That's such a good song, though. Shout out Disney's
Shout out-
writers.
Yeah, dude.
The
Like
music.
the music for Disney movies, particularly in the 90s,
Crazy
was
good.
the most on point ever.
They
It's incredible.
that last Encanto,
Yeah.
that one beat a bunch out. That one had like it had their top selling song of all time from any Disney movie.
Oh, wow.
Beat out Lion King and all that shit.
Oh,
and
shit.
It
Even Under the Sea?
was all of them. It beat out everything, and they
Wow.
had 3 on the Billboard charts at once from that.
Good
it was
God.
okay.
It wasn't great.
I
though.
liked the one song. It's like we don't talk about Bruno, no.
Okay.
It's like a little sexy Spanish thing, and I like that.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
they don't beat the classics though.
No, it can't be.
There's also a lot more people alive.
Yeah.
so maybe there's more people listening in the records.
Yeah,
I don't know
for
how that
sure. Like
works.
with oversaturation of people on the planet,
And
you're just
content's
numbers
easier
are
to
just
get.
going up.
Yeah, you don't have to go out to the theater or buy any piece of material to hear that song.
Right, and you can literally go listen to it a billion times on YouTube if you want to. So guys, fuck, what were we?
The Incredibles soundtrack? I don't know.
The
What was
Incredibles.
I don't remember anything. What was it like?
Oh, I don't even care.
It wasn't like a musical thing, was it?
No,
Did
I
they
don't.
have-
I don't. What are you talking about? Just the score of The Incredibles? But guys, if you're in the chat right now or you're watching the live stream here in real time, please hit the like button. That helps us out. That helps other people find the stream. And if you're listening to this in the future on all podcast platforms, please give us a 5-star review either on iTunes or Spotify. It really helps out a lot. You can also watch this podcast on Spotify now too. I upload the video to Spotify every week. So it's also up on Spotify. I don't know how that adds into the metrics. Don't know if anybody watches it. Probably not, but it's
It is
there.
there.
Also, merch. You can go check out realbird.company.site for all your heady merch for the channel and all the shows. That is down in the description, as well as our Patreon. We've got really cool stuff over there. We watch movies, so you get movies and you get
Whole movies.
game shows that we do.
Yeah.
You get an extra gross podcast where sometimes you'll see a murder or whatever.
Yeah, murder a dick or something's gonna come
You'll
up.
see a murder of a dick.
Yeah,
Just
definitely.
expect to see a dick get murdered. And yeah, welcome to the
first
podcast.
off,
Okay,
Guardian of the Galaxy soundtrack don't count. That's
because
all.
that's
classic rock.
Right. That's just
It's
now
not
that's what I call classic rock.
Yeah, it's not original music for the score, right? And then someone else coming in with the incredible score.
Well, okay. Well, he's just saying it's fucking banging. So he's just agreeing.
It's just
with,
it's like noises, and right?
It's just
There's
a
no
score.
songs.
Well, people can be that way about like the Batman theme.
Okay, so it had some superhero themes, probably.
Well, yeah,
to it.
yeah.
It doesn't ring in my head.
Well, The Incredibles is still the best Fantastic Four movie that's ever been put out.
I can see that.
It really is. They did it right. All the other ones are garbage.
Is it exactly? I never thought of it lining up like that. They all have the same. The elastic, fire.
Well, no, there's nobody with fire. You've got Elastigirl.
I thought the
you've
baby
got-
turned out to be the fire.
Oh,
one.
I think he's got a bunch of powers. He's got like
okay.
all the powers or some shit. That's what you call OP. Overpowered.
Overpowered.
Yeah. Jazzy as fuck. Okay. Okay, fair enough.
It probably was cool. It just didn't stick out. I mean, again,
Well, I mean, I was never really in. That was The Incredibles came out in like 2003 or something like that. So that's like right as I was getting out of.
yeah,
Like I was
out, but not back into.
I was like 11 at the
Kid
time.
movies.
So like that was like right at the age that I would have liked it or something like that, but it just never was one of the ones where I was like, "Oh, The Incredibles is dope."
It was for little babies.
Little fucking babies.
But then I watched it later and I was like, "Oh, this is
pretty
tight."
good. It's pretty good.
Not a Disney, but wait, that one's not Disney, right? That was Pixar.
Well, I think it was after Disney acquired Pixar.
Yeah.
Because I mean, like they were doing stuff.
And not a Disney, but Space Jam, top.
Dude,
Definitely.
Space Jam is an incredible soundtrack. We talked about soundtracks the other week, right? We talked about some soundtracks that we liked when we were
We were
younger.
trying to think of a few. Without of Criminal Minds was the
Yeah.
one I was trying to think of.
So ridiculous. It's such a random one. But yeah, we had Godzilla on there. That was a banging soundtrack. And but we
As
were
far as
talking
Disney
specifically
stuff,
Disney,
or
like
cartoon. Yeah, like
Lion King or Tarzan. That Phil Collins soundtrack, my dude.
Lion King's up there for sure.
Lion
all
King's
of the
like-
songs. Working on my raw.
Dude, Lion
Come
King
on.
is just all bangers all day.
Yeah, I don't know how you could top that.
Even
Like,
the Lions fucking song. These lions that are most definitely related fucking.
well, it's a small pack.
Well, I mean, but that's how
Small pride.
that's how that works though, is that like all the lion, like there's a so they're related either way because the two male lions in the pack are Mufasa and Scar. They're brothers.
Yeah.
So they're cousins at least. They're either brother and sister or they are cousins.
I never thought about that.
No, no
Wouldn't
one
put
ever
it
does.
past you.
I wouldn't put it past you, Simba, you dirty fuck.
I wouldn't put a Little Mermaid up there. I know you would, but I wouldn't put it on my tops. I don't think like even a Toy Story.
Well, I mean, like, but that's Randy Newman. That's good. You got a where to be. That's still
But
going to
more
be played at our
musical
funerals.
style, like oh god, Aladdin.
So Toby and I
All
have
of
an
the songs in
agreement.
Aladdin.
Whichever one of us dies first, the other has to sing "You Got a Friend in Me" at the other's funeral.
I don't know if we'll be able to sing it. That would be sad as shit. We'll have to play it and cry. We'll hire Randy Newman if he's still alive.
No, God, no. We're both gonna out. Like he's
dying.
dead already. He's gone. He's a skeleton man. Nightmare Before Christmas. That's okay. I
Yeah.
never got into that movie. I always thought that was like, even though I was into emo music, that was like the goth side of emo.
It was a goth, the goth Disney.
It's goth for kids.
Yeah, kid goth.
Yeah, it's like Kids Bop, Kids Goth with a Z. Aladdin sticks out. Okay, but that's Toby's favorite.
Aladdin for
Toby's favorite.
sure.
Yeah. So does that soundtrack ring true to you?
Yeah,
Like
for
even
sure.
more so than The Lion King?
Gotta steal to eat, gotta eat to,
live,
live.
yeah.
Otherwise, we get along.
Yeah.
Or gotta eat to live, gotta steal to eat. Otherwise, we get along. Yep. See? And then, of course, like Alibaba. You know, that's a great song.
Prince
All of the
Ali
genie stuff.
did Alibaba.
Who was it that they were gonna cast as? And they have recordings of him playing the genie. Was it Chris Farley or something?
That's Shrek.
Oh, it was Chris Farley was supposed to be Shrek.
Yeah,
No.
and they did
Oh,
like the
okay,
whole
okay.
movie almost,
Oh, damn.
and then he died. And then they got Mike Myers, and Mike Myers was like, I'm going to do a silly Scottish accent.
Oh, yeah.
And then they were like, oh. And he was like,
I kind of don't have time to get anyone else. Can you just not
can
do
you
that?
not? And
It's
he's
my
like,
only stipulation.
it's going to be real annoying. It's going to be like the most annoying Scottish accent you've ever heard in your fucking life. It's going to toe the
They'll do
line of...
Offset, too.
Yeah. Dude, he's kind of notorious. Mike Myers is kind of notorious.
For
Like,
being hard to work with?
Yeah.
Yeah.
like he was forced basically to do the Cat in the Hat because he was gonna do a movie. He was gonna do the what was that movie, that character he did on SNL where he was like the German guy or whatever, Dieter or something like that. He was gonna do a movie based on that, so they had him contractually obligated for a movie, but he kept dragging his toes on it because he was in charge of it. Like he was writing it and stuff like that, and he just kept dragging his feet. And they're like, "You have to do a movie," and they were like, "We have this Cat in the Hat thing," and he's like, "Fine." And
That
so
just
he
got him out of the
begrudgingly
obligation of the other one.
he begrudgingly did the Cat in the Hat, and like they had like a tunnel system set up on set, so he didn't have to talk to anybody.
What?
Yeah, he didn't want to
Tunnel system? What does that
like
mean?
just like a blow up like fucking tent tunnel system set up on set to
we
where
could
like
walk back and forth between
without
the tapings.
talking to people or seeing people. Because he was probably super uncomfortable in the makeup, like because that's a full suit. Like that's a
Yeah.
lot of bullshit to wear. So maybe he was just like he's already
Just miserable about it.
well, maybe he already has that kind of like diva complex going on, and then adding being uncomfortable on top
Yeah.
of that. Other
And
people were
looking
probably
goofy.
stoked that he had that tunnel system. Like, good, I don't want to see that motherfucker anyways.
Yeah. Damn. Shout out Austin Powers, you know?
Dude, yeah, it was Sprockets. Yeah, Sprockets. Dita. Yeah, there was supposed to be a Sprockets movie, but that always fell through. And then you've got the
Kinda
Love Guru. You
I'm
like
still
that
a
one,
big
don't you?
fan.
Yeah, you like.
I would.
And
is
then
what you can say.
well, it's just there's
I always
you
liked
have
the,
you. So I don't
my-
want to tell you you don't have taste. You do have taste.
Yeah, everybody
it's
has
just
their own taste.
an odd taste.
Yeah, I have an off kilter
But
slightly.
even then, you're like I love the Love Guru because it's off kilter, and it's like no, that's an objectively bad movie, and you're like no, you don't
no, it's
get
good.
it.
It's good. It's really good, and you know it is. Was it Mariska Hargitay?
Yeah,
Yeah, dude, that's like a one I'll throw on. I like that style of movie if I'm like hungover, my brain doesn't work right, and I just feel like a child again. It's like I need to see some just idiot comedy,
yeah. I feel that.
lowbrow, stupid.
I wonder what
It's
movie that is
dumb.
for me. Like if we're talking like
That's
a
why I
dumb
love Celtic
comedy,
Pride.
Celtic Pride. Please say it right.
Shout out Flashback Flicks. Go watch Celtic
Yeah.
Pride with us.
Yeah.
For March.
We also did the Leprechaun. That was good.
That one was crazy.
That was so bad. It's such a bad movie. Really, really pervy toward what's her name? Rachel. What's her name?
Yeah. Jennifer Aniston.
Jennifer Aniston.
But
yeah,
she was
real
a baby.
She was like 17 or some shit
Yeah.
when they filmed that movie. Super pervy toward her. Let's see. Dominic, what's up? TD, what's up? Detroit Deborah, what's up? Turtle Lover, what's up? E, what's up? Candy, what's happening?
Hello.
So Turtle Lover says, Franklin says, love your show yesterday, guys. You killed it. Thank you. And Turtle says, what's up, Davey? How'd the show after Wolf Bros go? It went really well, Toby. Don't you think?
Oh, I thought you were saying that I asked. No, it was fun. It was a lot of fun. It was a party.
It was a party.
That was good. Yeah.
So the stream is up. So it's a room mic, and there's about an hour or so before we start playing. That is the string band. What is it? So it's Randy Steele and the High Cold Wind.
Okay.
Is that what? I think that's the name
They
of their.
did again. They did really good stealing.
Yeah.
I really liked that one
Because that's
That-
one of our songs.
I love
Stealing
it.
is one of our
Big
songs.
Mom, don't tell on me. It's so
I'm
good.
stealing back to
Was that
my
one on
same old used to be.
Was that one on the pizza tapes? I know he played it with
Yeah.
Tony Rice.
I think,
a
or
lot.
it's on Not Just for Kids Only. Maybe it's on one of those. It's either on the
Yeah.
pizza tapes or Not Just for
One-
Kids.
With him and now I forget his name. Mando.
David Grisman.
Yeah, Grisman. I love all that. Honestly, like that side section of the music is like some like Shady Grove, dude.
Yeah, dude. Shady Grove, my dude.
That's like gotta be one of the top 10 songs.
I remember that was one of the
all
first
time.
things you and I played when we
I
got
love that
into
riff.
when we got into Santa Cruz and we were trying out guitars at that
Yeah.
guitar shop. That was one of the first things we played together, like testing out guitars with Shady
Nice.
Grove.
Yeah,
I was
I
on the
love that
pizza
tune.
tapes. Nice.
Beast-
Thank you.
Okay, see, that's what I thought it was on there.
Yeah.
I thought I saw something recently about the. Is there a documentary about the piece of tapes recently?
Well, there's like
feel like I saw
Grateful
something-
Dog, where it's kind of like a little thing about
Maybe
them.
it's a snip. I saw some snippet from something, and it was supposed to be like it's the guy who stole it explaining it or something.
Oh, interesting.
It looked like it was from some documentary. I just have such a fuzzy ass memory. I don't know where I saw that. You never know. Could have been in my dreams.
Okay, so I've watched your channel forever. You guys never talk about jazz in correlation to the dead. Do we like jazz?
Yes.
Yeah, we like jazz. It's
Well,
like a
that's
huge.
very jazzy.
Well, yeah. So it almost kind of goes without saying. So like when we talk about improvisation, that's jazz.
Yeah.
Like
It's jazz, baby.
It's jazz. It's all jazz. Like the whole thing is
It's
jazz.
all jazz.
It's all jazz all the time. There's no and the essence
No,
of
I
jazz.
do love actual jazz though. Like I'm a huge I don't know, I love some like Ella Fitzgerald, Billie Holiday shit.
Yeah,
Like that's my style of jazz more so than like
like instrumental.
yeah.
But you love
I
gypsy
do
jazz.
love it. Oh yeah.
like
I love
gypsy
that.
jazz is great. Like that would honestly be
But
more
what people
toward
would call elevator
Yeah.
jazz like does get boring to me unless there's some vocalization or
I do like there to be
little bit
some
different.
kind of form, like you know what I mean, like some of that jazz that is like wholly experimental. Like
Yeah.
it's hard for me to get behind. Like I get it. I
depends
like
on how if they move together and it sounds planned,
Right.
then it's tight. But yeah, you're right. When it's just kind of dissonant for way too long,
yeah.
and
When
it
you've
doesn't
just
settle,
when you've just got a dude on a snare and a hi hat, and then you've got a dude on a stand up bass, and then you've got a dude on guitar that's just
with the same really clean tone. Like even
Yeah.
a little bit of mixing up in the tone or the style like helps me.
Well, yeah,
But,
like
but jazz is in every music I love.
right.
Do love bossa nova too, definitely. I love some flamenco bossa nova, and definitely some gypsy swing.
Yeah.
Swing itself, like big band swing, is on the fence for me. I love a lot of it, you know. Fucking Hey Pachuco.
Hey, Pachuco.
That
Hey,
style.
there's bound to be- hey,
There's
there's bound to be- hey,
there's bound to dance tonight. It's so good. It just makes you want to like.
yeah, it's like big
shake.
band swing
Yeah.
kind of stuff.
It's like
I really
when-
like that too.
When cocaine was just fully legal and out
Yeah.
on the dance floor. Oh! Everybody doing the jitterbug.
Well, and I think an important thing to remember about the Dead too is that it's so many aspects of so many different genres of music that were influential to them
Yeah.
as they were coming up. Duke Ellington for sure, and there was a lot of
Yeah.
inspiration coming from Miles Davis.
Yeah.
There was like a lot of that kind of shit, like really that out there improv jazz where it's like, because if you think about it, Jerry plays guitar like a horn player. He really does. Just like those chromatic runs and the emphasis that he puts on notes, the coming in like with your pick attack, like changing like the degree with which the intensity
Yeah.
with which you pick. That's also like breath control through a
I could
horn.
see like a horn mix with like a mandolin or a banjo because of the quick picking style mixed in with the
Yeah,
like,
and one thing that Joel has shown me is that like a lot of Jerry's stuff, since Jerry was a steel player, a lot of his songs you can tell were written for steel or on the steel that he just moved over to guitar. Just with like the way that Joel's been able to point, he's like, this is so easy. He's like,
I
he
knew
had
was
to have written
a
this.
great banjo player, but I didn't know about the steel. I don't
Yeah,
know
he
if
was-
I've ever heard him play.
Well, he did it on a lot of like on Garcia, so like in the Wheel, the album version of
Oh,
the Wheel,
oh,
that's
that's him?
him.
Okay.
Yeah,
That
and he
is
did
a
a lot.
beautiful
He did
steel line.
Steel for like Olden in the Way. He
Yeah.
did steel for, or maybe it was New Riders.
They do banjo with them a lot.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
no
maybe
way,
it was
right?
New Riders of the Purple Sage that he did steel on.
Okay. He just touched every string instrument, just about everything but like a violin. He didn't go into that family, violin, viola, cello. It's like once you get in and get that instrument, I feel like that's your wheelhouse, you know?
Yeah. Oh, I like that. Franklin says this. Bobby once said he got his style of playing from listening to jazz pianists. Yes, he did.
piano? Well,
And like
I
you
could
can
see
really
that.
tell that he gets his different chord voicings, those
Yeah, his
weird chord
nines and-
voicings.
yeah.
That's all from piano because he plays guitar like a pianist. Django Reinhardt, huge fucking titan.
Love fucking Django. And it's so weird to me that two of my favorite guitarists were both like missing fingers. It seemed weird to me.
Yeah.
It's like maybe that
Well,
made
weren't
them
his
strive more.
fused or were they gone? I think I think he had that thing like Bill
Because he
Nye
only
does.
had two fingers.
Or
right?
they were fused together in like a burn. Like wasn't he? Or
'Cause
was he
I'm
born
pretty sure
with it?
he's the one who designed the two note
Yeah.
jazz chord.
Yeah.
And I think it was because he only had two. Was it three though?
Well, he always played two fingered. It was just two
Yeah.
fingers that he played with.
But it's weird because I feel like that pushed him and Jerry to like, no, I have to be the best because I'm.
Well, Jerry had just a nub on his right
something's in
hand.
the way.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I think he turned that into
As
a
far
strength.
as banjo, man, yeah, it's a vital finger for finger picking. You
Yeah.
know, it's like so maybe it just kind of pushed him.
Well,
I don't
also
know.
he kind of it allows you to kind of adapt to it.
Yeah.
Because I think once you have that range of motion gone, like your other fingers will kind of adapt to it.
Yeah, 'cause
and also
you-
I think he did do nub picks.
And you don't do. Oh, okay.
I think he did nub
I
picks.
think so. Because your pinky would become a lot more strong because you normally just use your three fingers anyway. But yeah, wasn't it just the two fingers there? I think.
Okay, so we're gonna get into the pros and cons, Kalen. We're gonna get there. This is a long fucking podcast, so you gotta bear with us. This, we're just how far are we in?
30.
We're 30 minutes in. Yeah, that's nothing. But we're gonna get to that because there's a lot of nuances. Oh yeah, Jerry played steel on Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. Yeah, he did that in return for them helping the Dead with like training them for backup vocals and harmonies on Working Man's Dead and American Beauty.
Mm-hmm.
So they came in and taught them, worked with them on their harmonies for that, and then in return, Jerry went and did some steel for them on their album.
Oh, nice. Well, when I said vital, I do think I just mean like you're literally missing a plucking finger. It's like there's extra stuff you could do with an extra finger.
Well, yeah, because even like claw hammer, like you're still using.
that I could see. You
Yeah.
can do that. Yeah, pull up like that. Actually, would make sense. I remember our guy.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
Our guy Maxwell.
Maxie.
He played claw hammer really well. It's like such a aggressive way to play the banjo.
Yeah.
But it's
And
a
he
good
always
style.
did it. He always did it like there was something missing in his head. He would always kind of like glaze over and like
Like, yeah, just that
go
stare,
slack jawed,
that stare into the sun kind of look. You know?
staring through everything.
Hey, bro, quit. I've noticed that you're staring at the sun too much.
His fingers were burned in a fire. Okay, so they were fused and he couldn't move them. That's okay. So then you also have the actor Bill
dang.
Nye, but it's Bill Nye. It's not Bill Nye the Science Guy. It's Bill Nye. He's a British actor. He on both of his hands, his pinky and ring fingers are fused together. And if you watch him in his movies, he's always got those fingers down, and he doesn't really. He just kind of like. He doesn't really move them too much, and you can really notice that.
Get a good grip on a pistol.
Well, he's just kind of almost got claw hands.
My claw hand.
Let's see.
Grab my good hand.
Grab my good hand. So is it snap my picture or smack my bitch up?
Yeah,
In my head, it's always smack my bitch up.
I need to hear that at some point.
Need to
It
bring
sounds
it out.
like it was like breakbeat techno, rave techno.
Yeah, is it like some Fat Boy
My
Slim
picture.
or some
Yeah,
shit like that?
Fat
It seems
Boy
like it
Slim.
would be some Fat Boy
Dude,
Slim shit.
That name just brings me back. Even though I couldn't name a song, the
Yeah.
name really brings me. Like I definitely was around the Fat Boys and the slimmest of them.
Have you ever seen Fat Boy Slim? You ever seen a slim fat boy?
Fat Boy Slim.
Okay, so do you want to kind of start easing our way into the
Yeah.
topic a bit? So Toby and I, so I started, oh my God. So we've been playing Dead music for how long?
Yeah, I mean,
That's probably the better way to start this, right?
a long time.
Half of our lives.
Yeah, probably a good 15 years, something like that.
Yeah.
I played guitar for most of those, acoustics too.
Yeah.
So
Toby and I
style.
did a folk duo for a long time that turned into a folk quartet and then a folk trio called
Prodigy.
Headspace.
I think it sounded like a Prodigy.
Oh, the song is literally called Smack My Bitch Up by
It
the
is
Prodigy.
called Smack My Bitch Up.
Okay.
Damn.
Yes. I thought it was Snap My Picture. Smack My
No, it
Bitch
literally
Up.
is
It's
the
great.
thing?
It's aggressive as fuck,
Damn.
and I love it.
Okay.
Interesting. Disorderly orderlies. All right, but so we've been playing the Dead's music for about 15 years, half of our lives, and you kind of like grow this intimacy with it, right? Because it's something that like not only it like
It's the therapeutic thing for
it's
you,
therapeutic,
and
but it also was there for us. It
Yeah.
like it fed us. It also like
It also
helped
has
us
fed
with
us.
mental stability. It's a
Yeah.
type of medicine. It's like a type of church. It's like this kind of like an offering, even like because I feel like that
It's a
music.
shout out.
Well, there's that,
Yeah.
and like, don't you feel like playing that music out like outside and two things and two people? Don't you see that as kind of like it's almost like the sound of the world almost. I don't know how to explain it. I know, but I mean it in the sense of like those songs are hard to be tied down to any one thing. Those songs seem so ubiquitous with like the human experience to me that it's hard to even like categorize them as Grateful Dead songs or like to see them as like coming from a specific point.
Yeah.
Because I feel like all musicians are like conduits for things outside of us. Like stuff
There's a
comes
few that
through us.
Fit into that I think we found through the Dead too. Like, and I shall be released.
Right.
I think it's like we weren't playing a Dead song. We were playing a Dylan song that we found through them.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of those. Just Harder They Come. There's an endless amount of like ones that they showed us that we
Yeah.
actually loved the old song. Like we really just loved the writing.
Well,
of it.
there's that, and like, do you remember how like when we were living in New Mexico, how we kind of got on that trip of like older, like through the Dead, we got into those like older kind of like doo-wop Motown, like booga now, baby, yo, casting your
That's
spell around me.
That's a
Check
good
out the
one.
pussy, check out the pussy. I don't even know what he's saying there.
Check out the pussy.
Check out the buzzy. That's what he's saying. But I think that it's when you become so attached to something like that, because it really has like, it's definitely a part of my identity. Like I don't see me being myself, like who I am as a person, without that musical influence.
I agree, but I had part of my
There's
brain wants to be
reservations.
like, I can't see if
It's-
once I say that,
Yeah.
that implies other things. But it's like it's just because it's all revolving around one entity of music of why I have reservations about admitting something like that. Because if it was like, oh, these different songs from different bands were like a big part of my life, like then I
Yeah.
could say, yeah, that's like I wouldn't be myself without them. But because it's all related to one thing, it feels weird.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? It feels you kind of see it feels obsessive.
It
or
does.
something.
Yeah. Well, it's culty.
Yeah,
It's
and
fucking culty. It's like a religion. It is a religion. The Grateful Dead is a
I mean,
religion.
yeah,
It's a cult. The whole thing.
Yeah.
And it is. And you indoctrinate yourself. You get indoctrinated either through like psychedelics or like through the experience of like the scene, or the music itself can indoctrinate people. Like, because whether you want to admit it or not, music affects people on a vibrational level. Like it literally interacts with your atoms. So like there are parts of it. That's why we had the name Headspace for our first our first project is because we wanted to be able to put you into whatever headspace we wanted to. Like, but it was always wanted. We always wanted it to be a good headspace.
We were also trying to think of things that we could call the people who listen to our music. And we wanted to call them space heads.
Yeah,
and so it made sense.
Yeah,
to just go with Headspace. But yeah, we thought it was genius. Whatever. Now it's a meditation app. So come and go. Like,
yeah,
they stole that SEO right out from under us.
Yeah. And well, I also think that, do you think it's any different for people that play the music as opposed to people who basically just listen to it? Do you think that there's a difference in connection?
I think that, the Dead tends to bring specifically a lot of guitarists, I think, because that was like the instrument that was shining the most.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of musicians end up navigating towards more complex music like that. But I could say no. I could say people that I don't think it lessens or like they don't have as strong.
No, I just asked if it was different.
Yeah, probably, right? I mean, it's like you're thinking about the math of it and like the complexities of the changes instead of just enjoying. It's probably worse.
Is there not right? A difference in being?
Wouldn't it be better not to know what's happening and just appreciate the music? Like you'll never be able to go back there. Have you thought of that? Once you learn music to a certain point, you'll never be able to appreciate music as someone who doesn't play does. It will always seem like work. It will always seem like you're having to figure out what they're doing.
Yeah.
It's never going to be like just beautiful sound. I don't know how they're doing it. It's just amazing. That's gone. And that's why I like weird new music. And that's why those weird offshoots will really get me. Because I'll be like, oh, shit, that's an arrangement of sounds I don't know how they're doing.
Right.
And it's like, so that's fucking cool.
But as far as the dead, okay, so it's hard not to be protective and semi-gatekeep. Yeah. Now that's a whole other aspect that we'll talk about
a lot. I mean, that's another reason why playing this music is difficult too, just because of people's expectations of it. First of all, most people want to hear what they have heard before. They want to hear the exact tones. And
and if
on top of that, they have their favorite eras. They specifically want you to sound like this, and
people have their favorite stuff, and everybody hears different things. So that's also what I tell like students and stuff is like, you're not gonna hear what I hear from Jerry. You know what I mean? Like you're not gonna take away. Everybody takes something different away. Everybody takes pieces that are different. Like some of those pieces, there may be overlap. Of course there is, because there's a lot of stuff out there, but there's still a finite number. There's only so many recordings of Jerry playing guitar.
Yes,
you know what I mean. So there's only
to
everybody else.
Other musician
most recorded guitarist ever probably. But you see what I'm saying though, right? There's only so much to pull from. So everybody's going to pull something slightly different. There's going to be some overlap, but like what I hear and what I implement is going to be different from what another person does.
Well, see, I would say the opposite. There's so much that people end up pulling from completely different places, right?
Yeah.
Because it gets so wide. Like we said, like we could go to him playing Steel or like Old and in the Way. If you compare that to Slipknot, you know what I mean? It's like those are not the same.
No.
In the same area at all.
Right.
So it's like, if that's what you love about it, or those two extremes, those two people wouldn't get along.
Well,
that's the guy who's all about Help on the Way, Slipknot, and the
guy who's all about like,
Old and in the Way,
and then Mr. Charlie. It's like, so it's kind of that same thing with like Dead and Co. Because like you have the blues fans that fucking love Dead and Co. Like when I put out that video of me reacting to that show or that Sugar-E, it was kind of split down the middle. You had the people that aren't as into blues being like, yeah, I get that. It's a little like blues heavy, blues forward kind of thing. And then you have the blues fans that are just like, no, this is perfect. This is exactly what I wanted.
It's hard to say what genre they pull from the most, but country and blues are definitely up there. Jazz too, but blues is I want to say the most influence that they took was from blues,
folk.
Right?
I have to say folk. Folk
for
is
the writing.
Folk is the biggest influence on the Grateful Dead, just in my opinion.
Yeah.
They started as a blues band. They were like a surf rock blues band.
Yeah.
And then, but they had started. It still stemmed from that folk root.
It's like blues, jazz, fusion kind of thing, but yeah, no, it's hard to pick one that would be the biggest one. Even their playing though,
Yeah.
it reminds you of folk playing, like on acoustics and stuff. Or just
More
like
so than blues, yeah. So even on songs like Deep Ellum
You mean like the
Blues,
way
that's
they're
still
playing
played more
through?
folky. That's still played like a fucking folk bluegrass string band. That's not blues.
just I don't know what you mean. Just like the kind of the scales they're choosing, the way that they're playing it.
Yeah. Okay. So if you look at late '60s Dead, early '70s Dead, still got that heavy blues influence. Still got that. You're still doing songs like "You Win Again." You're still doing songs like "Mr. Charlie." Still doing tunes like fucking what was that other one? It's like "You Win Again," but it's not the one that Pigpen sang.
It hurts me
It
too.
hurts me too. Yeah.
How did I pull that? I don't know.
Well, we were
I
talking
love a
about
pig
it.
pen, though.
Yeah, you do love a Pigpen.
It hurts me too. I always do it like fucking Elmer Fudd or something.
Well, that's
Is that
it
how-
hoits me too. And then you've got like,
Wait, is that
but
is that Daffy? Hoyt?
it hoits. No,
Who would that be? Is that it's not a
That's a
Fudd. I
Fudd.
don't think. He's a stutterer. Oh yeah. He's got a little baby voice.
yeah, it was. Well, it was Pig. It was Pig that was the blues. Pigpen was the blues influence.
Oh yeah.
That was it. And as soon as he was gone, that blues influence started to wane. You didn't get blues songs after Pig was gone. Tell me a blues song that they put out after Pig
I mean,
died.
it depends on what you're saying blues. Because if you're saying blues is like whatever, a 135 or whatever, Sugaree is a blues song, right? It's like it depends if we're just talking about the structure of it.
Well, if we're talking, okay, so there is that idea of a progression. Now, if you call it like a standard blues progression,
There's
yes,
a lot of that.
but I think it's all about
But
the
the
execution.
the soloing on top of it is not that
Even the
same
singing.
bluesy runs.
like
Yeah,
it's not even sang
you're
like
right.
a blues song.
See,
It's-
I was coming from the perspective of the building of the song. They
Yeah.
are like mostly a lot of blues.
Well, it's that either that 1-4-5 like structure.
Yeah, I don't know exactly. 1-2-5 is a blues. I don't know.
I think it's 1-4-5.
Okay.
So that would be like EAB, right?
Yeah. Yeah, something like that.
So that's like a Deep Ellum.
I don't know.
That's a lot of their tunes.
We play by ear.
Yeah, I don't.
So-
Everyone knows that I don't know anything about guitar.
We literally just listen and then find the thing that sounds right.
Oh, Little Red Rooster, fair enough.
That was
blues
just
cover,
a straight blues song.
and
though,
it's
yeah.
bad.
Yeah.
I don't know. Again, like I'm a particular bitch when it comes to it. When it comes down to it, but again, it's also what we're talking about. Is that's why this is also difficult, is because you want to have reverence. Because I ultimately, at the end of the day, I want people to play the music. I don't care how it's interpreted. I don't care how you do it. I want people to play the music. I want people to keep playing the music.
Yeah.
Like that's what I want, and I want people to go and see it. Whoever's playing it, if you've got from your local tribute or the dude on the bridge playing Dead tunes on his acoustic, like run the gamut. Like go. I want everybody playing it, even all the way up to Dead and Co. It's like I want everybody playing the music, and it's awesome that we've got people now that are bringing another generation into it, which is how this is going to keep going. You know, you're going to have each generation is going to find it their way, either through the tribute band of the time or, a psychedelic experience with a friend who's a little bit more learned. There's a lot of ways to find it, but I don't want to come across as a gatekeeper, because my whole thing is like, making the lessons that are easy. Make easy lessons that are fun, so everybody can learn the songs, and they're not hidden behind like extensive tabs or like gear lists or
Or have to
anything
learn
like that.
sheet music and
Yeah,
stuff.
dude,
like,
fuck that nonsense. You need to play music. Like it's not to me. It's like, because I even had a conversation with a guy
It
last
should
night.
be more accessible than, is what you're saying. It's
Yeah.
like, to classical music, I get that you need to read, but the Dead should be more accessible. You should be able to play along. Like, maybe it's like that. I can see that. But yeah, again, it's like him saying that Deep Ellum isn't blues. It's that that half step on the end makes it a blues, right? It's like,
Well, and then you've got like Valerie, because a lot of the Jerry stuff is like you'll have a blues. You'll have a
too.
Okay, so this is what it is. You'll have a blues progression with a gospel execution.
I can see that.
Like so with Valerie, like that's and fucking like Let It Rock. That's a fucking Chuck Berry tune. It's bluesy, but also kind of rockabilly, rock and rolly. It kind of toes that line. It's like
rock
blues
and roll.
rock.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That kind of like Elvis Presley kind of shit. But it's also the way it's executed is not the same, and that's what makes it different. That's what makes it not blues. That's what makes it the next thing. That's what makes it a progression of. So you can't just tie it down to a simple term such as blues or rock and roll or whatever individual.
That's why they made the term jam band, right? Is because it was like they're pulling from
you're jamming things together,
most genres, if not all at some point. Like, I think it literally just puts the spin on it of like all influences are allowed in the music, you know, which really doesn't make it anything at all. You know, it's like, by having no boundaries, could you even call it a type of music? That's what a genre is boundaries. Like, you know, to make it a blues, it has to work within this bound, you know, jam.
Again, so you've got here's another example. You've got US Blues and Loose Lucy. Again, execution, not blues. The way it's executed is not blues.
I don't know. It depends on, I mean, I guess there's so many different types of blues. Blues rock. It definitely sounds like a lot of blues rock, like the way they're moving, kind of southern blues rock, you know? The slow one, the fast Loose Lucy is weird and kind of jazzy. I don't like the fast one.
Okay, so Richard Swan says folk, jug, vaudeville, country, rock, gospel, R&B, all filtered through psychedelics and jazz fusion. You forgot ragtime.
You got ragtime. You didn't say blues. You didn't say the thing we were talking about. Also, like prog at some point.
Well,
prog rock.
Well, especially once you get into Blues for Allah,
70s,
you get into the late 70s, then there's a lot of that prog influence because they were probably listening, first of all, cocaine. Second of all,
who do you think they were getting that from at the time? Like,
dude, they probably heard King Crimson.
Yeah.
There's no way they hadn't heard King Crimson at that point.
They had to be on the same bills.
Yeah, so like, well, I mean, even that, there's just like, when did 21st Century Schizoid Man come out? Is that 69? Something like that.
Sure.
It was either late 60s or early 70s that Schizoid Man came out. So there's no way that they didn't hear some of that and like think, because if you listen to Court of the Crimson King and then Terrapin Station,
they were going for the same thing.
There's that epic kind of swelling, like strings and orchestral movements to a rock song.
And like we were talking about how we found out that Jerry did all the scores for movies, for student films and shit. So that kind of influence too. You're right. The Court of the Crimson King has that like epic storytelling movie score kind of feeling. It's interesting.
And there's like a lot of through lines with that. And I know that we're not talking about playing the music right now. We're just talking about the music, but it's all a build to actually, because you have to once you start playing this music, you have to wrap your head around these things, because once you start playing this music, you're responsible for understanding all of these genres, not just understanding them, but being able to move within them. So any kind of guitarist that is trying to tackle the Dead's catalog or is trying to start a Dead tribute act, it's really important to listen to as many different genres of music and play along to them as you possibly can.
So what do you think? We've talked about, so what do you think about implementing, so it is jam, you can do anything with it, right?
Yep.
What do you think about implementing hip-hop elements?
I love it. Love the idea
Do
of
you
it.
think people would get pissed?
No, I don't think so. I think it's about doing it well. It's the whole
that's
thing
something
about
to
it.
figure out,
Well, it's the
for
whole thing
sure.
about a joke. If it's funny, it's funny. So like if you do something during a
If it's
jam,
good, it's good.
if it's good, it's
Yeah.
good. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, try something else. But that's also the freedom you get with improvisational music that you don't get with anything else, that you don't get with like modern pop or hip hop, or that you don't get with any other like rigid style of music that doesn't allow for that.
See, a part of this was me, I had a rough time Wednesday. We had the first show I've played in years and years. Mm-hmm. And, I'm a studio I work best in the studio. You know, it's where I feel most comfortable, and it's where I do my best work because I really get time to redo stuff. You know, right? And so playing in front of people, and especially just the piano too, because you know I'm not so proficient to where it's like just, you know, fucking killing it all the whole time. You know, it's like I can hold it together, but there's something to be said, you know, something lacking in my solo ability, stuff like that makes it a little uncomfortable. So I had a hard time after that night. I really
Okay,
did
so
not
why don't
enjoy-
okay, so when we played on Wednesday, so we played a show that was Toby's first show with St. Owsley. So when St. Owsley was originally started, my idea behind it was to have Toby on keys the whole time. Like that was my original intention behind it, because I believe that the channel needs a band. So St. Owsley is the channel's band. And Toby just didn't show any interest when I started talking about it. So we approached Jake, and now Jake has been propositioned by a jam band called Dizgo. So it's Dizgo, Dizgo. They've been opening up for Papadozio and
Disco?
No, they
Probably.
opened for maybe, but they
Bisco
opened
and
for they opened for Papadozio and another band that we've played with before too. But he's been propositioned by them, and then if that goes well, because he's on a little tour with them, and if that goes well, he's probably going to end up moving to Indiana where they're at and just working with them exclusively, which is great for him. I hope it works out. I hope he's able to like make a living doing what he wants to do.
Yeah, dude.
But so then we needed somebody to fill in for him, and then my initial thought was, of course, Toby. Because not only because the first prerequisite for getting anybody to play in a Grateful Dead tribute act is, do you like the music? Like, do you love the music?
Idea of it.
Right. So like the fact that I know that I've played all of these songs with you over the years, like I know that you have a love for them. I know that you have the song in your head.
Yeah.
That's like the
It'll
most
click a little
important
easier.
thing. Is like once you can just kind of like put the chords with the song in your head, then you've got it.
Yeah.
And I have all the faith in the world on you about that. But like Wednesday night was, I
It was
feel
a trial thing.
Well,
first
that,
off,
and I feel
but-
like, for us as who we are, it was a train wreck.
Yeah.
Like both of us for
I
different
had a
reasons.
living nightmare that night.
Yeah. Both of us for different reasons had nightmares, a waking nightmare. Yeah.
Exactly. Like it was
Daymares.
Yeah. Not only was I sober, what we were doing was sobering.
Yeah.
Like, if
And you didn't have any more sobriety to
to
give.
give. Yeah. I can't be any more aware of how
Yeah.
bad this is.
I'm like a
But,
fucking dry paper
I-
towel.
I had like 30 songs to learn in like 5 days. And I haven't practiced these songs in years. And when I did, it was on the guitar.
Not
So-
on piano. Yeah.
So this was all not new music again, because I know all the words, I know all the movements. I just don't know the structure.
But still, it
on
takes
the
up a
piano.
lot of bandwidth to like, because a lot of these songs are easy, and a lot of these songs have the same chords.
Yeah.
But that's also what makes it difficult.
That's also the problem, is because
Yeah.
you have a change with the same 4 chords that happens really fast, but in a different song in a different order.
Mm-hmm.
And so your muscle memory wants to shoot to the other one, right?
Lends itself really well to jamming between songs, like jamming into other songs. Lends itself really well to that. But how you carry on past that, you know what I mean? That's what the difficult part is like, okay, the difference between Keepers and After Midnight, very slight, but 2 completely different songs.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And have 2 completely different feels to them.
Yeah, I see that, and that again raises the problems. Like, I think that's why a lot of pianists tend to go for flat keys, is because like there's a couple elements to it. So like a C, are you just all the white keys, right?
Right.
It's like you can just slide up and down, and the freeness of that, of having all of your notes in order, is boring to the point to where you can't be as creative,
Right.
because
Okay.
it's all lined up here. What am I supposed to just like? It's nothing. It's not a challenge.
Yeah.
So it makes you worse. Makes you play worse just sitting in C.
Okay.
As to where like a C sharp minor, where you have to like go up into the black keys and then you can slide down. You can do these nice little move because here when it's flat, you can't have this nice. It's harder to make that the slide sound, right? And so there's elements like that to it that for a piano player sitting in a C or an F is like kind of hard. Right. Just because like there's really not much. I mean, again, people do it all day, and then they find new things to play around it. But
there's that also comes with like trying different sounds too. So like you could be playing in C on piano for the most part of the song, but then like you're like, okay, well this is kind of boring. You switch over to a synth where you can kind of hit like some extended notes. You know, you can like hold out a note and you can like hit that pitch wheel and like throw it up, and like you can actually like build the intensity of the tune with just kind of changing something up as like even just the tone. Because like that's why I have fucking 4 different drive pedals.
When you get bored in C, if you hopped over to a different tone, at least mix it up for the people listening. Yeah. You know? Yeah.
And that's why I have 4 drive pedals that I use in different, like I use them in sequences together too. Like I have like the spark boost, which is my clean boost. I use that for like more of when more stuff kind of drops out and I need to be more tender with my playing. That's where like the more emotional stuff comes out. It's like super clean and bright, and that way I can like really like be careful with the notes and like really show more attention. And then like with the spark, when that starts to build up and I need to break through to the next intensity, I'll throw on the green screamer in tandem with the spark, which then gives it more grit and more sustain. So like I'll do something for the ripping, for like my extended like bend notes and like for those kinds of things. And then like when we're doing songs like Don't Let Go, when I need to hit those pinch harmonics, that's the fucking...
And all that chilling in A, too. It's like, all that chilling in A with
45 minutes of A major, baby.
The A major, or it's like A fucking neutral, because everybody's going back and forth between A minor and A major. So unnatural for me. I hate it. And it's just like, there's only a couple things I know to do to make it work with both of them. But it's a lot of weird things like that. But again, so when it started... for me, it's a thing of bandwidth and like capacity of like having to learn all this music, remember it, deal with the stress of shows and stuff. On top of, I mean, I'm still trying to, I'm trying to make new music, trying to make albums, trying to be I have to mix, and I don't have money to pay anyone to do all that shit. Right. So it's like I also need time for that, and so I'm still on the line of like that's something I want to talk about too. Is just like I don't know. I don't have it in me to like. I definitely couldn't play more than one show in a week. Yeah, like I don't have the time for that. I still need to be in the studio working at any time in between our YouTube stuff, which is most days now. Yeah, and so like I don't have the capacity for at very most one a week. You know what I mean? It's like
that's usually what that is. Like,
normally it's not a packed thing, no. And I think I could pull that off. If it was like that, and there wasn't I mean, new music all the time wouldn't be terrible once I got the ones we have down.
Well, yeah, and you've pretty much got those now, and that's like the bulk of it.
You see my
well, of course, because like right after that first show, the next day you were like, I want to quit. You're like, I don't want to do this.
Well, it wasn't fun for me, and I still don't think it's necessarily like it's not my thing. I'm not like the keyboardist guy.
But guy no one thinks that you're the. No one thinks.
You know what I mean? It's like dude Marcus type, right? A person that could sit in and is very fluent, and like that's his thing. Right. That's what he does. That's not me at my best. Playing piano isn't me at my best, and so it's weird for me to spend so much time on something that isn't me at my best. Yeah, I know I can make it better, but that's not where I want to. I don't want to be the best keyboardist. It's like.
But like, I was even talking to like Taylor and Joel, like before, like right as you were pulling up to JJ's yesterday, like they both said that like there was no like, because if we wanted a Marcus, we would have asked Marcus. if we wanted somebody else,
Well, he's
would have
a little
asked
too
somebody
much.
else.
He's
Well,
showboaty.
we love
He's
you,
awesome.
Marcus. We love you,
Fuck.
Marcus. If you watch this, we love you.
But that was just the general. Seemed like the consensus was like it was too good almost or something.
Well,
like,
it's just if. Well, I don't really want to.
well, he brings the heat.
He
It's
does.
like-
It's one of those things where it's like if Marcus is in your band, you're now Marcus's band.
yeah. It's hard to play. It's hard to top. I guess
You
on
can't.
some level. Yeah,
You
So,
literally can't.
But see, that's what I'm saying. So, do you see my? Oh, what is the word I'm looking for? My skepticism or something? No, it's close. Do you see why I feel like I can't devote myself to it fully because it's not where I want to be? I don't want to be the best at that. And so
Yeah.
therefore it feels like a couple of things. It feels like I would be spending my time in the wrong way. It feels like I would be wasting other people's time because it's not, I don't want to, do you see what I'm saying?
Well, I do, but like that's all self-imposed. Because no one around you has said anything like that to you or wants anything like that from you. We wanted you because we love you. We wanted you to do it because we like you.
Now, see it, yeah, if it's more like you
It's
just
not
want
a
to
ba-
jam and it's not like yeah.
We want
can-
Toby there. It's not that
Okay.
that we want someone who is the best at playing keys or we
Yeah.
want someone who is fully devoted to being the best
'Cause
key player they
that's
can
not,
be.
I wanted. That's a part of it.
That's not what we want.
That's not me. And so
You
yeah.
love the music.
yeah,
and you
I'll
love
have
having a
fun.
good time.
Yeah, and so it works in that.
Why would that
sense.
not be what we want in the group?
Yeah. So but see, then it brings up the question. So I mentioned the hip hop thing because I want to bring some, like you said, we were talking the other day, and he was like, "We don't want you to be." Like another keyboardist, we want you to bring what you do, and like you're a producer, and you have different elements and sounds that other people aren't going to use with this
because last
music.
night Taylor was like, "Get on a drum beat with me."
Oh, see,
He
that's
was
what I
like,
was gonna
"Load up
mention.
a drum patch."
He's
and
like,
fucking,
drove an 808 and a hi hat and fucking get off on the thing. I was like, oh shit.
yeah, dude. Like we talked about that stuff.
If-
We're trying to elevate, trying
Yeah.
to take it to the next level. I've been watching Next Level Chef with Ramsey, and they just keep saying
Next
next level. Take it to the next level. You have to.
Fuck yeah.
Is this next level? Are you putting out next level
Okay.
shit right now?
I'm
And then-
into it already.
Yeah,
I
dude.
like
Fuck
it.
yeah. You like being talked to like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Is this next level of you?
That's better than, that's not talking down. That's hyping up.
Yeah, it's like, are we going to be next
I
level or
respond
what?
to that.
Are you going to make
I
this
respond
next
to
level or
hype shit.
what? So like, and that's the, and that's the thing
my
about
reservation. That's what I was trying to figure
Yeah.
out. My reservations. But yeah, so that's a place that I feel like I could actually bring something to the table that's different, and maybe maybe that's something I could really kind of change the game about. Is like bringing in some
that's
different
the whole
elements.
that's the whole idea behind doing this is like I'm not trying
Yeah, I'm trying
I
to-
don't want us to be the tribute band that is doing note for note, sound for sound. That's not what it is. I like because like even with my Jerry tone, I'm not trying to go for perfect. I don't want it. Like if you guys have watched my first Jerry tone video that I put out, I even tell you in that like get where it fits your ear. Like there are some people out there like Jay Ferris. Like we had him on the podcast a couple of weeks ago. He was like, that tone is everything to me.
Yeah.
So he's gone for the perfect tone because that's what hits
Exactly,
with
yeah.
him. He needed that. And so what I need is something close enough. I want it to sound like you're dreaming of Jerry. I want it to sound like a dream of Jerry. So it's not perfect. It's not exactly how he did it. It's a little bit more wide. It's a little bit more I've got a lot more reverb. Like I like my shit wet. I like there to be like that sustain.
I think
and
you were one who could find his exact tone, and you've just leaned off of it a little bit to find your own. It's like you used it as a building block for your tone, even though it is based on it. But
yeah. And so, but the whole thing is to elevate it. I want it to be different. Like
And see,
we
that's-
live in a different era. Like the jams need to be expanded. We need like that's why I love having the MIDI. Like I'm trying to figure out more ways to bring that in. But like, and I'm really not trying to go overboard with it. So that actually makes me play it less than I should.
I know I can tell you're really reserved on that, like
Because
it
it is hit or miss.
Yeah, because sometimes
It
like,
is.
oh shit.
Yeah. But that's also
the experimental part, right? So
exactly.
So again, like if I'm thinking of it like that, to where I could bring my own style to it, because I love this music, but also I've heard it played like this for fucking ever,
And it gets boring sometimes, guys.
I would love
We're trying
to, hear,
do some different shit.
I would love to hear a Ruben and Charisse, one of my favorite songs, with an 808 drop and a synth solo, fucking modern, just completely sound different, just like a hip hop song in the middle of it.
Yeah.
It'd be amazing to me. It wouldn't be for everyone, right? But
it depends on, again, if it's good. If it works, it works.
But there would always be some people who, of
Well,
course, with this music especially. Again,
Yes.
that's
Purists, gatekeepers, yes.
Again,
That's
why
con.
I feel comfortable playing piano because like no one's gonna bitch at me for this.
Right. Well,
But I have to expand out. I want to bring some. If I'm gonna play, I want to bring some different sounds in there. You know, we could get into some weird minor jams with like some vocal samples, vocoder.
yes.
Like,
all
it
of
could
that
get
shit.
weird.
That's what I want. Like, I want to make it bigger. I want it to make it another experience. I wanted to make it another
Yeah.
thing. Because, like, that's the only way we're going to be able to make ourselves stand out. There's a fucking Dead tribute or Jerry tribute in there's more than one
And
in
like-
every single city in the United States.
Yeah.
There is more than one Dead group
That's
in
crazy.
every city in the United States.
And that's- I'm
you
lo-
have to do something to set yourself apart.
Yeah.
That's also what we do with the YouTube channel. There's literally every person on the planet has a YouTube channel.
Top 10%.
But that's podcasts.
No, okay.
That's podcast.
Wait, it's just a joke now at this point.
But like that's the whole idea behind the channel too. Is like we want to take something and then like change it. So it's like we call it heady content.
Just
for
like
your-
you did with your tone, bro. You went off of what you knew and then you made it your own a little bit. You know what I mean? Yeah, 2 sets of space. Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
See, if I was comfy and had all my equipment set up and I was just right, I could murder a space. Yeah. I'd fuck up a space.
Well, and like,
But I'd have to be so in the mode and comfortable, and
Right.
I'd have to be in the zone.
but it's not just that. It's about like it's about the tones and the sounds that you can get. It's about like taking the jams in different directions. It's like taking it to different styles of music that like weren't even accessible at the time.
Well, it's for me, it'd be learning how to trigger those things live, right? So I come from a studio setting where you have time to think and run over different tones, or like
Yeah.
pick something or change the key or the tempo. This
Right.
is a live setting. If you have a tempo to a sample,
Exactly.
or something.
So Cinnamon says some pre-recorded drum loops triggered could be groovy. It could be, but then
They'd have
it's
to. He'd have
hard.
to play to
the click.
Yeah,
There would have to be playing to the click,
which
and
could help.
It
Or
could,
it
but
could-
I don't like that. I
Yeah.
think that takes away from the genuine nature
I see. Well,
of
see,
a live
that's-
performance, because
what we were talking
you're
about.
always going to speed stuff up. Like
Yeah.
when you're playing live, you always speed things up. You're at least 2 to 3 BPM faster than you think you are.
Yeah.
Like and so
I mean that's where it gets weird for me, and that was the problem I had too. About we talked about implementing some of our other stuff, some of our hip hop bop stuff when we do live shows, when we do tours, stuff like that. We're gonna do some of our original, and I was thinking about, you're like, no, I want the band playing it, and it's like, but everything's some click has to be playing for things to be triggered,
Right.
Because it's like, one, you don't have enough people to play all of the tracks, right? That alone. So it's like there's that. There's also, especially with hip hop, if you're working on a click, if you're rapping to a
everything
click,
there is to a click. But then that's
Yeah.
why those bands that you see artists with and stuff like that, they're studio musicians.
Yeah,
They're
more studio
trained
musicians.
to a click.
But that's
different with jam bands.
But see, do you see a world where we could, in that form, maybe not with the dead jams, but in that fashion, have the band playing to the song, basically, right?
Right. Well, it's like playing to a backing track.
We take the bass out, the bass gets played,
Right. Well, it's the same thing that I do on Friday nights, because I'm basically playing to click.
that, yeah.
Because those
Okay.
those are backing tracks that I'm
Okay.
sure he records to a click, so they're all pretty perfect.
Yeah.
Well,
see,
and
that's
we
what I
also
was
do
wondering
that
about,
with
how to mesh that, like, that structured robotic vibe of like,
well, no, we can totally make that happen. That just
versus the looseness. See, that's why I think
just
some
have to run Taylor a click.
mid-jams-
Just have to run Taylor a click.
Yeah,
Like
we'd
you guys have to have
in-ear, yeah.
headphones in.
And then at that point, it could be like the jam, right? So like we bust into the jam, it gets triggered, then he falls behind or catches up, catches it, and then it drops before we go back into the song, so it doesn't ruin the human nature of the actual song. Do you see what I mean?
Okay, so Tommy says Ableton 11 has a follow feature we use. We
Oh,
use it
no.
in the Jamtronica project I'm in. It works great if you can use that to play to loop without a click. Okay, cool.
It'll follow to your natural moving click that you're doing. Like
I guess. Yeah, it follows you. Okay,
That's
so yeah,
tight.
I really want to get Taylor some pads. I really want to get
Yeah.
him like an 808, like one of those Roland
Yeah.
drum pads. That would be awesome.
Yeah, you could kill it on those. Just some drop noises.
But see,
and
like
stuff.
that's one of the cons that we're talking about with playing this music is like you can't underwhelm people with this music.
Yeah. Oh, you also can't scare them because
Well-
people are so traditional with this shit. And I feel like what we're
Well, that's why I was going to
about-
say you can't underwhelm them. If you're going to do anything different, you have to impress them.
There's going to be some old heads that do not like what we're talking about, though, right? That's naturally
For
going to
sure.
be a thing.
Well,
of,
because, like, you
they're
know-
ruining it. Like Jerry would have hated that. They can hear that so
Well,
much.
then you also have the people that are like, when Jerry died, that was the end of it. I'll never listen to anything after that.
Yeah.
because it's not the Grateful Dead, and I get that too. Like, I
I mean,
understand
when
everybody.
I put on a show, I put on the. I don't put on.
Why
other
would you
renditions.
not?
If it's available.
Why would you
But if
not?
you're going to see it, you don't have an option. What are you gonna do?
Oh, I love this. We got fucking 50 people in here right now. What's
Papa
happening? You guys
Jones.
should hit the like button
Yeah,
if
hit
you
that
haven't yet. That helps other people find it, and we're gonna get back into talking
Tad,
about.
yeah. Okay, so we got one. Go for it. That's
Yeah.
all I need.
Go for it.
So that's something I think I'd like to play around with.
Yeah.
I think it'd be interesting.
Maybe you could just play Eagles songs instead. Man,
you know,
I
that's
hate
my
the
dream.
fucking
What
Eagles,
if, what
man.
if that was my thing?
Yeah,
of
you're like, you know what? I'll do
I'll
Don
do
Henley.
it, but
I'll do some Don Henley.
fuck yeah, just side project shit. Wait, what? Isn't he the one? What about the Fast Cars song? Was he? No, when Don Henley was
The other guy,
one, the ugly
Joe
Joe Walsh.
Joe Walsh. Yeah.
What was it?
Yeah, oh my God.
Classic fucking line.
Plays on fucking 106.7 The Rock or some
What is
shit.
it? It's about like his. Bum 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 bum. I might have Ferrari. I drive a Ferrari, but I don't. I have a Ferrari. Dunk, dunk, dunk. They have a lot of good sound effects in that song. I must say, I mean, as much as I really don't,
Life's been good to me so far.
it's a dick song.
Yeah.
He's basically saying, "Look at my."
It's Maserati. Fair enough.
fucking Maserati.
Life's been good.
But
Fair
I
enough.
don't
Yeah, I figured
drive.
that's what it was. Yeah, he's at Fast Cars Tracy Chapman. We know. Yeah, okay, yeah. Joe Walsh is an incredible guitar player. He is. He's always been great.
He's inventive. I
Right.
think he did some shit for the first time on the guitar.
Yeah.
His voice is something to be.
Well,
says
it's just
something.
like, I think that's kind of like,
He does
I actually,
rip,
I thought
though.
there was good charm. I thought there was
Okay.
charm in it.
I could-
It's just a dude. It's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
a dude. It's not like
Okay. Well, see,
a
that's
front.
something.
He's not a front man.
That's something. So I have to go back and look at all the Last Fish ones because people wanted me to, of course, listening to something other
Dude, I
than.
love. There was one comment that was like, "Their catalog has over 500 songs
And
in
you
it, and you picked Fee."
the album.
Yeah, and Fee isn't poetry. Of course, it's not.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
obviously a satirical
Yeah.
song. It's
So
like,
I'm gonna have to go in. And they want me. I think some people want me to check out some Billy Breeze, which I have listened to most of that album. But again, I've heard more live stuff than I have of their albums. That's why I wanted to dip into it a little bit.
yeah,
But yeah, I think it's a thing of like I have the same thing to say about him. Maybe that's the charm. Is that it's just some guy that's really good at guitar that was like, fuck it, I'll sing.
yeah.
Is that what it is?
I mean, he probably already had something going on where he was. He's
But
probably
people may like that. It's
because
like
he was always singing backups on the Eagles
he's
stuff.
not a bad singer. That's not. Again, it's
No.
the same thing about the voice. It's just like,
He just got a regular dude voice.
okay, yeah. So like who are some big pop stars? Like, there's just some people's voice you don't like.
Oh, you mean like someone I could just name off the top of my head whose voice I'm not a fan of?
Yeah, like
Like
anybody.
anybody that might have been a pop star in the early
Pop
2000s
star,
who has
yeah.
now converted over into being part of the mainstream hippie counterculture.
Can't none come to mind.
No, I
but,
can't really think of anything off the back of my wrist.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know.
but it's just it's a cartoon. So
Do some twiddle. Okay, react to some twiddle.
stop trying to analyze fish lyrics. I love that. That's how I feel too. But okay, so
Who said that? Where do you see that? Okay, no, don't. Stop trying to analyze fish lyrics.
No, don't stop.
No, don't stop.
No, don't stop.
That's fucking Willy Wonka. No, don't. Please stop.
Wait, but I'm just saying. So after I said that, I had to go like, okay, like let me at least look at it, just in lyric form, not with his goofy ass voice and the song being funny, right?
Cinnamon, I fucking hate the Disco Biscuits. I think that shit is like, it's bad.
I don't think it's bad. I think it's on the trashy side of jam as far as like the show. I mean, that's some.
It's
like,
what I would
getting
call
fucked up.
Yeah, dude. It's like it's
But
that's
they're all ripping, and the shows are fun.
It's Percocet jam.
But see, that's the thing. Is
It's
like,
Percocet bro
they're
jam.
one of the ones who actually tried what we're talking about, and you hate it.
But there's
They
fucking,
brought
I
in-
have taste. I have fucking class.
Who's done it right? Can you name one person as like
St. Owsley.
STS9?
STS9, but even then, that's like Jamtronica. I wouldn't.
But they brought in a ton of hip hop
But
elements.
that,
into jam
yes. So I will
and made it work.
Yes,
So like that's one to give props to. Okay,
absolutely.
If we found one, I'll feel better.
Tribe for sure.
Yeah, I'm a big Tribe fan. I'll fucking rep that shit.
Spangle.
No, but okay, so the first part, so it's goofy.
No, you can totally
But
like
I
the
had-
Disco Biscuits if you dig the Disco Biscuits. Some of their songs I think are funny, but like as far as like the musicianship
Oh yeah, again,
goes,
the writing's stupid.
Yeah,
But
like,
I've
it's
had fun at
goofy
their
and it's
shows,
fun.
Dude. I've
Yes.
spun around in a circle so high on Molly I could barely see. It was a
Dude.
great time.
dude. Oh, and fucking what is it? Eodo. Eodo's a pretty good Jamtronica. That got into some wompy shit, but it was also jammy.
Yeah, they did have some big drops and shit.
Yeah,
though. It was
dude.
cool. So no, just let me read you the first part of this though, because I wanted to show the side of it. So in the cool shade of the banana tree, on the rugged trail toward the balcony, a child of the 20th century, a dried up Goliath
and a weasel named Fee.
So
It's
already
great
like
lyrics.
the actual there is of course it's writing poetry.
I always liked the lyrics of this song.
Why did you pick banana? A funny word like banana. Why did you pick a weasel? Why do you see what I'm saying? It's like why
Yeah.
did your poetry have to have a funny tone to it? You see what I'm saying?
Right, but this
You're
is
like,
the same
banana.
reason that you're like that. This is the same reason that you're like WAP is a masterpiece.
But because art can be anything.
Yeah,
That's not. But WAP is.
But I hear
because
you
it's
defend.
comedy.
Well, I hear you defend a lot of like hip hop that could be
yeah,
seen as like
funny.
taking the piss or like being just like overtly simple or simplified to the point of being like crass or.
Well, that's not the same argument then, right? Because I'm saying this one's poetry, but it's funny. It's
Yeah.
meant for a funny tone. I mean, you could say that a lot of hip hop is written with jokes. I mean, yeah, WAP is full of jokes. I can get a bucket and a mop
I love that he says because they're quirky, Toby.
because they're get over it.
Get over it. They're manic
so
pixie dream
quirky.
girls.
Yeah, what the-
Yeah.
I don't get it.
They are the manic pixie dream girls of jam bands.
Yeah.
Fish. Yeah.
Again, the music.
Fish is
fucking
Zoe
blows me away.
Deschanel.
But the band Gong, I don't know them. I've never heard of them.
The band Gong is goofy lyrics. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, Ween is for
Ween is
some
the
reason,
exception. They're
it's
the ones.
exception because they are
That's their whole thing.
obviously being fun.
It's their whole thing.
Fish acts like it's not supposed to be a joke, and I don't fucking like that. Own your banana line.
Yeah.
if you're gonna make a joke.
Look at the faces you make when you play
Ween,
guitar.
you know, it's like same thing with Les Claypool. You know, all dressed in mask, fucking, you know, like talking like that. Like, it's obviously supposed to be weird and quirky.
Right.
But it's pulled off. Fish is like trying to be poetic and beautiful and like writing about weasels.
Yeah.
It's fucking weird.
Singing through a
Grime
megaphone
sucks,
like you
yeah.
meet, like you know somebody.
I love
You don't know nobody here.
I'm barely enough to get the joke, but I love how I love the scenario of someone saying Primus sucks and then someone defending him, be like, "Oh, you're obviously not a fan."
Yeah,
Is that
because
like,
you
that's
don't
their
fucking
website?
get it. Yeah, you don't fucking get it, bruh.
That's pretty funny.
Pretty Lights did
Pretty
dig some
Lights.
Pretty Lights when I was younger, man.
There's not jam though, right? There's no like instruments.
No, that's just
what's
like-
another good crossover.
I mean,
Like-
you had all that shit that wasn't it Maynard? Didn't he have a ton of side projects? Didn't he do like Tomahawk?
Oh, I don't know.
Who was that Maynard from fucking?
I need to hear this.
Wait,
If it-
who's 9 Inch Nails?
Oh, no, I don't know.
Okay, Maynard's
listened to them.
Tool,
Yeah.
right? So I misspoke. It's the dude from
From-
9
okay.
Inch Nails. What's his name?
He had some kind of rock.
Well, Tomahawk
Electronic-
was pretty good. It was
I don't
like,
remember
yeah,
Tomahawk.
Trent Reznor. Yeah.
Oh God, see, I don't know that.
Okay, yeah, everybody calm down.
Yeah,
Everybody calm
fuck
down.
you. It's
Trent
fucking
motherfucking Reznor. And that always reminds me of that The Whitest Kid sketch where Trevor is dressed up like Trent Reznor. She's like, we're going to go over to my ex-boyfriend's house. And it's because it's like my ex-boyfriend is Trent Reznor from 9 Inch Nails. And then they go in.
yeah. Damn, shout out Whitest Kids. It got taken off of all the streaming services.
Is it still
was
on YouTube?
It was on Hulu for a while there. All IFC was.
Wow.
And I'm pretty sure that they didn't take all. I don't think they lost their deal with IFC. I think that it got pretty much like, no, it's too racy, which I get. They crossed the line quite a few times.
Oh my God, yeah.
I mean, so I
just
get
like
it.
even just like stuff as far as like just self-harm.
Yeah, but I do think it's on
Baby
YouTube
Zach.
Baby Zach.
I'm gonna
God,
do it. Guys, look at me.
Yeah, they
Look
make fun
at
of
me.
everything. I mean,
But that's the whole point.
yeah.
That's also the point of Fish's lyrics. Can't take yourself seriously.
Maybe I'm a dick.
Dude, that's how I feel all the time. It's like
Am I
after
the
I
dick?
say something, I'm just like, am I the dick?
I guess
It's just
so.
like my personal preference just
just the worst.
just means nothing. It's just like the worst thing ever. The grapist. I'm gonna grape you in the mouth. I'm gonna tie you to
Kid
the
beer?
radiator and
Kid
grape
beer's
you
the
in the
best.
mouth, dude.
Toby, I remember one of the alcoholics.
Yeah, but it was he's the one that says kid beer ruined my fucking life, but I fucking love it.
Fucking love it, dude. Definitely need that on our sample board we could easily have set that up by now,
Yeah.
but we just don't. It's
It's
a weird
about
line to
bandwidth.
cross. Well, it's also a weird line to cross because a lot of people do it wrong when they start bringing in soundboards into podcasts. It
Yeah,
gets
you
weird.
can really easily overdo it.
And I think it has to be like references from the show. I don't
Yeah.
think we can just steal random references. Like,
No, you can't force them in.
yeah,
They
It's
have to,
gotta
like-
be your own inside joke,
Exactly.
and so they'll naturally accrue. Is what I
Yeah,
would
that's
say.
like Deep Sig Hit.
Yeah, so we have one.
Yeah, we have Deep Sig Hit.
It's
That's
not
about
simple,
it.
But it's just me puking. Yeah. We have audio of me puking, so I mean that'll work.
Okay, so there's also a lot of like pressure behind doing the Dead's music or doing Jerry's music.
Yeah.
Because there is such there's such an aggressive fan base. Like
Yeah,
Deadheads are aggressive, like with their love.
yeah,
It's not that they're aggressive in nature. I mean, for the most part, they're pretty docile because they're usually fucked up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Deadhead, like last night, everybody was fucked up. Everybody in that crowd.
It's a low key aggression because it's like, again, we talked about how Dead Fam punishes people. They don't shoot people up; they dose them heavily.
yeah.
So it's like this like passive aggression that comes along with it.
you
right?
just wear anything.
I'm such a good person that I could get to call you a piece of shit.
Yeah.
You know, it's like this weird. Oh, you don't sound like a good person. No. I'm the best person.
yeah. Well, like, and
It's kind of counterintuitive. Honestly, it's like
Yeah.
supposed to be about love and light, and that's just not what most of us are here for. To be honest, we're all hiding behind love and light.
well, yeah, it can't be love and light all of the time. Like people are fucking
Yeah.
complex creatures. Anybody that says they
But
never
see-
feel anger or jealousy or they don't feel depressed, like That is a lie. You're a person. Don't act like a
And it's-
fucking mannequin.
It's implemented in. It's like, especially with the Dead's music, they embrace darkness.
yeah, dude.
Like,
it's like
really.
the whole thing is about dead.
But then there's Sunshine Daydream,
But it's
and
still
then there's
talking
Black
about-
Peter. So there's like they embraced.
They embraced new word.
Embraced. It means held it to their breast and embraced. They embraced depression, sadness, existential crisis. That was one of the main themes in a lot of the
Yeah.
writing. Is like existentialism. You know.
So Jeff just said, I think there are a lot of deadheads out there that don't scrutinize the music that much. They just like to hear songs that they know. We're not talking about them.
Those are the nicer people.
Yeah, those are the we're talking about being in like we're entrenched in this.
I only wear artisan and sustainable all vegan footwear. Dang.
Because I'm not an
A
effing
fucking animal like you.
Now give me my grilled
yeah,
cheese.
exactly. That's the passive aggression that I'm talking about. It's like but you're hiding behind the fact that like you're such a nice and loving person, but you're just another piece of shit, and accept it, and
Yeah.
then we can get over it,
Right.
And move past it.
Well, I mean, like inherently, people are selfish.
But like
it's
even like things
self-preservation.
like like a Blues for Allah, the haunting tones. Even in some, even in a Slipknot jam, like there's all the dissonance is very dark. Like
Well,
it's
the
a
whole
dark
idea-
presence.
So
in a
many
lot
of their songs are about it. Like even like you were even talking about fucking like the Sunshine Daydream part of Sugar Magnolia. Like you can always take every Grateful Dead song
And
as
twist
about
it.
death. Like it can always be about
Sunshine.
that. Like
Yeah.
like go on at your window. They're never gonna miss us.
They're never gonna miss. Well, that's about running away.
But even then, darker tone.
Yeah.
Being swept away in the night.
Yeah.
Like
Oh, like he's a bandit. He loved writing, right? It's like fucking that's,
getting away with it.
What song? Fuck! It slips my mind now. Damn it! Was it in? Where is it? Bobby's talking about. I'm just not the biggest fan of that side of the Dead, so I don't know it as well. Where's he talking about? That's his job. Wait, no, it's still women from their other men or men, depending on
Depending on the version.
yeah.
Yeah.
I like when he says other men because it's less evil. It's like, so if his number one job is to steal
Women
from someone that's single, they're single. They have other men.
Yeah.
So it's not your man. Like they're monogamous and you're
He's
a
talking
home
about being a
wrecker.
home wrecker though.
It's originally
Yeah.
written to be a home wrecking song.
Oh, yeah.
right? My number one is like just eyeing people's girlfriends. Bobby, you're such a freak.
Oh shit. Jimmy just hit us up like 30 minutes ago. Yo, am I too late?
Who is it?
Jimmy from last night, doorman from last night, comedian.
Oh. Does he want to come?
I think that was 35 minutes ago. I mean, do you want him to come? And we can try to have him another time, but he's usually probably working.
Yeah.
I mean, we're kind of on a roll right now. We're kind of
I mean, not now though. It's done.
Yeah.
No, I mean it's gonna be a late one. We can tell him. We can tell him if he wants to.
I don't know. Well, we'll handle that here in a minute.
Yeah, put that down. Miles Davis, bitches brew.
Are you the girl host?
Huh? The girl host is cute. I have a beard. Well, you have a mustache though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's fun.
I think
Fish-
you'd look better as a girl. You'd look better as a girl, probably.
No, I think it's you. You got those eyes. You got those
Got those-
sparkling baby blues. You got those
Well, that's what
piercing.
yeah. It's like you're like I have like the brightest blue eyes. I'm like, well, mine are.
No, I
this-
was like, I was like, no, I have gray eyes like ice, and you were like, well, I have fucking pools of fucking silver and fucking. You just kept going for a minute. I was like,
Yeah,
okay, yours are
sun-
better.
Yeah.
Yours are better.
Fucking, it reminds me of a 30 Rock thing. And he's like the piercing Siberian Husky or something like that.
Yeah, baby is so like a Siberian husky. But you know, there's also this weird thing of like
Tragedy
doing
narrowly
well, no,
averted. That's
doing anything doing anything with someone else's material. Like I never thought that I would do anything like, because I was in Tennessee's Dead and like we were doing that thing, but we were only doing that a couple times a year. And I just never, I knew the Dead would be a part of my life forever. I knew that I'd be playing these songs forever, but I didn't know it was going to turn into this.
Yeah.
I didn't know that this was coming. And, you know, I did this, but things kind of take a progression. Things present themselves. You know, opportunities present themselves all the time. And like, you just decide which ones to take. And so I never thought that it would be this. I'm thankful for it and I'm grateful for it. It's just like, you know, we've written so many songs together. And so that was
but it is sad to me that we're not playing them right now. We will get back to that. And we've been writing more together and fleshing stuff out more. So we are getting back to that. But it is sad to me a little bit. That's a part of it too, right? When we're out playing music, that it's not our original stuff because we have so much. You know, that people would love to hear, but if that's all we were doing, we wouldn't have the crowd.
Well, that's the thing, though.
So
like we toe this line of like you have to do something to endear yourself to people. Like people have to give a fuck about you to want to invest their time into what you're doing. And so it seems like the only way for us to do that was to lean into
offer them something that they already wanted.
Right. Well, it's also like we fit in with the Dead crowd. Like that's our people. Like that's like whether we like it or not, these are our people. These are the people that are like us.
No, yeah. I mean, if you had to go by group, like, you know,
if you literally had to like label us and like maybe put us in a compound,
it's the most identifiable group. I mean, there are more niche groups that would fit us better, but those people don't gather at shows. You know, it's like those people are probably have never met. They don't have groups, you know?
Well, no, I'm not getting burnt out. No, that's not it. I'll play this music until the day I die. Like I'll play it even if it puts me in the ground. Like I don't feel burnt out when it comes to playing music because that's what I'm supposed to do. Like that's how I help people. Like that's how I'm able to give back right now. That's how I'm able to contribute is to make people feel stuff through music. Whether it be my own or my interpretations of Dead songs or Jerry songs, because that music makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Like I can do stuff with it because like, and I'm sure like that's why you guys are here because it obviously resonates with you the way it makes sense to me and comes through me to you. You know what I mean? Like the way that I teach these songs, it comes from an understanding of everything behind the music. It's not
VH1.
Yeah, well, it's not. I don't come at it from theory. I come at it from, like, almost like spiritualism. You know what I mean? It doesn't. I don't come at it through like the math of it. I come at it from
the energy on stage,
the energy, the essence, like what the song means, like the story of the song, because that's what it is to me. Well, yeah, definitely hear from music. Well, yeah.
But what kind of music? We know. No, but see, that's the trap too. Is like that's something you don't want to. I want to respect it and have fun with this music, but I also don't want to. That's all I do. Like definitely not. I will not be fulfilled in music if I'm just playing old songs.
Right.
Like I know it's a harsh way to say it, but I have to do the other thing.
Well, but that's like
much as
that's
possible.
never stopped though. Like that's why we do the Monday thing.
That's why I'm trying to wrap my head around trying to fit both of them.
Yeah,
because it seems overwhelming to consider. But
well, when you had to learn 2 shows, 2 full like 5 sets, you had to learn 5 sets of music in 5 days.
Yeah,
that's fucking hard, dude, for anybody.
And so at the point to where I know the songs and I don't have to work through them all the time.
And that first set, we're never gonna play again.
Then we can
that's
just
all
go
dead
to
tunes,
a show,
you know.
And then we do a show one night, and then it doesn't take up as much of my, like we said, my bandwidth, you know. So like, yeah, I'm trying to wrap my head around making it work and with what I see my future being.
Right.
And I would love for it to be a part of it. I just can't. I can't let it be me. I can't let it be all I do.
Well, I mean, it's definitely a huge part of who I am. Like, and I'll always cop to that. I'll always embrace that. I embrace that part of me. because like if I had to hitch my wagon to like a cult or a music, I'm totally cool with it being the Dead. Just like with the
Well,
reach.
you don't have to though. You don't have to hit your wagon. Oh, do you mean just like a? You mean like a
What do you mean I don't have to?
psychological sense of like?
Well, it's
What
what
do you
I
mean?
identify the most with. It's the
Yeah.
music that always gets me. It's always gotten me. You know what I mean? Like every single song makes sense to me in like a heart way.
Yeah.
Like every song is like, you know, I can
Don't you
I
feel
can put myself there.
slightly tricked though, because I was dosed so heavy, and I don't listen to any other music like the Dead, but I almost exclusively listen to the Dead if it's not like for research, because I'll listen to, you know, like modern hip hop to get ideas, and I do love a lot of rappers and stuff.
Yeah.
But like as far as just putting something on to like do work or something in the background, I don't have another band,
Right.
so I almost feel tricked. Because
Well,
it's
I'll
like
put
I
on
was
like Talking
dosed
Heads
into
or
needing it.
Zappa or something like that,
I
but there's
don't
nothing
really,
that
but-
scratches.
Yeah.
Nothing that scratches my brain like that. There's nothing that scratches my emotion. Like I feel
Say,
more.
Deadhead as a I identify as a deadhead.
What is
She,
it?
he, they, them, deadhead.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a pronoun.
Yeah.
It's its own thing. Because deadheads don't care what you are, bro.
They'll fuck anybody.
Yeah.
They don't even know what they are today.
It's always dark in the tent.
Flatbush Zombies? I don't
We've listened to them
know.
before. I think we listened to
Sounds
them
familiar,
on
but-
Hot Shit, maybe.
Yeah. I'll have to check it out. Sounds wild.
But reggae music, yeah, like there's that influence too. Like you know, you've got the Bob Marley influence with Jerry Band. You've
Yeah.
also got the Jimmy Cliff influence with Jerry Band. Like one of my favorite songs is "Sitting in Limbo,"
We forgot to throw that in the list earlier.
Yeah,
the
we-
reggae. Because it is a lot.
and but that's all. Again, that's all like music of the soul. Like all of the songs. You can sing any Grateful Dead song crying.
Sugar Magnolias would be fucking depressed. Blossoms blooming.
Yeah,
That's all it do. I don't care.
yeah.
It's not fun.
No.
No, that one's not fun crying. Like some of them are meant to cry over. A Wharf Rat,
Yeah, fucking
a Black
Stella.
Peter. Yeah,
Yeah.
That's like you can hear the tears.
Even an Althea, a Road Jimmy, Mississippi Half Step, all of those songs, like they just hit in that way. And that's also another like
Dude,
you can see it as
I
a
literally cried to China Doll about a week and a half ago.
Yeah,
we were making a fire outside.
Yeah.
It was the stars and the
Yeah.
song. I got teary. That song will kill you.
it will.
There's so much shame. It's definitely a shameful song. I feel like it brings out the feeling of shame.
begged you.
It's so harsh, but can I play mandolin or banjo? I have played both, but not well. No, I love playing a mando though. I mean, I only know basic chords, but I don't know. It feels weirdly easier to rip it up on a mandolin. I don't know if it's just the size of the neck. You know how you can like play chromatic stuff like accidentally. I don't know if that's part of it, or if it's the picking style, how you pick so quickly, or if it's because of the double string. But it just always sounds ripping. You can just play so fast on it. It's a quick instrument to me. The banjo I would love to learn. I feel like I could get down with some what's that band? It's a festival band that uses the banjo. Everyone knows of them. I don't know if they still do it. What was that? Do you remember the band that it was like a kind of a jamish band, but it was a festival band that used the banjo in their drops?
Bela Fleck?
No, it was like a more electronic kind of thing, but they were really popular and always had the banjo drops.
Leftover salmon, or are you talking about string cheese?
No.
Okay.
It was more of electronic style than,
Okay.
than a jam side, but
They're saying leftover salmon. Yonder Mountain?
no.
So it's not jam grass.
No.
Okay.
It's out of place. The banjo is like over drops, hip hop
Okay.
drops, and like when it drops out, they'll do like kind of Middle Eastern style banjo.
Interesting.
drops.
Railroad Earth? No. These aren't not jam acoustic hookah.
Nah, it'll click once I hear it. It's a festy band for sure. Damn, they were the rage at the time, not a Mo.
Fuck Mo.
I hate it, but I mean Mo's
Green
really
Sky
good,
Blue,
they were
but it's
always-
not jam
no.
grass. It's
wasn't
strictly electronica with a
the
banjo.
one banjo. It's out of place.
So there's just a guy who plays banjo.
Yeah. And there's a guy who plays banjo. It's like a DJ. I think there's a drummer too. Electronic jam band banjo. Let's see if it was that one of those one word jam bands, another banjo. What? Not Bela Fleck. No, I love
Trad?
some Bela Fleck. Trad? How would we find that? It's like DJ band. I don't know. It had a mesh. How does no one know?
And yeah, it's not.
It's probably they're probably not.
Thievery Corporation. They have a sitar.
No,
No. Is it?
we saw them at All Good. They were there one of the years we went. So I know.
Nth degree, nth power, something like that. There was those guys.
know.
It's not Osric.
No.
Okay, those people. Banjo Dan, Boxcar Willie.
Y'all just fucking with me now.
Y'all just saying shit.
Yeah, it was one of those one words. It was like it was like the word prodigy is what comes to mind, but that's just because we were thinking of that earlier. Fuck, dog. Oh, we loved them at the time. Shout out.
Yeah, I don't know,
This-
and it's not Iodo. It's not. We saw them at All Good.
Yeah.
It's not Consider the Source. That dude had like the fretless guitar.
No, the Thievery has way too many members. This was a more it was more based around electronic than reggae.
Fuck a monkey.
That's what I'm thinking
Yeah.
right now. Go ahead
Beat
and fuck-
Antique. Beats
Yes!
Antique. Yeah. Beats Antique. There
Thank
you go.
you. Who was that? 100 points to Mad Delirious.
There
Thank
you
you
go.
so much. Beats Antique. I think-
Beats
or
Antique. We found it. Way to go,
Yes,
Matt.
that was it.
Way to go.
That shit was hot though. I liked their. It was the only type of band like that to drop a banjo.
What do
in
you
there.
win?
I mean, you get 100 points. You
get 100
can build
points.
these points up to buy
You get
something from our
Toby
store
Bucks.
later.
You get Toby
now you
Bucks
have
for
100.
the Davy store.
Yeah, you can get anything off Davy's bike.
Yeah.
under. Yeah, is there some belly dancing? Yes, I think there was. I think they had a belly dancer that followed them around. I think that was one
Dude,
of the
do you
things,
remember the
right?
band?
Yeah.
Do you remember the band?
That was a cool one.
The band in LA that we met. They drove around in the bus. There was the ripped dude that played acoustic guitar. So they would drive you around in the
Yeah.
bus. They had the chick that was the belly
Yes.
dancer. They had a drummer.
And they had the full stage set up in the bus.
in the bus.
So they
They were out of Austin.
yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
What were they called?
They were a big. It was a big thing.
They were pretty big, but that dude lost his fucking mind.
What was it?
He went fucking crazy. He always wore a fucking top hat and was ripped. He was just, that's
insane.
like he's always wearing like half of a.
half a shirt.
He's always wearing half of a fucking shirt. Just for the love of God, could you please put on a fucking shirt? Guys, this is Toby's piss break PSA announcement, and I would like to remind you that please hit the like button if you are watching this stream live, and if you are listening to this on any of the podcast platforms in the future, please give us a 5-star review. And if you're looking for some killer threads to adorn your bodice, check out realbird.company.site. The link is in the description, as well as the link to our beautiful Patreon, where we have so many bits of content for you on there that you get as soon as you sign up. Because when you sign up, you get an entire backlog of a shit ton of stuff. There's so much adult content on there. Looks like if we were on Scooby-Doo, fuck yeah. Okay, Jeff says quality shirt. Yeah, the shirts that we're getting now through our new website, they're pretty quality. They're so much better than TeePublic. Put our cartoon faces on a shirt or a mug? Absolutely, we'll do that. Should we do it? Should we do a double face?
What?
I don't want to do the thing where we have where someone can have a Toby or Davy face. I don't want to do that again. I think we should just do it with the faces on it.
We're just gonna it's gonna create enemies.
Or maybe if we did just like on like the breast, if we just did like the little heads,
Yeah.
just like almost kind of like not necessarily a Lacoste kind of thing, bigger than that, but just like a decent size right there.
I can see the big one too, the full print of both of our faces. Real Bird Rolling Papes, that is coming your way as
Hell
soon as
yeah.
we figure that out. No, we can actually.
We can totally
There's
do that.
companies, yeah.
Yep. I don't know how we'll
That
link
we
it to our site, but we'll figure it out.
Brand it out.
If you're into porn with poop and vomit, Patreon is where it's at.
Shout out. Go
Don't
join
forget
the page.
beheading videos, snakes going
And
into
we watch
buttholes.
new music videos
Yeah.
with you.
We watch
and, like,
movies.
Dead shit.
Yeah. It's
all over the place.
But that's like the fun of
the
it.
world. We are the world.
We are the
incarnate.
children. Yeah. We are the ones who make a brighter day. You know what I'm saying? What would be the logo on the back? Probably not going to be one because that costs you more. The slogan?
It's a cult.
It's a cult. That's our slogan.
Yeah. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, like, what the fuck would you put? Let's see.
So what you think about our were you thinking about getting the dude over? It's too late.
I think we should. I mean,
Too
we don't
late
have
to start.
anything. Well, I don't really want to set shit up. And you haven't heard from Houston or anything, have you? Did you hit him up?
Yeah. No, I never hear anything back from that man.
Interesting, right? Shows up. Okay, so we'll get back to talking about music here in a second, but I thought this was funny. So Houston, who is, he comes on the podcast. He was coming regularly for a while, and then he started coming more infrequently, and then he just kind of disappeared for 2 months. He's one of our best friends. Definitely our third.
Yeah.
Not acting like it though.
Well,
Tell you that much.
I don't know. But yeah, he just doesn't talk to us, and then he just shows up and wiles out one night.
Yeah, he really shows out, and then comes to us with all of his fucking problems, which is fine.
Some problems.
You can do that with your friends. But so he tried to call me when I was on my way to the venue, but I don't have capacity for that. I don't answer the phone while I'm driving. So then I pull up and I get all my shit unloaded onto the curb outside of the venue before they open up. And Toby pulls up with Xena. And then Toby gets out of the car and I'm like, oh, Houston tried to call me. And then, because we haven't heard from him in like 2 months.
Yeah.
It's been like 2 months radio silence. Like he won't answer our texts or calls. So I
mean,
pull
I
up.
guess people just need breaks from us, bro.
I guess so, dude. It makes
We must
total
be just
sense.
too much. How do we even stand each other at this point? Like, are we just so self-involved that we don't even notice how bad the other person is? And we
I guess so. I guess so. 'Cause
Something's
we're
up.
constantly taking advantage of each other.
I mean, that's for the Patreon.
Yeah, that's for the Patreon. That's on our OnlyFans. So I get out of the car or he gets out of the car and I'm like, Houston just called me and he's like, yeah, I just got off the phone with him. And what did he say to you?
Well, he was wanting to hang out, and I said I was playing a show with you guys. He was like, "All right." He's like, "Can I get in free? Tell me right now that I can get in free. I'm gonna come. I can't. I'm not gonna come." I mean, he said this all within like a few seconds. Like, and I was like, "I'm overwhelmed."
Yeah, you're like
I just picked her from the airport from Jersey.
Yeah.
With the stuff in the car to come to a show that I don't know all the music for.
Yeah.
Like, I'm fucking freaking out, not feeling good. She's not feeling good. Just bad situation. And then this motherfucker calls. And, like, I didn't answer. And I was like, I just yelled at I was like, I didn't answer because my shit's fucked right now. Like, and, again, he was just being his hype self. It wasn't weird, but it's just, you know, how he'll just come to you with all of the energy.
Yeah.
Like, and you're like, I'm too busy to handle your energy right now. I gotta
Yeah.
take
So
a step
aggressive.
back.
But he
And
said,
I was like, I don't know how. I was like, I don't know if I can. I'll try.
Yeah.
I don't know how it works. And he's like, you know how it works. I was like, I haven't played a show in fucking 5 years. What do you mean? I don't even know. Like, I don't know how they run shit.
They might have changed their fucking policies.
I may only get one person. I got my girl.
Yeah.
That's what I was just didn't know how it was gonna work out, and I was just not acceptable for him. I guess he just didn't want to make the drive out. But then he comes out, gets in for free, hands me a 6-pack, and dips.
And left for hours. Left for like 3 hours.
Go play darts.
To go play darts
Came
with his
back
friends.
on time though. Somehow.
But then he left again.
Yeah,
He left again for an indeterminate amount of time.
That's
But,
fine.
like,
He did
that's-
see us play. That was the point.
A little bit.
But how you gonna be so aggressive about getting it for free? And
then when we were like setting up, he like jumped on stage and was like getting all up in our business. Like, where do I go? Where do I set up?
Is that what he said?
No, but it's the vibe.
Oh yeah, the vibe of like, all right, we doing this?
Yeah, it's. What are
You don't
doing?
even show up to the podcast. Yeah, Houston comes in and just doms us like with energy.
Cinnamon's
You know
trying
what I
to
mean?
interview you about this gig. He's been wanting you to like give a breakdown.
Well, I went over that a minute ago. I had the worst time. Yeah, I was very stressed, overwhelmed, and a lot of you guys said it was okay. So that's what I'm gonna go off of, not how I felt. And I just need to bring up my chops and not get too overwhelmed with it. But yeah, it's fucking crazy for me. I have some crazy social anxiety too. It's like, I know in here it's different just because it's just, I mean, in real life, it's just me here.
Yeah.
And
We're just two crazy people talking to a camera.
but people are all staring at you. You can see their souls and shit.
Well, they can see into ours. Are you talking about at a show though?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just different, and it was crazy. But I think I got through it and had a good time, which was what helped me thinking. You were like, it's a party. Focus on having a good time. Like, you're supposed to be partying, having a good, and that helped me click in of like, all right, so when I fuck up, I just got to catch it back and have a good time up here.
Because we're just too wild and crazy guys. Right? Okay, so you've got people saying organ. So Christopher Mayer wants to know if you can play organ.
See, I'm not good at the organ. That's honestly not one of my things. Like I've tried.
I wouldn't say
to
you're not
implement
good at it. I would say that you're just not.
Well,
you're not as practiced with it as you are the piano.
It's a different beast. Like,
Yeah.
it's a completely different beast. It's not like the piano or the synth. It has a completely different approach to playing, volume swells, controlling the intensity of it, because it can easily drown out everyone and ruin it, which I've done with Grateful Dead music live before.
But that was so long ago. You were a boy.
I'm still
You were a boy. You are a
haunted
man now.
because I was hitting the bass
Is
notes.
that what it is?
Probably some
Is
of
that part of the thing? Is
Because
it
I was
like-
hitting the bass notes on the organ where you would hit a piano note because it would just go bong and ring out, but it holds, right? So it was like I would hit this bass note and it would just dominate the room. And so, it's just not, it didn't, how some people just click with instruments, right? It's like the organ doesn't click with me like that. Like the synth makes sense to me, it's like that's like, I don't know, something about the presentation of it. And the piano's okay. I like funk keys. I like playing electric keys. Like funk stuff.
Yeah.
There's some clav stuff even sometimes.
Yeah,
But
we
really
gotta
just
get
the
you
keys.
on more clav too, because
that.
that's what makes Keepers. Keepers is all about that clav.
I didn't want to steal a style because I heard him play that and I was like, oh, I don't want to steal the exact style. I wanted to make it.
But that's just
I
how
wanna
that
find
song is played. That's just
Yeah.
the
Well,
song
that was
is
weird
clav.
to me.
Yeah.
It's that A neutral shit.
Okay, so we've got that's a good question.
Like Keith did just play the piano pretty much, right?
Well, I don't Keith. Yeah, he exclusively
He
played
wasn't
the
a
piano.
Brent organ. See, that brings the heat though. Brent brought that fucking heat
Yeah, he
with
did.
the organ, but it's just, I don't know. I'd have Toby Keith.
Toby was like Toby Keith.
The word association. I love
But
it.
see, this is a good question. Which Dead song is the worst to play and which is the best? Okay, so I don't take that as which is the hardest and which is the easiest.
Like the one for you, the worst one.
I think like what is that for you? Which is the
Well, for
worst
me,
to play?
The complicated ones are a lot easier. Coming from a piano standpoint,
Yeah.
I always know my notes.
Well,
I'm
last
not-
night, which song did you have the worst time playing?
I had to be one of the ones just sitting in A or like it had to be just one of the ones where we're sitting, like because I just run out of shit, and you know, at a certain point you got to be like, all right, I'm just like holding the groove down, you know, but then you're just playing the same thing for minutes.
Yeah.
And it just like, oh fuck.
Well, because guys, when you're playing music, especially on stage, time slows down in a big way. Time slows way the fuck down.
I mean, jam shit. I mean, you're just playing the same thing there for a while, you know. So it gets you have to be really, again, bring in different tones, and I'm just not as proficient. You know, some people can sit in one key, like not even changing key, just sit in a C all day,
Right.
Like and make it interesting, and that is a talent that it is mind blowing to me. If you can sit in a fucking C and make it to where it's not boring,
Yeah.
like that's really hard in piano.
I think the worst one for me last night.
It was probably a keepers for me then. Like I didn't feel good about that at all.
So did you feel fine once we got into After Midnight?
That one's okay.
Because there's some more movement, like more constant
Yeah, at
movement.
least
Because
the
Keepers
keys are
doesn't move
changing.
until the chorus progression.
That's what's reversed for me. It's like Ruben and Cherise and Run for the Roses were literally the two easiest songs that I learned, and they have the most change, the weirdest, most chords. And it was like something about just following the lyrics to it and like, you know, knowing my homes.
Yeah.
It also like leaves room, like I'm saying, sitting in C. I'm like, all right, I played my 5 things that you can play in C. It's like, what do I do now? When in Ruben's like, there's no time to get bored in a key.
Yeah.
Because you're constantly moving, and therefore you always have new notes to hit, right? In the current key, you keep up with it, and it keeps it interesting. And for some reason, those are way easier than just sitting in a single thing for a long time. Like an After Midnight is hard for that reason of that you're just sitting for so long, and there's not enough movement. You have to be really interesting to make that song sound good. You have to be an interesting player because it's not giving you much. You know what I'm saying? Like certain songs can sound good just because the writing is.
But
so
see, that's
complex.
why I think it's important to take it from the perspective of like their jam vehicles. Those songs like that are so simple, they're there to
jam
be
over.
like a shell. You know what I mean? Like, and you fill it with whatever kind of like fucking icing you want in there.
Fucking Boston cream, bitch.
Yeah, bro, put that Boston cream in there. I want that
Fuck with a
viscous
custard.
shit. Yeah, fuck me up with some custard in my thrusty.
Yeah. Fuck my thrusty with custard.
Feel the complete opposite? What do you mean?
Fright,
What do you mean by complete
opposite?
opposite?
What?
Bubba Booey. He says I feel the complete opposite. I don't know. I don't know
which thing.
Yeah. And then stage fright, man. Like
Maybe about sitting. Oh, I think he's saying the complex ones are harder to play too.
Okay.
And the simple ones are easier. But for me, I don't know why. It leaves too much up in the air to where it's like, I don't know. I need.
Will you
learn
pull up
more
the
comping?
Will you pull up
That's
the
a hard
set list?
thing.
Playing over multiple chords instead of one chord. Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to see the set list because I want to see which one was my worst one because I might be blocking it out. Candy, are you a regular on the show at this point? Of course you are. You
Who
show
said
up.
that? What the fuck?
Candy.
You're
And
like our
and that's-
only right.
And that's the second
One of
time
the
he's
very-
asked that. He's thirsty. You thirsty, boy.
What are you talking about? You call in all the time. You have my fucking number. Of course we're just friends at this
Oh,
point.
dude, my solo on They Love Each Other was rough. That
Oh,
felt
yeah.
like forever to me
I
because
flubbed it, and I had something prepared for that one.
Yeah.
That one's one I really love. That I really love the movement on the keys.
yeah.
And I had this nice, like, picking out all the vocal lines and doing little runs up to them. And
Yeah.
I flubbed it, and I hated that one, too.
Yeah, so like that one that one was probably the worst one for me last night. And I play that song. I can play that song in my sleep.
Yeah.
But it was just like when we moved to the chorus of that one, I was missing because when we're on stage,
You did play it in your sleep this morning, right?
I did.
You
Yeah,
did not sleep.
I actually played a funeral today for my mom. My mom works at. I didn't. So I even told this. I say it wrong every time. I'm like, I played a funeral for my mom. It's like I went to my
What?
mom's
Yeah.
funeral. Like no.
It was chill.
So,
Good food, good catering.
My mom sells burial plots. My mom, that's
Yeah.
what my mom does. She works for a funeral, like a funeral home. So she sells those burial plots, and they were. She had a client who was a big deadhead, So they were, and he passed away. So they had him cremated, and they were going to put his box in the ground. And they had me come and play a couple of their favorite tunes for them while we were out at the
really
gravesite.
sweet.
It was really sweet.
Yeah.
I played an
You
instrumental.
did acoustic.
I did
right?
acoustic. So the acoustic guitar is up and running. So acoustic lessons are coming.
I want to help you on the Shady Grove one.
Yeah.
At least let's rip it up together.
And also on the Friday night jams and stuff from now on, when I get paid to do a song that there's not a backing track for, I'll switch over to
Yeah.
the acoustic for that.
Nice. I want to get mine up and running too. So our Monday night jams, we can bring back.
We need to get you another acoustic.
Yeah.
Let's just look for
I'd love to bring it into some songwriting and stuff too. You need
that's
that.
our thing.
Yeah,
that's
you
where
need it.
that's where we shine, bro.
I really feel so much more comfortable in the acoustic. I know it's. I feel like I'm much more fluent for some reason. It's a little harder to play, and I don't know, something about that makes me push through it.
So
I need a challenge. That's what
Yeah.
I can't. Boredom is a challenge for me. Do you understand? It's like a challenge is easy for me because I'm doing something.
Right.
What hurts me is boredom.
Right.
Like that.
Well, I think that's what turns you off from Shopty too. At a certain point.
It's hard.
We also weren't writing anything new at that point. We were gigging a lot and not doing anything new.
And I don't know. We could have turned that into something by like allowing. We should have just went buck wild when they left. We're like, fuck it, restructure. We're doing whatever we want.
Yeah.
And kind of like, because at some point I'd love to have the guitar over next to the keys, hop on the guitar.
Absolutely.
Like add in, again, what we're talking about, some different drum kits and stuff. I want to bring all these elements, which I didn't, again, at the time, it was like I needed to experiment in the other genre to get good at it enough to bring it in as well, right?
Yeah.
So it's like if I had implemented it at that point, it wouldn't have been proper.
Yeah, let's crowdsource Toby a fucking acoustic. Who's got an acoustic for Toby? Let's get Toby an
Also need a
acoustic.
synth. If you got a Moog,
Anybody got a synth
Wait, is it Moog?
and a
I think
guitar
it's
for
Moog
Toby?
because it looks like Moog.
Yeah.
I think it's the other one, so it's Moog.
Let's see. Oh,
No, they didn't like that. What the?
no, we're good. We're back. What the fuck was that? Internet. Okay, so but what I was saying though, so I went and played this funeral. It was really sweet. I played it was funny too because I asked my mom. I was like, hey, do you want me to bring like an amp or anything? And she's like, no, just acoustic's fine. But I know as a person,
It needs to be loud.
as
We're
a-
outside.
Yeah, as a person, as like a performer and an artist, I was
That's
like, this is a
saying
mistake.
To streets and the ocean with no one hearing.
Yeah, this is a mistake if you want me to do this. But we get out there and like I start to play. They wanted me to play Tennessee Jed. And I told my mom, I was like, I'm not comfortable playing that song at a funeral because like a line in the first verse is, you're bound to wind up dead if you don't head back to Tennessee Jed. And I was like, I'm not singing that
You
at a
skipped
graveside.
that? Good fucking
I didn't
job.
sing it. I just played an
skipped-
acoustic
okay.
instrumental version of it. So I had to retool because that song is not meant to be played on an acoustic. That song is driven by that.
It says
So I had to figure out how to do that on an acoustic.
And yeah, it's like it's in the chorus. It's something about death.
Yeah.
It's like, and it's not the sweet type of death. It's like a funny death. Might wind up dead. Oh no.
Yeah. And then
Yeah.
I start playing it and they roll up and I'm just like I'm just going through the chord progression in my head and I'm doing the thing and then the guy the pastor or whoever is up there and he gives his speech and like lays him to rest and then their song was They Love Each Other. So like I played that one, I sang that one too. And that was hard cuz you want to do so well cuz like I'm playing for that dead dude. Like I'm playing for him and his wife right then. Not the whole family that's there. Like I'm playing for those two cuz this was for them. You know what I mean? And that was so hard to like first of all to make it through And
Yeah.
then second of all, to have to play it, like it's not just the fact of like being there in that moment
It's
is
hard
hard
enough, yeah.
And then to actually have to like sing something and play something with
To
conviction.
the tune of death.
Yeah. So they love
What
each
key
other.
you in, D?
They love each other takes on such a different tone when like one of the partners is gone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like better not be there when that like when it rolls over.
When they
and
in their
like,
grave.
when,
There's some weird any song. It will. That's the
when
point.
that
It's
train
like,
rolls in, you won't know where it's been.
I mean,
Gotta try to
there's-
see a little
it's kinda
further.
hard. I mean, a funeral song in general, there's always going to be a tone that takes over.
And then
that's a little rough.
I noticed that.
And we bid you good night.
Well, and then
That's
I
sweet,
noticed
though,
it
kind
is.
of.
Yeah.
I bet you
Lay
good night would be
down,
good.
my dear brothers. Lay you down and take your rest.
Oh,
Yeah.
that would have. Yeah, that's a sweet one.
But
I've
what
thought
I
about. I think I've thought about my dead song in relation to like our wedding or something
Mm-hmm.
like that. The one I've thought of was Jack-A-Row. It was like I thought that would be a nice.
Yeah.
I want to play acoustic.
yeah.
Because the couple got married, so why don't you and me right then?
Yeah.
It's like the.
You like
something
do a
like
Willy
that.
Wonka tumble.
Yeah,
And fucking
why don't
you and me.
I'll only do it if I can do a tumble. That's my stipulation for the wedding.
But I noticed that in the handbill, because like every time you go to a funeral, they've made a handbill about the guy or
Yeah.
whoever passed.
Obituary kind of.
Yeah, and in there they had a line from "He's gone." Nothing left to do but smile, smile, smile.
Yeah.
So as everybody was kind of like talking and stuff, I started boom, ba-dun, boom, boom,
But you can't be like, he's gone.
No. So you just give that, and then
And
I
nothing's
started
gonna bring him back.
No, you don't do
can't
that.
say that.
No, you can't say it, but you put it in the air.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
start because you put it in the air.
Let people cry about it.
and
Damn,
then-
that one's a harsh one though.
And then I started doing the opening to Ruben and Charisse.
Yeah.
The ba ba ba.
so you can do the love songs.
Because
Yeah.
that chord progression in itself fucking makes me cry.
Yeah,
Just that
Well,
B
just 'cause
F
of the
sharp
story,
E,
I think.
like because it's just so it's so emotional.
So yeah, so I was confused about the lyrics that we're gonna have to break. Have we done that one on Rock My Soul yet? Because there's a point of it. I think we might have actually, but the fact that his song took on the tone for her and he played it for her, and then he says that you're the only one for me. Like I see some sketch.
No, he
shit
doesn't.
in
No,
that.
no. Okay, so
I mean, he changes
doesn't-
his focus
No, so
for a moment.
right. So it's like
So is it supposed to imply like he teetered but didn't fall?
I think what that is in itself is really Charisse. Either Charisse is dead. I think Charisse is dead the whole time.
Oh,
Like I think that she's
a-
passed.
Assuming she's not though.
So it's but at that point though it's just a metaphor for like a chick at a show, right?
But he was playing to her.
But that doesn't mean that he's gonna do anything with her.
But
so
again,
like
it's- I
because
think
it's when Ruben played on his painted mandolin, Ruby froze and turned to stone. Because he's not actually playing for Ruby, he's playing for Charisse. Ruby is a stand-in.
He's played all alone. But
The voice of Charisse from the face on the mandolin. So
Yeah.
he's playing through her, like he's playing for
Well,
Charisse.
no, I always saw that as like he was I fucking a bitch, and then through his it's like she gave him this or something,
Yeah.
and he's like, oh, I can't use this to get
well,
laid
no,
by
it's
someone.
it's her face inlaid on the mandolin.
I don't like.
You-
we
I-
have talked about this.
Yeah, because you think that it's You think face
Inlaid in
refers
jade.
to the top,
The top of the of course,
Yeah,
it's
the
not
wood
a
grain.
face on it.
well,
I don't think so.
inlaid
I
with
know,
a
this
pretty
is a-
face in jade.
But it could be it could be the style of poetry. It's like an old English way to say it. In a pretty face in jade, a pretty face made of jade, of the Mando. It can be inlaid. Jade can be inlaid in the face. I don't. It doesn't have to look like a face. I know most people probably think it's a face,
But it was inlaid with a pretty face in jade.
yeah.
It's not
Again, it's
that
an
the
old
face was
English-
inlaid with
I
jade.
understand what you're saying, but it's an old English poetry way to say it. You know, like
But I feel like
think
you're
you're taking it
intentionally
literal.
I feel like you're taking it intentionally
metaphorical.
more metaphorically.
Well, I
when
think you're
it's-
intentionally taking it more literal, right? That's what we're both doing.
But I think it's about the way it's put together. I think it's about because if he wanted it to be conveyed that
love-
way,
Oh,
I think he
man,
would have
what-
said it was in.
Have some introspection right now. Just fighting over a single lyric in Ruben Shreve's.
No, art is not interpretation. It is not anything you want it to be. It is specifically a woman's face made out of
Art
jade
is interpretation.
inlaid into the front of a mandolin.
You're gonna bring this into the art debate. And
I
then,
think that's what they're trying to do. I think they're trying to.
I think
I
you're
think they're
trying
trying to
to-
bait us into an art debate.
Yeah, I think that you're contradicting your own debate in the art debate by saying this, that it's not up to interpretation.
I'm master debate the hell out of this right now.
Tired. Yeah, I thought you were gonna be like, you just tired me out.
Ruben's definitely a bad guy, right? It depends. Again, it depends on what you're
Yeah,
taking the
yeah.
song from, because it can
I kind
also
of saw
be.
it was like he was kind of a shit, but he didn't falter. It's like he seems. I think
well,
he
he's
was
a
like.
he's a prodigy. When Ruben played on his painted mandolin, the breeze would pause to listen in before going its way again. The masquerade began when nightfall finally woke, like waves against the bandstand. Dancers broke.
yeah, everyone was
So,
rushing
like-
to watch him play.
Right. So he's obviously like it's standing for Jerry. You know what I'm saying? Jerry is the Ruben in that situation because he's the guitarist that everybody's flocking to see.
It could be saying, even though he used the inspiration from the love of that girl to play better and played it for her, it was still for the music and he was still in love.
Yeah.
Like, it didn't take away from the fact that he wasn't going to cheat. It was more of a musical thing of like, she's in love, like using the love of the
Yeah.
fan. It was just still kind of fucked up. In a
Because
sense.
it's like you got for the strings played all alone, the voice of Cherise from the face
man.
on the mandolin
We
singing
gotta-
Reuben, Reuben, tell me true, for I have no one but you. And then it goes back into the chorus, which is if you could see my heart, you would know it's
Yeah.
true. There's none Cherise except for you. So that reaffirms.
something calls out to him and switches his mind back, because if it took on a different tone, that means there was a different reason that he was playing. He wasn't playing for her for a moment. So that, again, it implies that there was some hanky panky on the horizon that didn't get.
Or he saw
through.
a bit of
Or maybe he
Cherise
fucked
in
her.
her.
Maybe he fucked her, and then he's saying like it didn't mean anything. You're the only one for me. You know, it could
Well, I
be
mean,
implying that.
there's that way to
knows?
look at it too.
Ruby. I had a dog named Ruby Claire. And wouldn't you know, that dog ran away. I thought that was a really adorable name for a little puppy, though.
What?
Ruby Claire.
Ruby Claire. It's good.
You remember that puppy? Did you know me when I had that puppy?
Okay, stage fright. So, yeah, I'm sorry, Humble. We kind of dropped the ball on that one.
Wait, where is it?
Humble.
Oh.
Because he was the one that talked about having crippling stage fright.
Well, I was getting into it for a second. I was just saying, like, that for me, it's not about being in front of people. It's like, again, it's like I can talk in front of people and feel okay.
Yeah.
And that part doesn't bother me. It's about, I get in my head about what am I doing with my time? Am I supposed, like, am I wasting my time by not making new music, by just playing music that already exists? Like, isn't that what original creators would want from you, is to create something brand new
Yeah.
and not just play their shit? It's
Right.
like, so I get in my head like that. That's my version of stage fright, is like, again, a crisis, an existential crisis of
Right.
like, what am I spending my time on? Like, you would think Jerry, the creator, would want me creating new shit to change music and carry it on. He'd also appreciate that you were playing it, probably. But, you know, that debate comes in my mind heavy, especially if I'm really sober.
Well, if you also have that idea of once the music leaves you, it doesn't belong to you.
But also this thing of like, it shouldn't be a one, like you said, it shouldn't be the one or the other. If I got
Yeah.
a really good song done,
Right.
and put it out and it killed and I felt so good about it, I'll play fucking Dead all night.
Right.
Like, I'm not wasting my time. I'm having a fucking good time. I love
Right.
this music.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
If I get there, if it's a week where I haven't created and I feel like lacking in this thing that fulfills me.
Yeah, you'll almost be resentful toward
Yeah,
it.
I'll be like, oh, I'm just playing someone else's music.
Right, but doesn't that
Because no one wants to hear mine.
But see, that's what we've
fucked
been.
up.
That's what we've been talking about too. When it's like it's literally just a perspective. It's the way you're deciding to look at things, right? It's like it's all about a perspective shift because because remember we had to reframe. Like we had to have that talk about reframing how you viewed the whole thing.
Well, it depends on the week, right? Because this week
It was a lot. It was too much for everybody.
Couldn't do anything else. So
Right.
I was just so stressed about this.
Yeah.
And so I didn't get to create, and I felt unfulfilled this week in that manner, right?
Yeah.
But what I reframed it as is that it
That's
doesn't
funny.
have to be one or the other.
That's a great point. It's a great point,
Because
Chris.
they did original.
Jerry played more covers than he did originals. It's very
And
true.
even most of the songs that
He even
wrote
recorded
the
those
music
and put on
for-
albums.
Yeah.
He released an entire album of
Yeah.
covers.
And they were his interpretation. They were
Yep.
through his vision.
Exactly.
Okay, good point
Okay,
there.
okay,
It's
okay,
actually the
okay.
best point I've heard so far. But anyway,
Little
if
bit
I'm
stick
not
and move,
if I'm
stick
not
and
doing
move.
my job to fulfill myself by creating,
exactly.
then
You can't feel good
I'm going to
doing
hold
it.
myself back. Yeah. And so that's something. If I'm going to take this on, I also have to step up my production, and I have to do it a lot faster.
Well, that's what
And
we
I
were
have
talking
to,
about too, is because
you know,
like this
did
doesn't
enjoy it.
stop. What we're doing now, this will never stop. We don't have like I said the other day, we don't have a retirement. We can't. We literally can't
I-
stop this. We literally
I refuse to
can
quit playing
only
music.
do more. From where we're
Yeah.
no, I'm talking about with our job. I'm talking about like with what we do with the channel
Yeah.
and what we do with music.
it can mold, it can grow and change.
Right,
over
but it's
time,
never going to
but
be less.
less work. No, I mean, it will only be more compartmentalizing and delegating. That's how we'll take on more. It will only be more, but we'll be able to take on more at a certain point when we get some fucking help.
Well, see, this is awesome though. You do have people commenting on
That I've
like
seen
you
better.
Yeah.
Well, I think I do feel a little bit more relieved just because I was stressed all this week so much, and it's over right now.
But like I could even tell last night, like in between sets,
yeah,
like that you were
it was probably good for me, definitely, even to just get out
of your house
somewhere.
and like
But it was so stressful.
yeah.
But along with the stress came relief. That's kind of how it works, right? You work out your muscles so that you can relax them later.
Right.
Yeah, there's you want your blow up doll? No, blow up doll's 1,000 points. You have to do
Yeah.
10. You have to remind me of 10 things, and then I'll send you the blow up doll. We gotta, this is like Chuck E. Cheese in this bitch. You can't just like slide a 50 and get the hot glue air. What?
And so-
the hot
and-
glue airplane?
And humble, like as far as stage fright goes, like part of that stuff has to be you have to do it to get over it.
And also, it never goes away. That's what I hear from
it
the
doesn't.
biggest of people. Like, fucking, I mean, you want to think about the Dead. I'm even thinking about like Post Malone, right? It's like that's on a level that the Dead never even got to, right? It's
Right.
like filling fucking arenas and shit, and everyone just coming all over the seats. Like most people will never feel what that is, and that dude's still like, oh, I fucking shake. I hate it.
Yeah.
Like-
well, I mean, I always have imposter syndrome, and that's another
another
thing.
piece of this.
That's another thing about doing the Dead music. Like, since I do lead guitar, there is an immeasurable amount of pressure on my shoulders every time I pick it up.
Yeah.
Like, because my main job is to make you guys feel something with what I do. And that means that I have to be extremely vulnerable, and not only vulnerable with my emotions and to be able to portray them to you so you even give a fuck about what I'm doing. I also have to be competent enough at what I'm doing to be able to convey those fucking emotions. And being able to do that within a container of something as expansive as the Grateful Dead is fucking difficult, because you have to be you have to be a really amoebic player. You have to be extremely, and I do think that I'm a very adaptable person. I've never met a challenge that I couldn't overcome. Like, I always try to pass the test. And that's why I always ask people. So like if someone comes up to me at one of our shows, I always ask them if I passed the test. Because like it's pretty straightforward, but vague enough to where I don't have to elaborate and they get what I'm saying, you know? Like they'll be like, man, that was good. You were ripping it up, and I'm just be like, okay, did I pass the test? And they'll either be like, yeah, or you know. But it's very rare
one's
that I
gonna drop
exactly.
you a,
Well, I have had people.
Everyone's gonna lie to you and tell you were good though.
Yeah,
That's,
exactly. But
well, unless they don't, and then they're mean.
but that's why I don't. That's why I try not to
Why is
take
there-
those things. I try
Why
not
is there
to
such
take
a
it
politeness?
personally.
Like, why couldn't like a good player? Why couldn't they not be a dick and without making you feel bad, just be like, oh no, what you need to do, or like,
Well, I
you know,
mean, like,
this is what I think would help, or like,
well, people
constructive
usually tell me
criticism
I
has
play
a
too
harsh
many
line.
notes, and I know, I
I
know.
mean, you guys said you love jazz. There is no
Yeah.
too many notes. There would only be too many notes at certain times. Maybe. Well, you get nervous and you're like, I've got to rip. I've got to show the fuck up.
Well, that's the
That's
thing.
what
Though,
it
is
is.
I'm always trying to show up
And-
for everyone.
Yes.
I'm
And
trying to show up.
Take it from like a tray that you can show up with a long bit with like taking your time.
Yeah.
That's something I'm trying to figure out too, because that's what's lacking in a lot of my solos. Like, I know how to rip.
Yeah.
As far as just I can just hit all the notes.
Yeah.
Real fast, and my fingers are good at that, but it doesn't sound good all the time. And there's this whole like, you know, you gotta
Yeah.
just like settle in and like do something that kind of feels like uncomfortable because you're not showing up. It feels like you're not showing out as hard as you could in those moments when you're like, you know, like
Yeah.
you're really feeling out the movements.
What song was that?
These are a few of my favorite things. That's fucking Sound of Music, bitch.
But okay, so every musician has imposter syndrome. So I never feel like I'm good enough to be in front of anybody doing anything. Because I see players that
I'm trying to have
that
a
are
good time. That's what helped me. Right.
Yeah,
Last
right.
night was just like focusing on having a good time, not focusing on being perfect.
right.
Because that's gonna fuck me up, and I'll never get that.
But see, the fucked up thing about me is like, I'm like, that's good for you. I'm glad that you can have a good time with it. It's not that I don't have a good time with
Oh,
it, but I'm
God.
also, but it's like, think about the things that I have to think about. I have to think about the stream running.
Well, it
I have to
just
think
sounds-
about, because I'm fucking, like, I'm the sound. Like, that, like, I'm responsible for that sound coming out of the band.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, in any dead
so you
project
can't
I'm
have
in.
a good time anymore.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I still have a good time, but it's those moments that can't be my focus. Like I feel,
Well,
I
you
feel.
said good for you that you can have a good time.
I
You
said
still
that that's
have a
what's
good
fucked up
time.
about me. I said that it's like that it's one of those things
Yeah.
where it's like I don't feel like I have the luxury. It's really
You
hard
do
for
have
me.
the luxury.
No,
like,
then let me finish my sentence. I said I don't.
Well,
I feel sometimes I
a deep
don't
thing
feel
to
like
say
I
that
have.
will work the background.
I feel like I don't have.
Don't allow yourself.
It's hard. Sometimes it's hard for me to get out of my head. Like, for example, Wednesday night, that felt really bad for me because I was first of all, I was up in my head because I was also worried about you, not your playing and not you being able to do it, but just as your friend. You know, I was worried about you.
Yeah.
Like, just like how you were holding
Yeah,
up
dude, that'll
and
break
how you
me.
were feeling.
My girl's been
'Cause
out
I know
of town
how
for a
sensitive
week. My
you
balls
are.
are all backed
Yeah.
up and fucking stone sober playing music I don't know when I should be at home. Fuck
Yeah, yeah.
Of course.
And then I was also trying to like mix a soundboard while
Yeah.
I'm playing music.
And people were giving you tips like
Yeah.
in the chat.
Yeah, and-
because we can't hear. There's no real way for us to hook up and like sound check the chat. I mean, we can.
But that's again like so. Also, there's like the
a little
responsibility I have to the people on the channel,
You
and
literally
the
can't
responsibility I have to the
sound check
people in the room.
Yourself though. You
Right.
can't play and be hooked up through the stream. There's a lag.
Yeah.
Like it won't work like that. And so I can see that being probably one of your biggest overwhelming points. It's probably what threw you off. On top of, you could probably just feel my fucking stress and misery.
Well, yeah, because we're
But I don't like that. I don't like
we're a thing.
That's what I don't want to do. If there's a time to where I'm like I can't play, I also have it's like they're like I don't know. I don't want to be overwhelmed with this because if I could go in and bring my anxiety into something that's supposed to sound good.
Yeah.
And it's like And even though most people might not hear it, when I listen to that, I hear my fucking misery. But I know me, I guess. But that's not something I want to have on record. I don't want to have my misery unless it's on purpose.
Right.
I want to express my misery, not leak my misery into my expression.
Right. You're like, I'm trying to do a live stream of blowing my face off.
Yeah. I'll be upfront sad if it's on purpose. But
so we've
Clark, Clarky was. We need. Where's our boy Clark? If you
Clark,
listen.
we love you. We miss you.
Yeah, we tried to hit him up today, but this is what people do to us. We just, maybe it's all the years of me ghosting people.
Jeff says, has it become work? This has always been work. It's always going to be work because this is like
absolutely on that level. Music is not, again, like we said, it's not fun. It's not fun to listen
supposed to be. This I literally have to do this or I will die.
I'll say this: it's enjoyable. It's not fun.
Right. Yeah.
Like work can be enjoyable.
Right.
Like if you love your job, it's enjoyable.
But if I'm being,
it's not
like,
fucking fun, or you're not holding yourself up to standards. It's like what? So say you were what? What's the most fun thing you think of for a job? It'd probably be like playing music. You know what I mean? It's like say you partied for a living.
Yeah.
And that was your job.
Well, that's what we do.
To do it well.
That's kind of what we do.
Fun is relaxation and letting loose.
That's the whole point. Is we do escapism.
You're not. Yeah. So it's kind of a fine line, but you're not doing your job if you're having fun.
It's like
it should be enjoyable.
Who's the doctor's doctor? You know what I mean? Who watches the Watchmen?
Yeah, somebody. He can't dig it himself.
Yeah,
he can't open up his own chest cavity.
Who babies the baby?
Shout out to Babe.
And then we've got, how did you find people to start a dead cover band with? So difference between dead cover bands and tributes. You're going to really upset some people in a tribute act if you call them a cover band.
Well, I noticed I don't know if they were trolling, but at the show last night, they were like, they said that they heard Bob Weir said that St. Owsley was his favorite.
Yeah.
Grateful Dead cover band.
Name. It was just the name. That he said it. Apparently, he said it was the best name
for the
of a cover band.
But when I heard cover band is when I got triggered.
I was like, "Bitch, what?"
Because I was like, "Wait, the cover thing is kind of implying that you're playing exactly like it." That's why I like that a tribute leaves us the room to do some weird shit. I don't know. There's a lot of new things introduced in my mind all the time.
Let's see. Okay, we're trying to catch up on the chat here. You guys talking about messing up last show, and I was blown away. But again, we're the ones doing it, so of course we're well. You watch this channel, it's more than likely you at least play guitar, kinda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to single anyone. I hate it. There was one time to where someone came in and was like, we were saying something about the Dead, and he was like, I don't even like the Dead. And I watched this channel, and you were like, what are you doing here? Don't do that. That's exactly what I'm not. That's exactly what I'm afraid of by being in St. Owsley. Is it just becoming a Grateful Dead?
No, but that's not the point. It's about what
you see. My fears.
It's about us though. It's the Toby and Davey channel.
And
it's
we love the Dead.
It's not the fucking Grateful Dead channel. That's not. That's not what this is.
Well, I fear that. I fear. Getting pigeonholed, I guess.
But that's why that's why we do this. That's why we do this podcast. That's why we do the other shows that we do.
This
that's
podcast is about the Grateful Dead tonight.
Tonight.
Yeah. You see where it could get carried away, but we won't let that happen.
Well, you also have to do the thing of playing to your audience and blah 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 blah.
This has been a very open, honest dude. We kind of always microdose, and then dude, we just straight up. Your filter goes up even with a small microdose. It's like, I'm not fucked up right now, but I have no reason not to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
They used fucking LSD as a truth serum, right? The CIA did. So, I mean, it makes sense that, I really open up and I'm just like, oh, there's no reason to lie right now. It's like, if I lie, I'm going to have to make a redaction. So, might as well just get it out now.
Yeah, well, that's the whole point behind the entire point of this channel is for Toby and I to make a living being ourselves.
To be creative.
That's what we want to do.
Outlet. And not just us.
Well, we're creative.
Real Bird, bigger than Toby and Davey,
Yep.
is for a bunch of us to have creative outlets.
Yeah, we have to have a solid foundation before
We're building
that.
Real Bird.
Yeah.
We are building it though.
Go buy merch.
And I think there will become a point to where I just want to be able. I want to show people, good people, that I like. I want to show people that they can do what they love if they try. But again, it's not gonna be what you want. Look at me. It's like it's not exactly what you plan for it to be. But everything can be a stepping stone. I don't want to get caught up. Again, it's like I'm the only one who could make something like if I want, because I do want to do this. I'm the only one who could make this ruin me, right? By not allowing myself to still do everything else.
Yeah, because again, that's a self-imposed thing. That's not giving
to let it.
But that's also not giving our subscribers enough credit as full human beings. Like they're also allowed to have other interests outside the Grateful Dead. So that doesn't mean that's the only reason they watch us.
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, I'm just saying
we've collected. Well, I'm just, again, it's the whole thing about it. It's like it's such a touchy piece of music for people, just the same way it is for you, right? It means so much.
Yeah.
It's like, let's just talk about fucking Kanye and Kim Kardashian. It's like shit I don't care as much about, and I mean, it'd be more fun at that point.
Cinnamon says you should enjoy the music or it will suffer. Yeah, I do. I will never not enjoy playing this music.
That's my point though, about not overwhelming myself with this to the point where because if again, say it was like too many shows and I just didn't have enough time, and I don't want to bring stink to something I really like. I'd rather not do it on times when I would bring a stink. You see what I'm saying? You get what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't want to bring any outside thing to something I really do care about. I mean, it's not my top priority, but of course I care about it.
Okay, Cinnamon likes my hair. That's why he keeps coming back.
Fuck yeah. What? A tribute.
No outside interests.
Yeah. Well,
but
your outside interests aren't going to have anything to do with the fact that we all.
I'm sorry that we just got silent. We were reading. We're trying to catch up. We're trying to catch up on the chat. You guys are being really active, and we love that. But it takes us a second to catch up sometimes.
We're high.
Yeah, we're also a little high, babies.
Wait, what's the one? Oh, the outside interest. What I was gonna say is that it doesn't imply that we all have the same outside interest just because we like the dead. You could love football, you could love golf, you could love drugs, you could be sober.
But the thing that connects us, is
Satanist,
the Grateful Dead, and that way that's also a smart move that we did.
Grateful
because
Dead's like Hinduism. You can add it on to anything.
But it also makes you. There's kind of this knowing of someone too. It's like it connects people of all backgrounds. It connects people of all races, creeds, and colors. It's a unifier. It's music. It is like.
So that's what I'm saying, though. It doesn't imply that we all have the same outside interests,
right?
Which is part of the beauty of it. We're just like a fucking team of misfits, right?
Exactly. That's the whole point. We're all black sheep.
I think that is like one of the only precursors. Is that like something probably is wrong with you? If you like the dead this much, you probably didn't fit in society well.
Right.
I'm gonna
because you're fucking weird and you're obsessed with a band.
Yeah, and you probably did some drugs way too young or way too much.
Your brain chemistry is
something
in
wrong.
mush.
I love the dead too, bro. Come here. And then that's what the hug is. The hug is like, you're fucked up.
Yeah.
Dude, me and Atlas had that moment. Shout out. I had the moment with him to where we were both talking about how crazy, like we hate going and he mentioned like a grocery store, and I was like, yeah, the fluorescence, and everyone's staring at you. He's like, like we got that moment of like, oh, I see why we're both in the same scenario tonight. Mm-hmm. It's because we're kindred spirits.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I
And you
really
also
got
felt that way with
connection.
Taylor too, right?
And I haven't spent too much time with him.
Yeah.
And this is something I feel like I've known Taylor a little longer now, right? I met him first.
You met Taylor before Atlas,
Yeah. And so Atlas is a new one to me that I just, you know, like I feel like he's part of the fam. I want him to help with everything.
Yeah.
Like I definitely feel like a brother to him. And I've hung out with him 10 times?
Yeah.
Maybe something like that. It's stupid. And I just you know, it's you can tell a kindred soul, and that is something about it. Even though it's like we would end up on different instruments, we would end up in different places doing different things. We have a something to connect through that allows us to be vulnerable. And like we're both a little fucked up. And I really do think that's like the only precursor. Anyone out there that's obsessed with the dead and you have nothing wrong with you, what the fuck's wrong with you?
Yeah,
Maybe
there's
what's
something wrong with you. Yeah, there's something up. So JoJo says, I think a tribute band has all the members from the dead accounted for with proper instrumentation and singing duties. I think a cover band is anything with members and instrumentation.
So you think it's the kind of reverse? I think the cover band is when they got a Donna and they have like, you know, like the exact kind of 2 drummers.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be like a perfect cover band?
So
Or wait, is a tribute?
no, so literally what it is, a cover band does more than one band's music.
Oh, is that what a tribute only does one?
A tribute
source?
does one band's music. So like you have a like if they're a Beatles band and they just do Beatles music, they are a Beatles tribute. If they're a band and they just do Allman Brothers, they're an Allman
But
Brothers
if they
tribute.
do Allman Brothers and Beatles, they're cover band. Mm-hmm. Okay. I never thought about it like that.
Came here for the guitar lessons, found the Friday jams, and then started listening to the
Well,
podcast. I just feel comfortable here.
St.
That's what
Owsley
we
is
want.
St. Owsley is is it even it could be a Jerry Garcia tribute.
That's why I call it a modern tribute to the music of Jerry Garcia.
You don't say Jerry Garcia band
Nope.
tribute?
Nope. So
Why
that's
you do it like that? That's a dick move. Just so you know, to strangers,
oh
they're gonna take that wrong.
what?
The popping.
Nope.
Yeah, fuck you. Fuck
What
a
are you
dude that
talking
does
about?
that.
No, dude, I'm fucking smart. I'm not gonna I make cool moves sometimes and do things
don't have to
intentionally,
pop.
and it takes people a while to figure it out. And I'm like, yeah, dude, that's what I've been doing the whole fucking time. Like,
But who talks like this? Why don't you talk
What are
like
you
a
talking
human being?
I am talking like a human being.
Okay. But yeah, I would say it's not even that then, because what about songs that were played? So you don't play anything that he didn't play, is what you're saying. So you won't play like a Bob side song or a Silver.
Dude, we did
We never
we
do a
did the other
Silver.
one last night. That's a Bob song.
No, but he played on it. No, I mean like it would have to be anything that he touched.
Yeah,
kinda thing.
anything he got a nubby little
That's a
hand on.
That's a broad spectrum. Yeah.
Exactly. So I don't want to be tied into anything, but also at some point it would be cool. It would be cool to start implementing, since St. Owsley, the name itself is so broad. It's just a reference to Owsley Stanley, who is
Yeah,
huge
shout
in
out
the
the dead fam
Yeah.
that we all came that's
shout
what
out
it is.
Augustus Owsley Stanley.
Yeah.
It's very German
Very
name.
German, yeah.
Very German name. Very lederhosen. Very much so. It meat. It only meat and eggs. And everybody was like, that diet's gonna kill you, but nope, motorcycle. He was healthy as an ox, except for that motorcycle wreck.
That was all the acid. They were just fixing his cells. They were
Yeah.
just repairing cells in his body.
But it's such a broad reference that eventually we can start implementing originals.
yeah, see,
because
that'd be an
it's-
interesting thing because then it is like a new.
It's a new
Then
thing.
it actually feels like the Grateful Dead thing, right? We're doing the covers, we're doing originals. Different people wrote them, different people sing them. We're just doing a group effort.
Yeah.
That's kind of the
and
point.
you're gonna have people that don't like that. You're gonna have
Yeah.
people that don't like that idea. But
And certain songs, well, just for the same reason, some people don't like Bobby songs or don't like Brent songs or don't
Right.
like Pigpen songs. You know, it's
or a
like,
specific era.
yeah,
You know?
for the same reason, it's like they were just a collective, a music collective.
Yep.
But with Jerry Rippin all the time. I mean, you know.
With a through line, yeah. And then we've got so Jerry Delancey, great last name. Have you ever been performing live and got too fucked up or tripping face?
Tripping. Me personally?
Yeah, let's go with you first.
I I've definitely been blackout during a show, I think, a couple times.
Oh yeah. There's been a couple times you've fallen. There were a couple Shopty shows where you fell sitting at your piano.
Well, that happens as well. I had a wobbly seat, and I get a little carried away. That's gonna happen one way or the other. But no, there are definitely probably some shows that I don't remember pieces of. Still repped it.
Yeah, still killed it.
I didn't forget the songs when I got blackout, though, right?
No, you
I still
never
played
forgot the songs. Like
I may have done it way loose.
Yeah, but you were still there. There was one time,
Tripping too
sometime
hard?
last year.
I don't like tripping hard on stage because there has been a couple times.
Yeah.
There was just a couple times I was dosed to where I was just like too aware. Everything like, oh man,
What are
too many
these
visuals.
Fingers,
It was like
fingers,
heavy visuals. Not really being able to make eye contact. Couldn't see good through the visuals. Like there's some trips too that'll fuck you up like that. Like I didn't like that.
Yeah.
I should love it, but
Well, so I think microdosing is the best thing for music. I think if you're gonna
Yeah.
go and play, like
But
take
maybe
just a
we're-
microdose of mushrooms,
the
and
real
it
creators,
syncs you up.
the real creators are out of their fucking head though. All of our favorites were out of their mind.
Well, dude, that's how I learned
So-
to play the way I play, though, is being out of my mind and having
Yeah.
a guitar in my hand.
But out of our minds would be more than a microdose, right? It'd be the uncomfortable point.
Right, but at that point, I don't see that as something that's going to give people the best time or performance out of me. I'm not
Well,
there.
that's you, yeah.
Sometimes I'm not there to workshop. If it's
I guess. Well, they were also used to feeling like that.
yeah.
You know, so maybe it was a thing of like that was them at their best, was a high that we would fuck up at. You know what I mean?
It's very
It depends
possible.
on you, right? It's like some people smoking weed before they play fucks them up.
Yep.
Even a heavy weed smoker, like they'll be thinking too much. And
Yeah,
you
they'll
know,
get
it's like,
paranoid or something like
It's
that.
really up to you, whatever gets your creative juices going.
Yeah.
And for me, it's a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
Tiny bit of everything. I'll take a little bit of
Dude, I
whatever
love-
you got, tiny bit. I'm
So
good.
so what I love playing on is Molly. I love like one of the best
Getting
Shopty
some
shows.
emotional
The
jams.
best Shopty show we ever played was that house party.
And we had
all
my eyes closed, leaning up against
Dude.
the wall, playing.
and I
Remember
still
that?
have, dude. I still have the soundboard for that somewhere, and it is
had
an
my-
amazing show.
I
That's
could
not us
sit up.
playing. It
I
is
could
not
sit
us.
up. My body had been taken. I leaned up against the wall, closed my eyes, and something just moved my
Yeah,
hands.
like that was not us playing. We were totally on a different level. Like,
yeah, we did understand music more than we could explain.
Yeah.
in nights like that, I hate it.
and like,
But see, acid can do that too, but it really just depends. It depends on the.
but
it depends
Molly
on
gives you a
everything.
little
There's
bit of
so
that
many-
psychedelic. It allows you to break down those
but you're
barriers,
just
but it gives you
horny.
that. It gives you that energy. I'm talking about like the energy push.
Your music dick.
But there was one chance in the Void show last year where because we microdose a lot for those shows.
Yeah, see, I don't even know.
And then
about
there was one
that.
time we didn't have them measured out. So someone just handed me a fat stem, like not one of the dried up little stems. I'm talking like a fat, thick,
Yeah.
fresh stem. And then like I was like, oh, this seems about
dope.
right. And then I was gone. Like
Yeah.
we're in the middle of Eyes of the World, and like I'm buzzing, like I'm literally like fuzzy and
I don't know if I'd
vibrating,
like it.
and like I'm looking at Taylor,
dangerous.
like because Taylor's one of my rocks. Like Taylor's my
Yeah.
drummer, and like because he's my drummer. Taylor
he's
is like
also like clean cut. There's something about
Yeah.
that makes you feel like again, it's sobering in a way.
yeah.
Because you look at Atlas and you're like, oh, I'm fucked up.
Yeah.
Fucked. But you look at Taylor and he's like, all right, bro, me and you.
Yeah.
All right,
'Cause,
you're
like-
you look normal to me.
And well, Taylor's always got my back because the music is in him, like just like it's in us. Like the songs are in him. Like
Yeah.
he knows the songs.
Yeah.
Like those songs just come out of him on the
They
drums.
really do, man. He's a solid ass rock. I was just so impressed of his like. I mean, I couldn't hear I hear all my own mistakes. I hear everybody's mistakes a little bit.
Yeah.
But I can't pick one out from him. Maybe it's because it's drums.
Well, he'll like there were a couple
But-
times last night where he just like he missed a couple beats, but he picks up
catch it.
so fast.
And so
Um,
it's at that point, it might as well be intentional, you know?
But like I was out of my mind and I caught eyes with him. I think we were in Eyes of the World, and like he looks at me and he's like, "You okay?" And I'm like, "I'm so fucking high right now. What are we doing?" Like,
Yeah.
and
You're just. Yeah,
I was
trying to
lost in the
grasp.
sauce, bro. Like,
Yeah.
because like I'm still playing, but I'm like, what am I doing? Like,
Yeah.
it was.
You're playing guitar. Thank you.
Thank you. That's that. Yes,
That was helpful.
like ground me back in. And like I'm looking at Joel, and Joel is wide-eyed at me, and I'm just like, I'm so sorry. Like, and I was doing fine. Like I was,
but
like
you're gone.
I was.
See, that's too much for. I don't know if that's where the real goodness comes from. I don't know
Yeah.
if that's where real music exists. Not necessarily. What do you think? Because that's like that spiritual portal you're opening up, letting music in through.
Yeah.
And it may be uncomfortable. You're getting fucked by the universe. Of course, it's gonna be uncomfortable.
Yeah.
That tight little universe hole, right? Because it's gonna feel weird being pumped through versus like you feeling in control of your music that you're making. Right?
Yeah.
And so maybe that's the thing. Maybe we're doing it wrong. Maybe we are not full conduits. Maybe that's something I haven't figured out yet, is to be a full-on conduit for the devil. No.
Gumnache.
Yeah,
That's our dude.
Gumnache is
Gumnache.
our
He's our entity.
beast.
Yeah. He's Gumnache. Gumnache's
Gumnache.
temple.
Gumnache's temple, is that real?
Yeah, dude.
Fuck, that's a great song.
Yeah.
That's an old. So we've never been able to find proof of it yet, but for some old Dead fam, I just remember telling us about the Dead's beast that they would summon, and they had a name for it, and it was like the beast that they would summon through being high and playing music, and it would like manifest itself in the room.
Yeah.
And I don't remember the name, but we took that idea and made our own Gumnache, which is the beast that we summon by when we play music and let
Yep.
go. But that was man, I get a lot of deja vu. Is that because I repeat myself?
No, we repeat ourselves all the time. So we've got some. We're gonna catch up in the chat real quick. Kaylin says, "Would you like Dead & Co more if you looked at it as a celebration of Jerry instead of comparing the two?
What if he's just having a good time?
Comparison is the thief of joy. Of course, John isn't Jerry. I don't compare them. There's a difference. So like I think that's just people misunderstanding me and mistaking like what I'm saying.
When you saw me fucking up on stage, you're like, he's having a good time. What if you saw John Mayer in your eyes when he's fucking up? What if he's just having a good time?
He probably is just having a good time playing music. I don't.
So
That's
there's
not.
that.
That's nothing. I don't hold anything against Dead and Company. Just
No,
because
it's just a question.
just because I said that it's. I mean, it was a little boring. That Sugary was boring, and people have come out and been like, "Check out this show, check out this version," and I'll do
Actually-
that, and I'm
No,
cool
I
with
actually
that.
think that is what you view Dead & Co. as, only a celebration of the whole band.
Well, yeah, it's a celebration of the music. They're keeping it going, and they're
yeah.
playing with the dudes before they kick the bucket. I totally understand what it is. That doesn't mean that I have to. That doesn't mean that I have to like it. Just because I, respect where respect is due. Mayer's putting, again, I'll say it again. He's putting asses in seats. He's giving a whole new generation access to it that wouldn't have necessarily had the way in that other people do. So with that being said, I just, again, like it's okay to have preference, guys. It's okay to not enjoy somebody's voice. It's okay to not enjoy the way that someone plays songs that are really near and dear to your heart. If you do feel that way about the way that Mayer does it, great. I hope you do. I hope you go see them a bunch. I hope that like you have beautiful experiences. I hope you have like moments of bliss with people. I hope you have like that actual connection. I hope you have that because I want that for everybody. That's the reason that I play the music. That's the reason why anybody picks up instruments and plays this music is because they want that feeling. They want to see that. They want to feel that. They want to have that. And I respect it. I want that to happen for people. And this isn't even a dig on, John Mayer as a person. I don't fucking know the dude. But I've said before that we'd probably get along. We'd probably fucking like smoke weed and dose and talk about shit. It'd probably be fine. But I would still have no problem telling him to his face that like I'm not a fan of his voice. And The blues licks are okay, but like again, like the blues is not something that like super sticks out to me in a guitar player. Again, now if you're a blues player and you really dig on the blues, it's probably going to be your favorite version of the Dead music, which is totally cool. Like I have no problem with that, but it's like I'm not saying my opinion is a fact. Now, because I say something with conviction, it's because I'm a human being and I have to a degree, especially with someone who has skin in the game like this. Like I have to, I have opinions. I'm a person, but you don't have to listen to them. They're not fact. I don't give a fuck. Like you feel how you feel and I feel how I feel. If you want to go and see them and have a good time, do it. I'm all about it. Please go see them. I want people listening to the music and playing the music. I want you to go listen to your local Dead tributes. I want you to start one, right? Play it however the fuck you want to play it. If you want to do all blues versions of Dead songs, fucking do it. I can't promise that I'll listen to it and enjoy it, but go fucking do it. I want that for you. Yeah, bro.
What you yelling about?
I'm always just yelling about the same shit all the time. Jeff says, I don't hate on Dead & Co. because it's Bobby's thing. That's how he wants to continue on, better than them all just retiring. Fair enough.
Well, I think David has a really particular taste. Like I tend to find, like, I feel like I can like anything, like even music I don't listen to, like pop country.
Yeah.
It's like, if I listen to it a few times, I'm like, oh, there's elements in there, and I give in. And I'm just like, oh no, I see the good in it.
Maybe lock the door and turn the lights.
You pick
down
a
low.
more harsh line of like, no, I've decided I don't like that. I don't really want more information. And so you know what I mean?
Well, because I'm autistic and I only have a certain amount of bandwidth, and there's only a certain amount of things that I can allow into my brain space.
No, that's
because
really
there's so
fair.
much shit in there.
That's fair.
Like there's so much shit bouncing around my noggin that I've only got so much space.
And you gotta say no to something.
Yeah, gotta say no to some stuff. But that's the thing though, is that like you can call me elitist and you can call me whatever, but it's like I'll say again that I have skin in the game with this. Is like this is what I do. So of course I have to feel like I do it justice. I have to feel like I do something. So like if anybody asks me like, oh, if you could go see a Dead tribute, what would you see? And I say none of them I'd rather play. That's that same thing of like I'd rather play the sport than be the spectator.
Yeah. Well, I think it's just that, like, I mean, maybe it's just with the gumption that you're saying it with. That people that don't play music are like, oh, that's stank.
I definitely feel like people take when I
Well,
express
what
my
you're saying
opinion.
isn't bad. If you play football,
Yeah.
don't you want to be on the field rather than watching? If you ask,
Right.
who do you want to watch? I'd rather play.
Yeah.
It's like literally like that. You play music, so you want to be there rather than watching. But from an outside point, I could see easily because it was the forcefulness of it. It's like I'd rather, and people like don't get it.
Yeah. Don't get
Make
that
the
out.
sports
Yeah.
analogy. America loves sports.
Yeah. Okay. So sports analogy. I'd rather play football than watch it.
Rather hit a homer than fuck your wife.
Than be a homer.
Than be a homer. I'm gonna take your children.
Want to
in the
run into a
night.
Mormon Grateful
That's
Dead super
baseball,
fan,
baby. You know baseball? When you stab the kid? Wait, what am I thinking of? I like the guy who so we have characters that confuse words with other words. And so I'd like the character who confuses baseball with a home invasion. You know what I mean? You didn't get that? That was my whole bit that whole time. I was like running in, taking kids and shit.
Yeah.
It was baseball, baby.
Baseball.
You know baseball.
Let's see. We're gonna do another catching up on the chat. We've been really letting it go.
It's hard to even know what you're talking about because we're so behind.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to think back while we're going down through. Okay, so this is when we were talking. Consider DSO a tribute band of all tribute bands. Yes, DSO fucking kills it. But again, like you've got to start. These are still the generation before us, or at least Toby and I's generation. This is the generation that's going to be moving out, and it's up to us to be, our generation of this music has to then take the place of that eventually. You know what I mean? And I would love for St. Owsley to be in that. I would love to like be able to be one of these third tier fucking tribute or like offshoot bands or whatever.
What is this weird banjo?
Oh,
I'm
that's
looking at?
because when I looked up electronic jam band
What's
banjo,
that one?
what?
No,
This one?
Yeah.
It's just sitting on a chair. It's just a little banjo sitting on
from
a
a
chair.
distance, I was like, "That's a weird design." Okay, I'm just fucked.
Let's see. Widespread Panic is basically a cover band. Okay.
They have a lot of original. I mean, their style is kind of covering some. What's Southern rock?
I always
jam,
loved
though?
their cover of Going Out West because we love Tom Waits, and so I always thought their cover of Going Out West was really inspired.
I have seen Panic, and I still could barely name a song. I remember the one they throw water.
Yeah,
I think it's called Water.
well, I think that's your joke about Widespread too. That's
It,
not the
it has
first
to be
time
because it's the only thing I know about.
I think it's the
them.
one where they throw water. I think it's called.
But it
Water.
may not be. Though it's the deep joke is that I'm really
Yeah.
guessing.
We've got Justin Reggio says, found this channel from the lessons and really liked the show. I've watched for a few months now. Thank you, Justin, for liking us for who we are. Cinnamon found us through a pedal demo. Okay. Rob, thank you. Homer says, playing at a barn party, our whole band got way OD on hash brownies. We couldn't play shit or
Oh.
even stand. Nice.
We did that on the show once. We were doing dabs and got so high that we had to quit and we didn't know what we were doing.
Whoa, we're so behind. Oh God.
Well, yeah,
You
we'll
guys
just
are
speed
so
through these. We'll
active. I
speed
love
through
this.
these.
I love how active you guys are being. Sang in a band back in the day, and I usually drank a few beers before going on stage, smoke during break. That's good.
It's good middle ground.
Cinnamon says I have to play live straight. I just don't have the chops to get fucked up the slightest. I understand. That's
How
a
do
lot
I feel
of
the
musicians.
opposite? How do I feel like sober I know less? Is it because I've learned
You
while I'm
learned while
drunk
you
and
were
it's
drinking.
muscle memory? Okay.
Yeah. Well, that's what I explained to you. Like after
Probably
that,
that.
after that first show, I was like, that's why for that second set of the first show, I was like, please have a beer.
When you're an alcoholic to the point where your friends beg you to drink.
Yeah, you're just not cool when you're sober, bro.
Oh, I hate you right now.
Is this you?
Yeah,
Is
dude.
it-
See, that's the thing. You don't even hang out with me, man. What the fuck?
What?
You don't even know me no more, bro.
I know you better than you know you.
But if you only see me under circumstances that apparently make me different, you see what I'm saying? I'm the same person. During the day, I'm just madder. I'm the exact same person.
Bill Kreutzmann microdoses before his shows. That makes a lot of sense.
Ooh. Yeah, a good microdose, I think, is nice.
What you
But
know
again,
about 311?
It's also, dude. I mean, come on. Back in the day, again, I'm whatever the opposite of a hater is. I support everything. Like there was a time where fucking Amber fucking slapped, and we all know. Is that what it's
Yeah.
called? Ember? Was it Ember or Amber?
Amber. Amber is the color of your energy.
Ember was. I thought it was an Ember.
Whoa. Amber.
Well, I
The song is
pronounced
called
Ember Amber. So I thought it was, I thought it was an amber in the fire, I burn ambers. Fucking amber. The little
Fuck
flickering
amber.
things in the fire, yeah. Also say antenna. Like Santana. That's the one Xena really gets me for. Not
What?
saying antenna. I say antenna.
Yeah.
And it's like Santana.
Santana. Yeah. Winder. Or Earl.
I don't know how bad that is. I just accidentally say it. And she makes it seem like it's a big deal. Antenna. I guess it sounds country or some shit.
Okay.
Antenna.
How does it get pushed on the mainstream when the originals kick the bucket? Well, us. Like bands like us, like the next generation stepping up and because that's why I'm doing the lessons the way that I do them. That's why I do the lessons to where they're fun and engaging and easy, so everybody can learn these songs and everybody can keep them going. That's like the whole idea. It's like a fucking psyop. It's like I'm doing my part to assimilate.
Okay.
Doing my part to indoctrinate and
Shout
assimilate.
out, first generations in this country. They need more support.
Yeah, shout out old money.
No, first generation people. You said assimilate.
Let's see. Would you ever start an experimental band like the lead singer of Tool, like how he made Pussifier and A Perfect Circle? Pussifer. Okay, well, it's
like
kind
Pussy
of like
and Lucifer together.
Yeah, Pussifer. Well, it's kind of like what we do.
Lucifina.
Lucifina, yeah. Because we already do that. We already have an experimental project. It's the other stuff we do.
Experimental band. Well, I mean, we literally have other names for those things too. It's like the more leaning hip hop stuff is under Cushing.
Yep.
And Davy Kalish is the more pop kind of. It still has some elements, but I like it's kind of stays in electronic pop.
It's like electronic
area,
pop with like R&B undertones.
A little bit of Ireland vibes.
Heavy island vibes because I'm an island boy.
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to make it.
Yeah. So that's but they see it's nice to have those two outlets because your side leans a little more major, a little more light. My side leans a little more dark and minor. Mm-hmm. So it's like kind of outlets to put out different styles of music too, you know? And I like that. I like having different creative outlets because I really freak out when I get bored or like, you know, that's why I fill my time so much with creating I have to do something or I feel worthless.
Right.
Like, and like, it has to be something creative. I don't even, you know, I love music, but even beyond that, at very least, I have to be using my fucking wait. I was about to say my right brain. I think it is. Wait.
Excuse me, I can't think about my brain. You ever tried to think about your brain?
My brain stops.
Yeah. So we've got so Melvin Seals and
Melvin
JGB
Seals fucking
is great.
The GOAT.
Yeah. Okay. So
that
I really
has to be. I mean, shit, dude. That has to top keyboardist for me, right? It's like.
Are you talking about? Do you think Melvin or Merle?
Merle Saunders, Melvin Seals.
MS, multiple sclerosis.
Saunders, actually.
Yeah, it's Saunders for me.
Actually, if you do it that way.
Yeah.
Damn, but Seals got that organ side a little more. But I feel like Saunders had the more key, like the
he
really
was funky
intricate.
as fuck.
Yeah.
Saunders had the clav, bitch.
Yeah.
Had that clav and organ work, my dude.
Man, I want to go back and listen.
Like, can we just now listen to some Melvin Seals or some Merle Saunders? Can we listen to some Merle Saunders?
Wait,
tapes?
we can see see some. Let me see some Oregon crazy solo.
Let me see. Let me lighter on your crotch, Jerry, and your dick.
Jerry Dick.
So do we fuck with Ween? We love Ween. But okay, so Melvin Seals and JGB.
Ween.
So John Kadlasic is playing with Melvin Seals and JGB now. And
Okay.
I really
I
enjoyed
like him.
I enjoyed John K with Further. Further was amazing. Further was great. I still like as far as John K's voice goes, it was a little bit
They
was
did
a little
the
bit
hits. They did Terrapin all the way.
Yeah, dude.
Like they did.
Dude, it's fucking
They were
incredible.
the hits.
Now, I will say that John K
don't
being
think
called
they
up
got
from
it in 'em
DSO,
now, though.
he's one of those Jerry lifers. He's
What
the
was
one
DSO?
Dark Star Orchestra.
Oh,
Yeah.
see, that's probably one of my favorite arrangements, though.
Right. But John K got called up to Further from DSO. He was the original Not Jerry in DSO, and he's one of those guys.
He would play in both on the same
Yeah.
bill.
So like you've got him, and he's one of those Jerry lifers. He's like the dude from Terrapin Flyer. He's like a bunch of other Jerry guitarists that like do the Jerry thing. Like they're playing Jerry licks.
Flyer, I heard a couple of theirs. They do a real traditional style though, right? Like
yeah, it's pretty by the book. But then you've got Kadlasic, who's a Jerry lifer who's doing it, who's playing like Jerry.
But again, that's what I don't want you to become.
That's what I'm not gonna do.
That's not
I will
you.
always be myself.
Yes. That is my very thing.
I've
That's
stopped.
kind of the theme of tonight.
Like
I suppose.
I'm sure I will pick up more things as time goes on, but I've stopped trying to learn Jerry licks. I go by what my ear tells me to do.
Well, and you should be picking up music that he never heard. Add on
I already
to
do
it,
that.
right?
I already do like
Most-
R&B fucking. I do R&B slides.
There's a lot of R&B.
Like-
Old R&B, but not modern R&B.
But I'll do like the R&B like pull downs and like slide ups from a half step down.
That
and
is
like,
one of the genres that they mentioned earlier. What's a straight R&B song that he covered? Because there's a lot of Motown.
Honey,
Is that not
you
Motown?
are my shining star.
That's not Motown.
No, that one's more.
Not Motown?
I would say that one's. But Motown and R&B are like I think
Rhythm
R&B
blues-
comes from, or Motown comes from R&B, right? Or is it the other way around?
They
or
are-
are they symbiotic? Are they the same?
I feel like Motown was an offshoot of rhythm and blues, right? Because rhythm and blues came from like it was a more sultry, soulful blues. It was like the combination of soul and blues, right? R&B. And so I guess that soul thing led off into a Motown, which is a more like, probably a little faster, probably a little more structured. You know, like a radio version of like soul blues, you know, like a condensed version. So I see them around that. But think about modern R&B today.
Would you
is
call
not-
fucking Second That Emotion
Nothing like
Motown or R&B? Because that's Smokey Robinson. Is he Motown or R&B? He's both.
Now the Smokey Robinson one or the JGB one? Because the JGB one is exclusively him. Like that's just he took that song.
Yeah.
I kind of can I admit something? No, I kind of hate that song.
It's not very fun to play.
No, I don't love it. But no, there's one I hate worse. What is it? A simple C to G.
Oh, you don't like I'll Take a Melody.
I'll take a melody. I don't like that it reminds me, I think Hallelujah does that, right? Describes the chord changes, but they're not the chord changes.
Well, no. So Hallelujah is different because it actually does the
follows the
minor
chord-
fall, the major lift.
Okay, so they are
it
still
literally does
referencing-
it.
okay, okay.
You probably don't like it because it's calling out specifically what you're
what the
doing.
music's doing. I don't
Yeah.
I don't like the weird
It's meta.
It's meta.
It's meta. Yeah.
I don't and
And so, but
and
see,
I think that song
I'll
does
take
it wrong.
a melody. I'll take a
I think it
melody
does
is
it wrong
meta, but
compared to-
wrong.
Yeah, compared to Hallelujah, no.
Because it says it's trying to be meta by saying I'll take a simple C to G, but you're actually playing A to D.
So it's not meta. It's just a line that's referencing chords that you're not playing, and it's just bad. Shut up! I hate that song. But I like everything around it, though. The
I love
actual
that song.
song is good. I mean, it's got a good melody, but
He'll take one.
Does it?
He'll take one if you give it.
is that? Let's talk about the Dead songs we hate.
Ooh, ones we don't like.
Well,
One
we
that
talked
I-
about everyone's least favorite.
France.
Oh no, Day Job.
Oh, Day Job.
Keep
People
your
don't
day
like
job.
that. Yeah. Keep your day job.
And because of but see, in a weird way, because of now that I know, because I heard it,
Yeah.
I brought it onto the podcast.
You're like, I love this.
not
song.
knowing. See, I'm proving your point here that I have a weird taste, right? Because I heard it and I was like, oh, this is the funniest thing the Dead's ever done. Like,
Yeah.
they're literally kind of making a mockery. Like, I saw the joke, but
Right.
I didn't see far enough to see that people would hate it and not see the joke. Wasn't it a fucking joke? Keep your day job. They want you to travel around with them and sell T-shirts. And like, it's a joke. It's not a joke on you.
Right. It's a joke to
The
you. It's an
idea-
in joke just for us.
The idea is that people that keep their day jobs are
Yeah.
fucking stupid because you can travel with the dead.
Yeah, exactly. So you guys just didn't get the
They
fucking
didn't
joke.
get the joke, and I love it
See, that's
more
why-
because of that.
See, that's
because-
why we have comedic minds. Is like we can get the joke.
Yeah. Okay.
It's cringy. Money, Money is a great song.
I fuck with money.
What she wants, she wants money.
Would you?
What she
Wait,
money,
what's the-
money,
Wait,
money.
what's the Pink Floyd money?
Money.
now- They don't compare though.
Is
Pink Floyd
good.
money's better than Money.
Well, yeah,
You
they're
have to admit that.
Money, Money
Way
is
better.
Money is a throwaway track.
It's a throwaway,
But I
it's a toss
really,
aside.
but it's such a,
it's a hot track.
it's actually really
If
intricate.
Pink Floyd didn't make money, that would be the money for me.
Yeah.
It would be money to me. you
Okay,
know?
so we've got El Paso, very well named. I pass every time. Hilarious.
Dude, I skip
Great
an El
joke.
Paso on. Dude, I run through shows. Again while I'm working,
Yeah.
doing stuff. Like I'll skip all the country shit, all the anything like that.
I do like an El Paso. Me and my uncle.
I don't fuck with a New Minglewood at a certain point. It's like I ain't trying to ruin my day.
Yeah.
It's just not my vibe. I want something slow, and either I want it haunting, dark, or like that's
you want
what
a
I
Jerry
love
song.
of the Dead.
you
I
want
really
a Jerry
love the
tune.
darker songs too. It's like
Yeah.
all the ones like what Xena thinks the Dead is. I've thought about this before, like because we've talked about before about. She's like, I don't know any of the names. You just play the stuff that's like for hours, and I just I hear it. They all sound. It's like she just hears shows,
Right.
and it's like I've played a lot for her. I've played a few songs, but I forget my train of thought now. What were we talking about?
Okay, we're talking about the worst.
Oh, the
Talking
one,
about
the skippable. We were talking about the
Skippable.
skippable ones from the shows. But what I was gonna say is that her perception of the Dead is real sad because the ones I've broke down to her and played and like meant a lot to me.
Yeah.
Like again, Black Peter is one of my favorite songs, and I've expressed about how it's like the sad thing of these people like. They never pay attention to you till you're fucking on your deathbed, and then they act like they've been there all along. Like it's like this dark tone to it, and wharf rat fucking alcoholism dealing with religious bullshit. It's like there's a lot in that too.
Yeah,
and it's like those are what she thinks the Dead is. I think because she doesn't hear the fun ones. I don't listen to them.
Yeah, I don't show her that. She doesn't get that.
To be real, I skip almost every Bob song. Maybe I'll leave a Ship of Fools. I'll leave a Saint of Circumstance. I'll leave a Lazy Lightning sometimes.
Now,
I'm
Lazy
into that
Lightning
right now,
is
God,
Lazy
Suffocation.
Lightning is so good.
I fuck with it, but almost all Bobby songs, I'm like, I ain't trying to do this. I'm trying to cry. I'm trying to be sad. I want to hear some Stella.
I love that your name is Horsecock Express. Such a good name.
That's such a troll name.
Yeah, it's good though. So someone let's see.
We got Cocaine Brain 213.
Well, okay, so we've got
That's a new one. What's up,
but
Cocaine Brain?
Cocaine Brain says Candyman. Don't like Candyman.
You don't
That's
like
fair
Candyman?
though. I can see how Candyman could be one of those songs that you're not
Oh,
well, because some people, just like you skip the country songs, some people might even just skip over American
ones.
Beauty, Working Man's Dead altogether. Some people
and
might
the
not.
slower tunes too. Like again,
Yeah.
some people are there to party. They want to feel like a stranger.
Yeah.
They want to like something upbeat, a shakedown, some shit like that. Fuck those people.
Yeah.
Fuck those hula hooping
They don't
fucking
fucking
trash
get it.
minds. They're empty inside, bitch.
You have nothing behind your eyes.
yeah, I look inside you, I see through your skull, you know?
So,
But see, I'm being a dick.
yeah,
I'm
dude,
being the person we're bitching
we're
about.
elitist dicks, bro.
But I'm trying not to be. I'm such an asshole.
Hmm.
I'm really not. I'm a good guy. Anyway.
Only bad guys say that.
You're right. We
like
need to call each other. That's
the
why
other-
we're friends, because we call each other out.
The other week, I told you were gaslighting me, and you're like, "That's what a gaslighter would say." But in my mind, I was like, "That's what a gaslighter would say." Yeah,
That's how you spin someone out.
yeah. A gaslighter
Without
would tell me
LSD.
I'm gaslighting.
But see, that's the Pandora's box. Wait, no.
It's
not Pandora's box.
no. It's a fucking. It's a thing.
It's
one
a
of those-
paradox.
Paradox. It's one of those things. It's
Thank
a
you.
Snake eating
It was
its
a
own
P
tail.
word.
But then, speaking of a P word, Picasso Moon. I actually really like that song because I like playing it.
Wet ass P word. Picasso was the word.
Yeah. Like I really enjoy the down.
Oh, Picasso Moon. Not a.
That's I know, but
I love it.
It's a fun song to play.
It's a big build. I don't listen. Hey, can I also say this? Like, what? Like after Coma, I don't know any songs that were written or recorded after the Coma. I don't think.
Dude, so many roads.
No, see, I don't know that era. I don't. The late 80s, early 90s. I know none of that. Like even
So
through
many
this
roads.
Book, I'm a fucking surf rock boy.
Yeah, you do like
I
that
love
shit.
The oldest shit.
You're like
available.
the Warlocks. Yes, please.
Fuck yeah.
Give me a Can't Come Down.
I want to hear
Can't
him
come
get
down.
fucked
It's
up
plain
and
to
getting
see.
loose. It's so hype. It's
Yeah.
fucking insane. Like only
Dude,
I could listen to.
Dude,
It's
Cream Puff
insane.
War is like the apex of that.
See, I
Cream
just
Puff
did that
War
one,
is-
and that one's one of my favorite. It's
Yeah.
so insane. It's pure insanity.
No, she can't
Like he's
take
literally
your
just
mind
fucking
and leave.
shaking. He's so high.
Yeah. We've got let's see here.
But I love it. But I also it's another thing of man, I'm so obsessed because
Oh, you don't like Roadrunner. Interesting.
What's that?
Roadrunner's a great song. Money, who needs it? Let me live my life free.
Was
and
this a later
easy.
song, bro?
This is a Jerry Band tune.
Oh, a Roadrunner?
Yeah.
I don't know it.
I'm a runner, baby. Any place is my home.
Was it a Motown cover or?
It's kind of like a Motown kind of blues thing that he did his way. And then you've got
did do a lot of covers. I think it's because, like,
hot take. I hate
But again-
Estimated Profit, and I'll die on that hill.
Okay. Hot take.
That's a hot take.
Check it out.
Umbranox. It took me a while to come around to Estimated Profit, but I've come to like the
I mean, if you come to it once, you'll get it.
just I came to it.
Yeah.
I climaxed.
Yeah. Oh.
Let's see.
Anyway,
Sugar Magnolia. I don't like Sugar Magnolia. I love that song. I hate the fucking chorus.
I don't really fuck with that song to be
like. I enjoy like I love playing every part of that song, but that fucking
I don't
chorus.
want to hear it. I can even go as far as say like
Sunshine
throw it
Daydream
away.
slaps though.
The pauses. Fuck it. I'll skip all of that.
Sunshine
I'll skip
Daydream.
all of that. Everyone
No,
go
dude,
home.
like no, dude. The part there's this one part in the closing of Winterland when they're doing Sugar Magnolia, when they hit that part, the sometimes when the cuckoo's
Goddamn,
crying,
that's
like there's this beautiful moment where they kind of like drop off for that line, and it's fucking perfection. I don't know. I like them all. That's
the
funny.
cuckoo's crying. What a fish line. The cuckoo clock is telling
Sometimes
you to
when
go
the
somewhere.
cuckoo's crying and the moon is halfway down.
No, I do love the
Sometimes
stuff
when the night is dying, take me out and I wander
Trash.
around.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna be harsh on that. Fuck around.
Fuck around.
Dude, Bobby loves to throw some fucks in weird places.
How do we feel about people like Tucker Carlson and Ann Coulter naming books off dead songs? I don't even know what you're talking about. What? Tucker Carlson. Aren't these political people?
And Coulter sounds like a Supreme Court justice, or maybe just a newswoman.
What is this Tucker Carlson book called? Ship of Fools? No, but that's an old term. I don't think it's named after the Grateful Dead song because that's based off of the old term a ship of fools. So it's already a...
It's a reference of a reference of a reference of a reference. It's like a 300-year-old reference, right?
Yeah. So what's the Ann Coulter book then?
Ann Coulter. I don't fuck with politicians.
The South was right and Trump we trust.
Oh, damn. This bitch is really
Adios,
leaning.
America. Never trust a liberal. What's the Ann Coulter book? Treason.
He just wants us to look it up.
Slander. Guilty. High crimes.
Almost high times.
Haven't
That's not
a high crime.
That's almost better. That song again. Like, dude, we throw a high times in there. Start screaming.
Freaker right by the speaker. I dig the cowboy stuff lately, the whole Western 1890s vibes. But see, if I want that shit, I'm gonna go listen to the band.
What would
now
you
the
also
band
think
did the
about
1800s right.
Recreations. So if we're talking about implementing different ideas,
Well, you
doing
had
things like
that
What about
compilation
full
come out.
covers? Kind of. What? No, I'm talking about the music. Doing the dead shit.
The Day of the Dead. Did you ever hear that? Where it's like a bunch of artists came together and did dead songs in different ways,
Different styles.
Yeah,
And stuff.
and it's okay.
I mean, what would you think about that? Of like I was playing Deal the other night, just like at a quarter time, maybe. It was so slow and like haunting. If it's slowed down, it's all major shit, but it's like it could be done. Again, like think of the creepy cover style. It's like, would you consider reimaginings? See, it's not even a tribute at that point. Would you consider reimaginings? Because then we could present the music in a really fun, completely different style, right? You know?
Yeah, Bird Song is a great song. Yeah, we were talking about songs that are skippable.
What do you think?
Talking about the songs that you skip. Think about what?
About recreations.
No, I'm all about that. I'm all about like, interpret it however it comes through you.
No, about like getting together and kind of designing it a little different, you know, slowing it down or like using different sounds, you know.
Oh,
like,
for sure.
Because I'd love,
Yeah.
again, like a Deal, but slow, haunting, like doesn't sound anything like it, kind of.
Yeah.
Like, is that too much? If you kind of don't sound anything
If I didn't
like
have
it?
to do it all the time, if it was like something for a recording and it's a one-off that can be there accessible, like if we do like an album
Oh,
of
well, of
like
course we're gonna do that. The
if we
creepy
do
cover.
if we
of
do
it.
like an old we call it interpretations instead of because like Jerry Garcia called his compliments and we can call
not
this
live?
interpretations.
You wouldn't do a recreation live. You would want to do a expanding off of the song, right? You
I don't
kinda
know.
get what I'm
That's no,
asking?
I get what
Okay.
you're saying, but like at that point, I
A
don't
reimagining
know.
is what we're saying. Yeah.
I don't know if that. I don't know.
I don't know if people would like it. That's my kind of point. Is
Again, if it's good, it's good. But then again, I also want. I don't want people to have to work too hard to like something.
No,
If that
but
makes any
it's,
sense.
I mean, I do not imagine the reimaginings. I imagine being more fun to listen to. Like there's something you kind of haven't heard before, you know?
Yeah, but that's also like we're different people when it comes to stuff like that. Like again, like it's coming from the standpoint of like.
You might not like my reimagining of it.
Well, no, it's not even that. It's just that like I'm in a different spot than you in this. Like I do the guitar stuff, like I do the lead line stuff, and like that's kind of the sound that. So are you saying like still keep the Jerry tone, or like we're just completely breaking it down, building it from new
Well, you'd
again?
still be playing guitar, but yeah, in some sense, it would be changing the essence of like how it's presented. Same chords, same words, but like kind of reimagining the presence of the song.
I'm down to do that. Like if it's like.
Again, like
it depends
kinda
on how
think
it's
we do
done.
creepy covers of like a breaking down, kind of reimagining the song entirely, but using all of the elements.
Yeah.
You know? See, that's too far for you. A like full breakdown.
No, I didn't say it's too far for me. It's just hard for me to wrap my head around because again, I've been playing this music since I was a kid. You know, like it's not that I'm not willing to try new things with it because like that's like if no one else is gonna do it. You know what I mean? Like it's one of those things where it's like you have to
People
come
do
up.
good little covers on YouTube. You know, there'll be like a folk or a bluegrass.
But no one would do
or
it like we do it,
different
is what I'm
style.
saying.
Yeah.
I used to skip songs that I absolutely love nowadays. The music changes with us, sorta. I think. Yeah, for sure.
The ones you like change, yeah. But you know,
St. Owsley tour, absolutely. Yeah, where are you at, Richard? Where you want to see us? Like, where are you at, and what venue hosts fucking jam bands or Grateful Dead tributes?
yeah, give $10,000. No, we'll be there tomorrow.
Well, yeah, we'll come tomorrow for 10 grand. Fuck yeah, I'll be wherever. I'll do whatever for 10 grand per person.
Shout out.
Shout out.
Rich people.
Shout out, rich folks. We need a
Where's
benefactor.
the rich dad heads? Where's our fucking
They're out there.
Keezy or something? You know, we need a guy that has a ton of money in acid.
Come to Ohio. Where are you at in Ohio? Because I hear it doesn't exist. Evoxer from Twitch. What's happening?
Yo. What's up? Pull your panties up. Take them down. I don't care.
Shout out, Rich Deadheads.
Not rich deadheads.
Because they're out there. They exist. They got a bunch of money.
Dude, definitely. There's a lot of money in the families. There's billions in the family, I think. Am I wrong? I mean, I know multiple multi-millionaires that have worked underground. So I think there's at least a billion or two within the family.
Stone Pony in Jersey or New York City. So are there two venues? So is it two Stone Ponies?
You skip a dark. Sorry, but you skip a dark star of companies over because
If company is over and I'm spinning a show.
I don't think they're ready for this.
Yeah, no, like you can't bring somebody in like on like a drums
Dark
in
Star's
space.
Amazing, but yeah, it's kind of hard to come into. Like,
Dude,
what
if you're
is
throwing
this?
down like
is
a
this
60
the same song?
If you're throwing down like a 69 Dark Star, like
Ooh.
dude,
You better lay back, get fucking high. But yeah,
oh, there's
someone's
only
rich.
one.
Okay. No, they sold all that shit we were talking about.
They sold this fucking briefcase that still had drugs in it.
Yeah. I want the beaker.
Was it Molly?
I'm
There was
gonna
MDMA in
call
there.
out
Oh, you want Owsley's fucking
beaker.
equipment?
I want one piece of equipment. It can be a test tube, a beaker, one piece of that set with a little bit in it.
Something I can
gonna
lick.
Maybe I'll lick a little bit.
Something that I can
don't-
lick or the
maybe
rim.
yes. Maybe let me taste that. I've had. I mean, again, this is some weird. Maybe Dead Fam lore.
Yeah.
As much as I've heard different batches, like it's like I've tasted named batches.
Yeah.
That were supposed to be from the 70s.
Right.
And like from a certain crystal,
Sunshine.
and it is real. Like the emerald crystal, was supposed to be one that was born, I think, in the South. I think that was a Georgia-born crystal, and that everything that originally came from the emerald was again. It's like I don't even know what this is. Just deadhead speak, and most of the Spunions that told me this shit could barely get it out of their mouth. So let's just get that out too. But what's another one? There's been
why do I need to hide Birdie? Why do I need to hide her? You tried to buy their secretary desk and got outbid by thousands. Holy shit.
Damn.
Jerry Pick never
secretary
used
desk?
30,000 for a fucking Adamas that you can still buy.
Wait, never used? That's got to be a joke, right? Was it just one in his pack or something? Like, why would it be worth anything if you didn't use it? But
Okay, so so we're at in the Woodlands in Columbus, Ohio. How big is the venue? If it's too big, they won't book us. That's why you have to tell people about us. You got to tell people about St. Owsley. And so we have a website now, stowsley.com. So it's Stowsley, STOWSLEY.com. So it's our EPK. It's got one of our soundboards up on there to listen to, and it's got our videos on there. So tell people about it, and then that'll mean that we can, tell them that we're the best tribute that you've ever heard.
just be
Lie to them.
rich.
Yeah, be rich and make shit happen.
End of story. Just be rich.
Yeah.
What are you doing not being rich, you fucking idiots?
Enough watch stream girls here.
Fuck yeah. Let's go
All
check out
right.
Naked HDXY.
Everyone go check out Naked HDXYZ.
Enough watch stream. Girls here.
Yeah.
This is an aggressive person coming in. Okay. We're getting some. This is a slight raid. This is our first slight raid. Thanks. Fucking trying to get us. Yeah. All these
Elevation
dudes are
27.
trying to jack. I get everybody, girls, guys trying to jack.
Everybody, yeah, you guys are all just trying to
Go
whoops
ahead
for
and
naked.
Go watch the girls and then come back.
Yeah, go watch the
Come back
naked
with
girls.
steam out. Get your steam out.
Girls there? They got girls there.
They got girls over there on this Enough Watch Stream. EnoughWatchStream.com. Naked.xd XYZ.
XYZ.
XYZ is not even triple X. It's not even like that's a
No, it's
tag
just-
for
yeah.
a port, right?
Triple X.
XYZ? Is XYZ a ellipses in a way? You see what I'm saying? Naked HD. XYZ. You know the rest. Like you finish.
Do I have to spell it out for you?
Next.
Naked HD.
XYZ. Zipper, examine your zipper, bro. Holy fuck, I remember the middle school
better
thing.
XYZ.
Examine your zipper.
Your barn doors open.
Shout out naked girls and their zippers. You need to examine that, pull it up. Enough watch stream girls here.
Let's see. Those girls better be into Seinfeld-based poop play.
Oh, fuck yeah. Top notch.
Yeah.
That's my new thing. No, I'm kidding. I haven't looked at it since, but I've thought about it a couple times. Because I kind of just want Seinfeld to be sex. Because I fucked so much during Seinfeld. They go
owe
hand
it
in
to
hand.
you.
Maybe I do get a little hard when I hear Seinfeld. Or
Boom,
I get
ba-dum,
sleepy.
boom,
Boner coming on out. Yeah. Maybe it's that.
Boner
But it's
coming
also
on
like,
out.
I have the other
Bound.
one too, where it's like bound. And it instantly
Yeah.
puts me asleep. So I got both. Maybe it's
Sleep
coming
boner.
incarnate. It's coming in a show. It's simple.
It's hot in here, bro.
Are you getting hot?
Yeah.
Let's get a shirt. No.
No.
Not that high.
Could you go turn your heat off though? I mean, if we're going for longevity here, I'm starting to get to that point where I'm probably gonna get flush in the face.
Yeah, go ahead and get all red.
I don't want to though. Let's see. Thoughts on Billy Strings, says Skylar Bowman. I don't know. Like, I don't really like this. Again, I'm a particular bitch. I really don't know how to say this stuff without offending people. I'm not a fan of Billy Strings. Like, it's not that I don't appreciate. Again, respect where respect is due. He's a great flat picker. He's a great bluegrass player. He's a great singer. That voice does not sound like it should come out of that little boy. Like, he does great work, and he's fucking killing it right now. But the way he does dead music is not for me. And if it's for you, that's okay. But it's not. Again, because I would rather be doing it. It's hard for me to be like, oh, yeah, that dude's doing great. Or like, I still have respect for it, but it's still not up my alley. And that feels like, it almost hurts me to say this kind of stuff because like I also don't want to be taken wrong. But when my opinion is asked for, it almost feels like setting me up. You're like, here's this rope. And I'm like, oh, yeah, for sure. Let me just like put that around my neck real quick. And like, that's what it feels like. Oh shit, online strips without clothing, Toby. Online strips without clothing.
Oh wait, we got a new
online strips without clothing.
Yeah. Wait, how do you strip without clothing? Isn't the whole point of a strip to take off clothing? So if there's no clothing involved, it's not a strip, it's just a naked dance. How can you strip without clothing?
You're stripping without clothing. Online
You see what I'm
strips
saying?
without clothing.
How? I'm just asking. Anyway, fucking ban this motherfucker. Can we fucking shut this motherfucker down? Is Dom still in here?
Oh, you want to get him out? We can get him out.
Fuck this online strips
How-
without clothing. Impossible
Yeah.
situation.
So let's see here. Hello, Ryan Mattingly. Let's see. Tid balls. Okay, I'll have to go check out Tid balls. I don't like the cut of his jib when profiting from the dead hype. I assume you're talking about Billy Strings. I love Billy, and I'm okay
Wait,
with you
what?
not liking him, Davey. People get too upset. He does do a great war frat in
Wait,
China.
why would you hate him playing? He said profiting off of the dead hype. He's just for playing the music? He's a bad dude. We're bad people.
No, I think that he's. I really don't know exactly what Dave's referencing right there.
And he also does some. Also, I mean, it's a old style, which is weird for me because I listened to some Billy Strings just a tiny bit, and it's perfect bluegrass, from what I've heard.
Well,
It
no,
sounded
like
perfect.
because
It
again, like
sounded
while you were out
old.
of the room, I said credit where credit's due always because we have to preface shit like that. But like, he's a great flat picker. He's a great bluegrass player. He's a great singer. He's got a great voice. That voice does not sound like it should come out of that dude. Like his.
See, I don't.
But as
wouldn't
far as
call
it-
bad, I wouldn't call it great because it's not as original. Like it's
But he's
a
just got that.
recreation
He's got
of
that
an old,
deep.
He
He's got
sounds
that.
50.
He's got that deep country. That's why I said it doesn't sound like it should come out of him, and that
Yeah.
always impresses me when someone has a voice that doesn't sound like
Okay.
their voice.
Or it doesn't look like they would have that voice.
Right. I'm like, oh shit. And it doesn't
Yeah.
matter if it's good or bad. I'm just like, oh shit, that's different.
You know what? I love to see a big dude with.
Absolutely.
I'm like, oh,
The dude from the main squeeze, big dude,
big dude
voice.
falsetto,
Voice of an
yeah.
angel.
Dude, I know they blew the fuck up already. They don't need the shout out, but I love them.
Oh,
you coming back in?
I fucking put you in a timeout, bitch. Here, girls want everyone, even you.
Even you stupid. I just burped the word fuck.
Let's see.
That's what I feel.
And so, like, I'm not I'll say it again since Toby's in the room. I'm very particular about the people I will listen to play the dead. I'm not a fan of the way Billy does it.
Again, that's the exact reason why
It's
am
hard to talk
fearful of
about this
doing
stuff.
it and not. It's like that's exactly the reason why.
Right, but it shouldn't keep you from doing it. Like, I don't, just because it's not my cup of tea doesn't mean that I don't want them doing it.
He doesn't have many cups of teas, guys.
Yeah.
It's like he only has so many.
I only have this cup of tea and it's got me in it. Like,
No, it's not that bad.
I drink
You're
my tea.
overselling your narcissism. You're actually quite a better person than he even portrays. And this is the nicest thing
Don't
I've
tell
said
them
about
that.
you.
Don't tell
This
them
is the nicest thing I've
They
ever
need to think
said
that I'm a
about
piece of
you.
shit, Toby.
You are a piece of shit, Dave. Don't forget that. But you're much less of a turd than you portray. Is that the nicest thing I can say to my friend? Am I a piece of shit? Yes, it's fine. Turds. 2 turds.
Let's see. We got. I don't like him crushing an orange amp. That's interesting. Billy
I
isn't
kind of
profiting off
fuck
the
with
dead.
those orange amps. That fuzz.
That British.
Again, it's like that old. It's kind of surf rocky fuzz, right?
Yeah, well,
you get
I mean-
a fuzz tone from it.
See, that was the thing too. Is that like when I listened to that Red Rock show and even the Hawaii
But
stuff that
why
they
wouldn't
did.
you have like multiple amps for completely different tones, or like why wouldn't you? If
that's
you
what
have the
pedals are
time and the
for.
money, yeah. But I mean, if you have the time and the money, it's like why don't guitarists have like
Well, it's
6
strange.
amps?
It
to,
is
like,
strange that you're
portray different-
approaching dead music with a British amp. I think that's where the disconnect is, because those orange amps are like they have the British sound. They have that British rock kind of overdriven, a little
Yeah, but
fuzzy.
again, it's not supposed to sound like it. It's supposed to recreate it.
I'm just telling you what I think that he's talking about. I'm not saying
Oh,
that
okay.
I feel that way. I don't give a fuck what amp you use.
Yeah.
Because like you can get a really good Jerry tone out of an
Saying-
orange amp. I've
but
done
again,
it.
the guy who wants to hear it, who cares about the fucking amp that it's played through, doesn't get the point of playing it, right? On some level, because does it matter? He likes a certain
It's just,
tone.
but
That's
again,
his
that's
own
the
style.
that because think back to Jay.
I also haven't listened to. I've only listened to like probably collectively 1.5 minutes of.
Well,
Billy
no,
Strings
we sat here and listened to a bit of that Red Rock show.
on one of the shows.
No, we like before one of the shows. We like because we were talking
I think
about
a
it.
bit of it. I mean,
We probably listened to like 20 minutes. I think we listened to like an Eyes of the World.
I wasn't listening, but
Fair enough. I mean, it was a while ago. I don't
South
expect you
was
to remember.
rat. Says
Yeah.
Ann Coulter.
Oh my god.
Man,
so
take this shit off. Sorry, I
fine.
can't see some.
Shh,
I
shh,
can't
shh, 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 shh,
see this Confederate
little
fucking
baby.
flag
Look
and
at the
banjos.
look at the banjos.
Banjos, Confederate
Oh
flags.
my
and
god!
Ann
I can
Coulter.
only do so much for
Rock,
you, Toby.
flag and eagle.
Yeah, gonna rise on up, gonna kick a little ass.
A big truck.
So, Cocaine Brain says, my big thing with Billy is like a lot of his fans are saying outrageous claims like he's the second coming of Jerry. It's like, come on, y'all, let the kid just do his thing. Fair enough. Yeah, they
I feel
shouldn't do that.
Yeah,
It is
fucking
weird.
let him just fucking jam the fuck out. He loves bluegrass. He's good at it. Just leave him alone.
Yeah, that doesn't, because there's no such thing. There's no reincarnation of Jerry Garcia. And if there is, he's probably not a guitarist.
You're bringing up the cons.
Yeah.
Of the theme of tonight. It's like
Yeah,
you're
that's
the
one of the
con.
cons. Well,
No,
we're
not
the
you,
cons.
not you.
The general, the royal we, like the people who love this music.
Or the problem.
Yeah, we're the bad part of it.
Yeah, because if you like it at all, you're not gonna like some part of it. Like, so you're not gonna like some person playing it, or someone doing it a different way, or something that you're not used to, or
We fucking cracked the code, my dude.
I think we're all the same, and we should accept each other. Is that what we came to? Goodbye forever. That was our alien transmission. Humans.
Let's
should
see. I
interact.
don't compare him to Jerry. He's a great singer. He rips on the guitar. He's redefining bluegrass. He's just doing
Why do you
it well.
have to compare someone to Jerry? Why are you so? I just have that
Wait,
question.
no one's no. They're talking about the people that do. None of them are doing that. They're just talking about because I have seen videos on YouTube being like
A lot
second
of fans
coming.
are saying,
Yeah, second
so you
coming of
said
Jerry Garcia.
You came into the sentence after that, and I thought it was. I reacted bad. So a lot of fans say that. Yeah.
Let's see. Who are some good groups that cover Dead? St. Owsley, Tennessee's Dead, Chance in the Void.
Yeah, of course. See, ego maniacal fuck over here.
No, it's not. It's not ego. It's
I mean, you can't name it.
no.
See,
I fucking love Dark Star. I love
those some
J
shouts,
Rad.
then.
Terrapin Flyer's good for what they do. Like you've got Jerry's
But
middle finger.
Shouting out
You've got
and plugging are two different things, right? Right. So that you were just shouting out instead of plugging.
No, because
So
the
that-
first thing was a joke.
It was a long joke. Things feel
I literally
really
said
dragged
3
out to me.
names.
It's so.
Can't even. You're just.
It didn't land.
You're taking too long.
It didn't land.
I
for
don't
me.
care.
I don't.
It's
care
not
if you
for
care.
you.
I'm telling you how I. It's
Not for you, baby. It's not about
I
you.
love talking to people because, man, I think everyone thinks I'm trying to pull something, and I'm like, really just trying to have a good time. Back to that. Literally, my intention of life, yes, is somewhat joyful, I would hope.
Okay. Let's see. Listen to the So Many Roads. I don't think I could. I'd try it, but I can't promise I'd get very far. Okay, so we got some interesting stuff. Billy covered Pink Floyd tonight, yet no one compares him to them. Fair enough. How do you feel about Bob Weir and Wolf Bros? I really enjoy him with the Wolf Pack. I like the Bob Weir because then he's got strings, he's got a couple horns, he's got a piano player, a steel player.
Well, back to the idea of Billy at that point is doing covers, not tributes, right? So he's allowed to
I think they're talking about specifically Billy Strings thing where he's doing the bluegrass stuff.
But does it allow you a little more room even doing covers? Because covers have the ability to be like in a style like that, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, as long as you do it in the quote unquote style of.
Yeah, I guess it still has to be within a box to be
Dude,
noticeable.
I can play any song with that
You can't
tone.
just do it in your style. You have to do it in a known style for it to be like that.
I think just with that tone, you can do any song. Like you can do any song and it'll technically be in that style because it's got that tone to it.
I like doing both. I like bringing some weird reinterpretations and some modern ideas of dead shit. I also like using the Jerry tone in just full songs that don't sound like it at all, right? It's like bringing that tone into other areas of music is cool too, in the same way.
Dead and Company or Billy and the Kids, Toby?
Oh, I would go Dead and Co. I love bluegrass, but I just it has more of a Dead and Co has the.
Well, it's obviously got
They hold it
members
down.
and it's more refined.
Well, no, just listening. Right?
Yeah.
It's like not even thinking about that. Bluegrass is like really nice to me if it's like early in the morning. I got a beer and there's a bunch of trees around. It's like that kind of feel. It's like early morning festival, but like late night festival. You don't want someone with a big band just dropping the shit. I mean,
Jeff says Billy and the Kids all day for him. I guess because it's got a little bit of that, because you've got Tommy Hamilton in there and he's great. Still not a fan of even Tommy's voice. Like I got a real thing about the way people sing stuff for some reason.
I know, and like that's something I think I want you to see past at some point.
I can. It's not like I can't get past it.
But no, I'm from an outsider's perspective. I just want you to. I want you to hear, like when I show you new music, stuff you've never heard, you don't know the artist, you don't know the thing. Your initial reaction is just like this. It's like to not consider it whatsoever because it's new. And so I think your initial reaction is to try to find things bad instead of find things good. Because when I hear something new, I'm going to show you something. And it's like some new Taylor Swift song. And they're like, oh, it's so hot right now. It's like, I listen to that and I'm like, okay, like, let me hear the voice. Let me hear the music. I feel like I give it a bigger chance than you. And that's kind of what we were saying about earlier about the capacity for, like, I think I have just a looser idea of what because I'm kind of looking at the production, the people behind it,
Well, see, and I can even when we're doing hot shit and stuff, I can even be like, this song is produced really well.
Yeah.
I can get behind that. Again, I will give credit where credit's due, but I'm also not gonna waver.
It's a style thing kind of for you, right? It's like how it's presented. It just didn't click with you.
I just have I have a particular ear, I guess. I really don't know. I don't think that it's
not
something
good or bad.
Right.
It's
just
not a good thing. Like, again, when you say that, it doesn't mean that you have a better ear. It means
right.
you have
I'm
a
not
different
trying
ear.
to, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to say that I have
all are like that.
Exactly. So that's why I try not to really
weird things click with me that no one likes. Most things.
Yeah.
No, but
my favorite movie is Celtic Pride. That's no one's favorite movie.
No one knows. I know.
God.
Why is that even on my list? No, I do like weird shit, but I think that's also good. that like once again, it's like we have such a duality sense to our relationship because like I hear new music, I only am looking for the good things the first time around. Like I want to like Taylor Swift.
Okay.
I want to like the new song that you're showing me, no matter who it's by, right? So I only look for good things the first time. If something really turns me off or stands out, it's gonna ruin it.
Well,
but that rarely happens because I'm actively looking for things I like.
I always try to go in to something new with an open mind. I'm still gonna be critical.
You're going in looking for things wrong first, right?
No.
But
talk to me before you come up with stuff about me.
That was literally a question.
Okay, well,
question mark. What do you mean? I'm literally talking to you about it. I said right,
but no, not right because to
that's
me.
How it feels when I show you new things. That's something I know you haven't heard the style of, or like that's maybe not be your even genre.
Yeah,
that's how I feel when I show you something. It's like you're looking for things to discourage about it, rather than being like, oh, that part's good.
No, maybe I just mention those things first because I think the merits are obvious.
See, that's a way to look at it too, but.
I think because I understand why people like Dead and Company.
Yeah. Well, so when you hear the song, you're like, yeah, the 808 was hard. The fucking drop was good. It was funny. It was well produced.
Yeah.
But this is what's wrong with it.
Yeah, or this is what I didn't like about it.
That's the first thing that stood out to you was something that was wrong because the good parts everyone gets. Is what you're saying.
Because like I understand why you like it.
Though, right?
I'm critical.
Critics look at literally trying to find those things, right? It's like,
but it's not that I'm doing it to not enjoy it. I just can't. You're a musician. You understand that like when you're listening to something, you're breaking it down constantly.
Yeah.
So you're listening to all the parts.
But I'm looking for the good. I'm looking for the part I like about it every time first.
Right. But if you show me any of these things, I can tell you what I like about it. I can tell you what I like about it
because you think it's assumed. See, I guess that's the difference, right? It's like. You're like, oh, that doesn't matter because everyone likes that. This is what's wrong with it.
Well, it's like this
Instead
is
being like, I get why everyone likes this. Like, who cares what's wrong with it?
But I do
first.
But okay, so first of all, who cares?
That's literally just our first impressions. Is what I'm talking about. You know,
okay.
It's like we take impressions differently. That's why it works.
But maybe it's specifically just toward music that you feel that way because I know that I've brought things to you before and like that's what you do. You immediately like look for the negative parts in something. Yeah. Like I brought stuff to you.
Anything business, I'm gonna look for the worst possible thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have
so like
ones that do that.
So there's
music I try to be a baby about. Like I want to know why people like it and really get why they like it and experience that before I go, I don't like it. Because I don't like a lot of music.
Right.
But I can listen to it and like enjoy it. But I think you're coming from a more working standpoint. You know, it's like I don't know. Do you love us just like just exposing our minds and friendships?
Well, so I really tried to be when I did the Dead and Company reaction video. I really tried to be fair. I tried to stop it and also talk about the things that I liked about it because I don't want to be mistaken.
No,
as
it wasn't a fucking
hater.
hate piece. It wasn't a fucking hate art. Like you know how.
But that's the line that I have to toe. Like so, first of all, being a quote unquote not Jerry, which is just like a colloquial term for anybody who does like lead guitar in any kind of tribute. Not Jerry. So as a general term, not Jerry. Like I like to think that I bring something a little different to the table, but as a not Jerry in a world full of a ton of fucking not Jerrys, there's gonna be a few that don't quite click with me, and Mayor is one of them.
Why didn't you bring that back up? We weren't
because I was talking about like I try to come at things with a fairness. So even with that video, like I told you guys that I was trying to come into it clean and clear. Like I did go into it hoping that it was gonna be good. Like I wanted it. Like I went into it with a positive attitude of like, okay, like because I had only
let's find the good points.
Right?
Did you though?
Yeah, absolutely. Like the way that they harmonized on those choruses was fucking beautiful.
Already knowing you didn't like it though, so you can't come into it clean because coming into it,
but
clean
I will
is never
also give it
right?
another chance Because maybe
it was-
during this version, Mayer doesn't put that stank on his voice that irks me. Maybe
Yeah.
in this
No,
version,
I see what you mean.
it's like
you would
this.
give it a different chance every time, but
That's
the
how
first time
things
you
are a
heard
case
it-
by case basis with me. I don't see
The first
anything
time-
as a generality. I don't see anything like this is just me as a person in my whole life. I see everything on a case to case basis. Everything is different because you have to account for people changing over time. Right? So you give like every time
just
you and
asking
I
about
hang
the
out,
first
we give
time
each
that-
other brand new chances. Like either to be good friends, disappoint each other, hang out. Like you know what I mean? Like every time that you're coming into a situation, it's different.
life, yeah.
So it's not fair to hold people to old standards of themselves, right? So it's like
not about. I don't think it's about the holding people to standards that you set for them, right? It's like it's not about that. Like I was just saying more like again, playing music is work. Listening to music is the fun. That's what we were talking about earlier. So when you listen to music, you can take all the information from it, but you should try to have fun. Just when you hear noise, I think that's put together well. Like that's why I really enjoy some shit that people think is cheesy in music, you know, some like really popular things. And I'm like, I just see how much how like they've used every tactic from music since it started, made the perfect song that moves literally everyone on the planet.
Yeah.
And you're gonna say it's a bad song. It's like they've studied what you're studying way more and for hundreds of years, and they found the thing that will relate to the most people and make them feel something.
right.
And so I come from a point of like, even again, I keep naming Taylor Swift because I don't like Taylor Swift's music, but
Yeah.
I really enjoy her music.
Yeah.
When I hear a really good song, like I could name probably 3. We listened to one on the podcast, but it's like something like that. Some pop star that was just, it was all built. It's like they were made into this thing. It was perfectly written, perfectly presented. Like it's hard for me to deny those things, even when I don't like it. You see what I'm saying? That's where me and you differ a little bit. Is because like I won't let myself not like it because I know that it made me feel something, and therefore
Yeah.
it wins, even though I don't like the sound of it. I can't just put it
Right.
on and listen to it.
But I don't. I don't really. I
see
don't
what I'm
really.
saying?
But I don't agree with the division there.
oh no, I didn't
like-
mean to cut you like that.
Well, I mean, because there's definitely like some fucking like mainstream pop songs.
Weird
Like
shit that-
there's a fucking Imagine
Guilty-
Dragon song that
Guilty
I
pleasures,
fucking
right?
love.
But again, the
Like-
guilty pleasures shouldn't be guilty if it's a good, well-presented song. It's like even if you don't prefer the tone or presentation or the person, like that shouldn't matter if the song hits you, right?
Right. So like, but I don't have those any kind of preconceived note. Like again, if there was anything about, because again, like I even gave props. Like my thing at the end of that Dead video was when they were hitting that.
I wasn't talking about the Dead and Co
That,
thing.
but no, this is just this
Based
is the
off of
reference I have to go off of because that's really the only thing that's like that's
public about this.
this aspect of me, I guess.
Yeah,
like
that's a broad way to put it, but yeah.
yeah, but so like even at the end of that, when they're doing the "Just Don't Tell Them That You Know Me," that last big one as they're going out, you hear John going for that "Know Me," but like as he's going for that "no," you hear him come out of his throat and go into his chest and his stomach, and he drops his
So
voice.
do you think the voice that he's putting on is the voice that he found that really allowed him to express himself, and it's where he felt comfortable and really
Maybe so, and like all the more power to him because it's obviously worked for him.
Well, yeah,
It's worked for him, and
coming
it seems easy to him. It seems
No,
like
I don't think necessarily that. What if it's what worked? What if, you know how everyone tries to find their sound, their voice,
Right.
their tone? What if he found it and it made sense to him and he loves it and it's where he can be his most self? It's hard to say that you hate it when someone's being themselves, but you can. But I agree with you can not like things, but that doesn't mean shit. People, I don't care what people like. No one cares what you like, right?
Exactly.
I mean, it's like it doesn't affect you at all. It shouldn't affect you at all. What other people like, everyone's gonna have different preferences.
But everybody hates what you don't like, though. That's when people have a problem. Is when
Well-
you don't like something they like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, that's been the thing though. Is that like does it seem like I'm closed minded because I don't feel that way?
No,
I really try
That's
to give.
not what I was trying to say. Again,
Because I also have like I'm very open to new music. Like as soon as we saw Oliver Tree, I was like, I'm in love with this dude.
I know.
Like,
and even dude, I'll even go as far as to like the times I've showed you some shit that's just not your genre, some deep some like fucking trap mumble, some shit like that. I've shown you some things that you're like, all right,
if it's fucking hard,
I get
if
it.
it hits and it's hard,
and you'll like raise your back and
Yeah.
you get into it. It's
You're like, okay.
And I see you affected by it. So it's not like you have a general bias. That's not what I'm saying. It's like I just I think that I don't know, maybe I come into it more innocent is what I'm trying to say. It's like I kind of come in I try not to make it work the first time I'm listening to something. Because everything becomes work because we're musicians.
right? And I think that it's that. Well, that's one of the.
I wanna listen
That's why I
once.
keep you around, is because
You
of
need
your childlike wonder.
A fresh look. I'm gonna look at something really
No.
fresh without
Well,
any
it's-
bias. You show me
But
Batman.
you do,
I was
but
like,
you
I don't
do
know
look
any of
at
the
things
lore.
with
That
bias,
looks
though.
cool.
You like.
That's why I like Val Kilmer as Batman and in the Doors.
Well, you like
movie.
fluff,
I don't know what you mean by saying that.
dude. You said one of your favorite movies is Saw because of the traps and the puzzles. When it's like those are just death traps.
No, the reason
like
I like
those-
Saw
that's
is
candy.
the psychological torture, and there's a element of morality to it.
But
it's
it's-
much deeper than that. See, it's like you don't understand me. You don't know why I like Saw.
But it's like
You
those
like
movies
that?
are. But of course that's. But
No,
but
I
again,
love the psychological torture with the chance to redeem yourself. Bad people redeem.
But that's literally only in the first movie because that makes me
No,
think
it's
that you haven't
always
seen any of them.
I've
because
seen
like
them.
after the first movie,
No, they're
a lot of
all
those
trap
traps.
people. They're
a
not
lot of those
allowed
traps.
to get out. At a
Yeah,
point. Yes.
yes.
So then the morality fades.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's gone. And then what is it?
But the original
then
intention
it's
is
just
still-
torture porn.
Well, it's torturing people who have tortured other people. I'm still cool with it. But it had to grow there from the morality, for me to even get on board. You don't understand the depth. See, it's such a bro thing to defend Saw. Like, for horror movie buffs
Yeah.
or something, it's like, no!
Yeah,
Saw 2?
had the fucked up
The ice,
fingers
was
on
that
it,
the one
bro?
with the ice that melted? What? Because isn't that an old?
I think that's
an old
3 or
riddle.
4. Okay.
No, that's an old riddle. It's like, how did he die? It's like there's a pool on the floor, and you have to figure out that he hung himself on a piece of ice and let it slowly melt.
Yeah.
They literally did that. They made that riddle come to life, and
I think
it seemed that
so-
was cheesy.
So the second, third, and fourth movie.
They're all cheesy. I'm not. I mean, they're the worst of horror movies, but I like.
But see, you like a little bit of cheese. You like a little bit of that though, because it keeps it
It's
light. That's,
slight
I don't.
gore.
I
There's
don't.
no.
I don't want you to. I don't want you to take me as being
I don't think I like
offensive when I say you
I
like
love
fluff.
cheese.
You like
No,
fluff.
explain that. You need to get into that.
Because people like us, people who deal in escapism, because we either have like tormented minds or we have mental issues
Oh,
or
that's
we
why
have
I
something
like
like that.
Seinfeld.
Yes, because it's like
Goldbergs.
it's something that
you
can
watch
be.
that shit too,
Hell
though. You
yeah,
like
dude!
fluff
Because
shit.
it's like because
fluff
it's
piece. You mean like
it's comforting. It's like comfort food.
light fake journalism.
Right? It's fluff.
It's lies.
Yeah,
I
it's-
love lies.
Just lie to my
'Cause
face, baby. Because no
Fuck
one's life
truth.
is like that. No one's life.
life's-
Yeah, dude, it's scary. It's
Let's just
scary
think
and
about
dark.
like fun little family shit. Like
Yeah.
I almost like. Again, I think it's weird to me. See, this thing I've talked to Zena about before is like how I've seen horrible things. I have been a part of very bad, dark, evil things. And I love a good Goldbergs episode.
Yeah,
because
dude.
I want to see some wholesome shit. I want to see some bacon and have
I love
fun.
a
And the
wholesome
curse words
Jewish
are bleeped
grandpa.
out.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know. There's
Dude,
something
but
about
there's
being
something
so,
so
wholesome.
funny about like
Her cursing so
a
much?
mother being
Yeah.
like, I fucking love you.
Yeah.
Like that's so good, and it being bleeped.
The random bleeps too. Not even they
Yeah.
leave a lot of the fucking time.
Yeah.
They're perfectly timed. The bleeps are weird. But anyway, I don't know if that's an editing issue or what. If they just like that may be an after fact, but I thought that was kind of intentional. But anyway, so like but see the reverse. So Xena she's been through her own she dated girls for years, and she was tormented at her middle school and like
Right.
tried to kick out. She had her little things. as far as like that, but her sister was really bad into drugs, so she never got real bad. She's been very together and loves horror.
Yeah.
And when I see horror, it's just an additive onto, like, my mind feels like horror.
Yeah.
And so I want to see Seinfeld. That's why I love wholesome, innocent things. And I wonder if it's that, or I wonder if, like, it's like, I feel like typically the people who really enjoy exciting things, like horror, or like, again, the guy who would jump out of the plane is a guy who has never felt the emotion of jumping out of a plane.
But see, dude, I love fucking
like,
horror movies.
My heart has felt like it's jumping out of a plane.
Yeah.
It's been forced on me multiple times. So it's like, I know what it feels like. I don't like it. Get it away.
Yeah.
As opposed to, I've never felt shit. Let me jump out of a plane.
Well, I mean, for me,
Am I wrong? Am I being kind of crass, or am I being kind of like?
Well, no, but it's again, it's a different
Not
strokes
crass,
for
sorry.
different folks.
Am
Kind
I
of
being?
thing.
Am I kind of drawing a line there?
I mean, you're being a little
weird way?
divisive.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't think too much because again, that's your opinion.
I do love horror actually too.
Like
but
I
it's
love a good horror movie or a
Yeah,
good
I
horror
do.
series, like fucking Haunting of Hill House.
Yeah, that one's amazing.
Baby. And then
I
the other
agree.
one, Bly Manor.
And again, all of the early American Horror Stories, all that shit was perfect.
Yeah, dude. First
It
three
kinda fell
seasons.
off,
First
though.
3 seasons of
Lady
American
Gaga
Horror Story.
coming in, fucked it up.
Well, dude, the first 3 seasons you had you had the house, horror house,
yeah.
Hell House or whatever it was. Then you had really loved the circus one. Really loved that
was
one.
my shit.
That was so good.
Was that MPH?
No, Patrick Harris wasn't in that one, but it did have that dandy.
Wait, no, he was the carnival leader in one of the American. No, that was like 4. So he was the carnival dude, right?
I don't remember that.
Uh,
Hold on.
I'm pretty sure. I imagine MPH in that character, and I do think that was the one that Lady Gaga was in. It was like 4, 5, because 3 was the witches.
Ooh, yeah, that one was. That
2
one
was the
okay.
aliens in the hospital.
Oh, dude, the
It was
hospital
the-
one was
the
so
asylum.
good. The
It was the
asylum
asylum
was
one.
so good.
that was
that
the
one was
best one.
great. And
Oh,
then the next one was.
I love,
No, he was on Freak Show. Okay,
but
so
see,
he
again,
was.
I like the
just didn't remember that
psychological
one.
ones. I'm not a gore guy. I'm not a slasher, a slasher thrasher type shit. Like I'm yelling the whole time. I'm just mad about the writing because it's so bad. Like it's not practical, and I hate it. I hate all those fucking teens fucking cabin
Yeah,
in the
see, I don't
woods
like that shit. I like
style shit. It's
psychological
like
horrors.
psychological thrillers.
Thrillers
See,
are great. Like I'll watch a thriller anytime. Espionage.
That's
Give me
my
a
top
thriller, bro. movie,
I
like
think,
fuck
is
with
like
my brain a little
thriller.
bit.
Yeah, fuck with me.
Give me a
little
mind
bit.
fuck. What's one of your favorite mind fuck movies? Because like even The Matrix is a
Dude,
mind
right
fuck
now,
movie.
Again, right now I'm watching fucking Severance. That's a thriller.
Yeah,
that's a.
well, I haven't gotten
mind
into that one, so I'm talking like let's think about mind fuck movies from back in the day, like fucking you got what's the one with Jim Carrey, the Eternal Sunshine. That's a
Yeah,
mind
that
fuck
was really
movie.
good.
You've got fucking any Darren Aronofsky movie. Fucking The Fountain, Requiem for a Dream. All of
yeah,
his movies
like-
are mind fucks. Like I haven't
Okay.
seen Mother, but I've heard Mother is fucked up.
Mother is a great. Yeah, that
That's
one's
Darren
pretty
Aronofsky.
insane. Yeah,
He was-
That one's not as much of a thriller. That one's more like it's a ghost horror.
Well, it's an
kinda thing.
allegory for God and Mother Earth. It's
Yeah.
weird.
Wait, I'm thinking. Wait, Mother.
Ooh, Jacob's
No,
Ladder's a
my-
good mind fuck movie.
Oh, Shutter Island. Yeah.
Truman Show,
like the
dude. Yeah,
classic
that's a
one.
great one. Truman
Dude,
Show
that
is
was
a
when
great
I
mind
met Jim
fuck.
Carrey. Remember?
You met him when he was filming it in Florida.
My mom retold me that story, and he seems so weird.
Yeah.
In retrospect, it seems weird. I was collecting things. I was like looking at different rocks. I collected a stick and a rock and all these things real quick, and I was like examining them whether to put them in my backpack because I was a collector. And that's when he came over to me and like played with my stick, the
Your
stick
penis.
that I picked, my stick.
Your stick. Your stick. Jim
No, but I had
Carrey
this
played
weapon.
with your
It was
stick.
a good stick.
Yeah.
I collected a good. If I saw a good stick, I'm not gonna leave it there lying. I saw
I'm
a good
grasping
rock,
that
I saw a
stick.
good rock, a good smooth rock, or if it had any kind of like geode looking,
Yeah.
any kind of like
Get to the
different
Jim Carrey
coloration
part.
You know? No, he played with my stick. And he talked to me for a minute. It was outside of Orlando.
Well, that's
in
where they
Florida.
filmed it. They filmed it in Florida.
Yeah, and it was the Truman Show one. And it was just like, it felt weird because it was like, I think he saw how fucking weird I was.
Yeah.
I was
Well,
like,
he's like,
this
I
is
see
a
a little bit of
weirdo.
me in this kid.
This dude's
Well, I'm going to be in him later.
fucking weird. I want see that's one of those things like I don't have it in my memory because I was so young.
Yeah.
You know, it's like I don't clearly remember it. But I bet he does because it's like this weirdo kid.
Yeah. But doesn't that mean that you have a pretty big ego to think that Jim Carrey remembers you out of all of the people that he's met in
Oh
his
no,
big,
I don't actually
long life?
think he would remember me. I'm saying like the
Yeah.
moment of the fact that I don't remember and the fact that he came over to me means that I was strange. You know? And that's all I know about the situation is like that I had a bunch of weapons that I was collecting things off of the ground to make weapons with.
Yeah.
I don't really know. It was very weird.
This is my beating stick, Mr. Carey. You're the
But
fuck.
he was an adult. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, he was an adult, and did he? You know, it's like I know I'm just another kid in the crowd that he fucked, but
Like, were you guys in the background? Like, were you guys
we were
background
watching
extras?
the filming.
Okay.
So it was on the side, and I was just making weapons. I didn't care about him. I didn't know who he was.
But that's so strange that he would, if he's on set, like, there's probably barricades
Yeah.
between, like, you guys.
Oh, I think she said I ran out past because I was collecting a stick or a rock out past the curb.
Okay.
She was saying she had to grab me. But she was saying she trying to grab me to put me in a car or something. So maybe we were trying to leave. And I like saw a stick or a rock that I liked. And I ran out. Maybe it's something like that. That's what it seemed like. I'm going off my mother's memory.
That's strange. Wasn't even Jim Carrey. A homeless man came up and
Homeless
fondled
man
your
fucked
stick.
me, and
Yeah.
they're just trying to replace this. It's memory replacement, babe.
You met Jim Carrey when he was filming The Truman Show, babe.
I remember that.
Yeah.
So I wasn't fucked. Okay, he played with your stick. Yeah.
The number 23. And why does Jim Carrey have so many mindfuck movies? He's a mindfuck.
No, he's strange now. He seems dangerous to himself a little bit. I don't know.
Let's see.
Maybe he's helpful
Oh
to
my
other
God,
people at the same
Naked's
time.
back. Get the
Shout
fuck
out.
out of here.
Report your ass.
The fuck out of here.
Go fuck yourself. Strip.
Let's see. Okay, so someone said Mulholland Drive. Yeah, so a lot of like David
Fuck that
Lynch
movie.
stuff. I love the dude from.
I don't know
behind
why
the-
that. Oh
I'll
man,
always remember that for the rest of my life.
I know it's a classic, but I saw it way too young and it ruined it, and it seems so fucking boring to me.
Boring.
Yeah, I saw it way too young.
Yeah.
and I hated it. And I've tried to rewatch it, and I'm like,
Scanner
I get why I
Darkly is a
hated
good
it.
mindfuck movie. Scanner Darkly.
Oh yeah, no,
a
I
good
love
one.
some fucking Waking Life.
Waking Life's a good one too.
It's not really much of a mind.
Not
fuck.
as much
It's
of a
just like-
mindfuck.
It's just like it's just fucking lucid dreaming shit. But wait, what's the mindfuck movie? Okay, fuck.
Something that fucks your
That
mind,
really
bruh.
hurt when he saw it. You know?
One that hurt my brain. Ooh, there was this one movie with Ethan Hawke.
Hawking?
No, Ethan Hawke. There was Ethan Hawke, and it's a movie called.
Who's he? See,
It's
I
a
don't know
movie.
the
It's like a
actors.
paradox thing. So this movie. So Ethan Hawke. Oh my God. So it's basically like a time cop ends up being his own mother
12
and
Monkeys.
father. 12 Monkeys is a great
Mind
mind
fuck.
fuck. What is that?
Fight
movie with
Club,
Ethan-
mind fuck.
Yeah. Yes. Nailed it. Ethan Hawke time travel movie. What's it called? Predestination.
I've never seen that.
So this movie is great. If you guys
Is it
haven't,
really?
haven't seen Predestination,
Is it a
it is a
thriller?
great fucking movie. So I'm about to
I like
tell
them-
you all about it.
Spoiler from
for
2014.
2014. So you see Ethan Hawke's character. He's saving. Like he's taking someone from being kind of blown up in this explosion. So he's a time cop, basically.
Okay.
So he's a time
Hate
traveling
it, but
kind
go
of
on.
agent. But so then you see like this kind of like you kind of go back in time. So fuck.
I'm the same you are with music, with movies. I'm just like, I think I come into it with the same thing. No, heard it before.
Yeah. Okay, so he delivers this baby, and this baby grows up to be a young woman in the 60s, and then this young woman ends up going into this special government program and ends up being a special operative, and then it turns out she's a hermaphrodite, and then she ends up being a time cop, has a sex change, becomes a dude, and then goes back in time, fucks her younger self as a woman, gets her pregnant, and then it's herself. So she's her own mother and father and herself. And is also Ethan Hawke.
Mind freak!
Mind freak, baby.
See, that does sound like something I could get into, though.
Oh yeah, it's a great
paradoxical fucking
Yeah.
ending to where you're like, I'm gonna punch a wall because
Dude.
you explain nothing to me.
Dude, Primer is so fucked up.
Timer. I don't know that.
It's
either.
a time travel movie, but they
You like all
literally
these time travel.
No, I'm
'Cause
I'm
they're
going with
paradoxical,
mindfuck.
though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm going
All
for.
time travel is paradoxical.
So that one's really good because they actually go with real science and they explain it, and you cannot follow it.
Yeah,
You literally, but it's
that's
like,
how they get you.
but it's real shit that they're talking about in that movie. Like these are all like probable ways that time travel could happen, and then
Okay,
they
I
start
see.
spawning off these different realities, and you can't tell which one is taking place in which alternate reality that they spin off from starting this machine. Like, so the whole movie is fucked.
I like it.
Enter the Void, great movie,
Enter the
great
Void,
mindfuck
yeah.
movie. That one's
Whoa.
all about DMT.
Yeah,
That's just
shout
a DMT
out
trip.
that movie.
That movie's fucked, bruh.
Damn, like my mind has blocked out most of the information from that movie because it was so good.
Dude, Falling Down is one of those good movies. That's
What's that? Falling down?
That's that movie where what's his name? God damn it, Michael Douglas. He's
Yeah.
like a straight-laced dude, and then like he has that one bad day that breaks him. He's a little bit racist. He's a little bit conservative. His wife's leaving him. Blah blah blah.
Now he's gonna murder.
And he's trying to get to his kid. He's trying to get to his kid for a birthday party, and he ends up kind of going on like a killing rampage throughout the city on his way. It was just a really hot day, and he just really wanted a Coca-Cola. $1 for a can of Coke or some shit like that. That's really dumb. Ex Machina, you like that one, right?
Oh yeah, that was great.
But is that a mind fuck?
It's a slow reveal more than a mind fuck.
Write songs in these genres. We do, kind of.
In what genre?
Usually when we're freestyling and stuff, we'll get into like some
Oh,
murder
these
mystery
genres.
kind of stuff. We'll get into some
You know what though? Yeah, we haven't really delved into a murder mystery song.
someone is dead who did it.
I think we should write a murder
Someone is
mystery
dead
song.
who did it. The lights went out and they're dead.
You know what
now.
we can do? You know what's great to sell songs, right? If we're talking about just easy clickbait shit. Clue.
Yeah.
We just base a song off of a murder mystery. We call it Clue. Steal all of their fucking artwork.
Right.
Fuck you. You know? It's as simple as that.
And just fuck you to death forever.
But also respect, because I was a Clue fan, bro. Heavy Clue guy. You know that.
You a clue boo?
I think we should
You a clue boo?
I don't even know if I want. No, it doesn't matter. But yeah, it's too in depth. I think I still want to make that. So we were talking about the creepypasta that's about the building
Backrooms.
backrooms.
The backrooms. Yeah.
Again, this is deep. This is just references off of references. I was about to be like, so we were thinking about making. No, it
Yeah.
doesn't matter yet. Do you want to watch one we haven't watched? It's 1 a.m. Fuck it. I don't think
watch
they're
one
gonna
of the
catch us on a
Backrooms?
back room. On a new one, just for a second. I want to get the vibe of it. It seems like it's some deep lore, but I would love to see the explanation too. But
Okay. So what do you want to see? So these are the back rooms that he has. These are
okay,
so the third test.
yeah, let's try the third test or Let's see if we get a claim for this.
On July 2nd, 1988, the ASIN research facility tested its low-proximity magnetic distortion system for the
Looks like
third
fake
time.
found footage,
The
Yeah, it's not. This is all done by this
results
dude.
of the experimentation have not yet been released. During a press conference held in April of 1988, Ivan Beck, vice director of the ASIN
God, that's so unsettling.
Pretty unsettling, yes.
described the intention of these tests, stating this program is
glitchy. I feel like a beat's about to drop.
From the United States government to all current and future storage and residential needs and save billions of dollars on property.
The way that
Build
it's,
it.
dude, that's like fucking me up.
Oh,
It's-
that's fucking up.
It's so unsettling to me.
I'm
Just
waiting
like
for the beat to drop. I'm
because
hyped.
I'm trying to understand what it's saying, and it's like coming in and out and like pulsing, and it's changing, like the speed at which it's coming through.
Construction and management.
Love the industrial sounds. Wow. That's pulling me a little bit. Dude, it's sucking me in. That's a fucking portal. Probably what it would look like. The shit that may have chopped some people's arms off.
Yeah.
Probably look like that. If it happened, we don't know.
Wow.
No, but I wanted to. So my idea was to make a game, I'm turning into a board game.
Oh.
No, I was saying do Dungeons and Dragons style back rooms. We set up
Yeah, that would be cool.
different scenarios for people to walk through. We've talked about doing a lot. I've never played this Dungeons and what? I know what it is.
Dungeons and
But I've never
Schmaggins?
played it. And our friend Atlas is like a heavy player.
Yeah.
And said he would try to do some, whatever was it? Dungeon Master. I said, I
Yeah,
don't
he
know
said he
this
would-
shit. I've never played it. Seems nerdy as fucking out, but it also seems fun. If we get psycho with it. So if we get some weird theme music to it, we do it live, we get real high on psychedelics.
Yeah.
We can get into some
And fucking get creeped out.
like I could see it taking a weird turn to where it was enveloping. I don't know.
Do you want to watch
But-
another one?
I kind of want to see one of the new
What's
ones,
another?
yeah, from within the month or something.
So we've got missing persons,
But see, we don't know all the lore,
informational
but yeah,
video, autopsy report, motion detected.
I don't know. Do the informational video.
That's 8 minutes.
Well, we'll get a clip. It's just like some avant-garde horror,
Welcome
right?
to the Project KV-31
So
Research
this is-
and Development
this
Team.
is-
There's a story
This is
behind
almost
it, though,
so.
right?
This is basically an ARG kind of.
Yeah. So, but is there a story? Not even a game, right? It's just a story. It's an augmented reality story. It's not really like a game.
But that's what
Right.
that's what they call it. So this technically wouldn't be that. So this is kind of like an avant-garde horror kind of thing, but it's also it's an independent thing. So this is taking a creepypasta and turning it into this
So-
kind of medium.
Yeah, so this research and development, so there's like this floor of this like nuclear study thing that birthed this creature. Is that kind of like, am I getting close?
Okay, so you're saying it's found footage instead of
You think
so
it's found footage that they made look?
No,
that
no,
they
no.
at, what?
No, so this kind of ARG is called found footage, right? So it's coming from the stance of like he's found these old videos
Yeah.
of the back rooms.
But I kind of want to know some of the lore about like this. Again, it looks like some nuclear team, like they're in fucking
well, they've created the back rooms as like storage, like infinite storage.
Is that the lore?
but
so
it's-
there's back rooms that basically never. There's just infinite physical storage.
Infinite physical space. Like,
Yeah.
and there's different levels that look different and have different entities within them.
And they just their growth is like up to your imagination. Like you can create new.
It's there.
But
it's
there's
like,
infinite. How can it be
It's
infinite?
okay, maybe it's not infinite, but it's sprawling.
Can we?
You want to get into this?
Yeah, I want to see the actual.
No, the video. You can't. You keep calling this, saying the video is
Okay.
called found footage, but
We're
the
finding
first
this.
one isn't even called. It's just parentheses found footage.
Yeah, because it's a art house shit. Yeah, I kind of want to look into the lore of like the background of what it is. I don't know what it is.
Okay.
Right? So let's. I think that's a Reddit skip. Woo!
Whoopsie daisy.
We look hot as shit as cartoons.
Yeah.
We look way less janky. We look like we could hold up a show.
The Backrooms Explained, a guide to the internet's favorite thing.
Non-reality.
Favorite non-reality. Okay.
There's a place outside of reality which, if you're not careful, you can sort of slip into, or no clip, as the terminology goes. This place is called the Backroom. So, it's a kind of paranormal, multi-dimensional space that multiple people can visit. Like it actually exists. People have created it. It's full of yellow hallways, yellow rooms, this damp, musty carpet. And no, they are the back rooms, plural, infinite. So it does say infinite. They go on forever. As far as anyone knows, once you land there, you're unlikely ever to leave. Okay, so it's a place. You know how people talk about DMT being like the same place that other people visit? I've always really questioned that, and I don't believe in the idea of like jumping into like the same physical place and you travel. I think that what people are referring to is kind of like seeing the world as it is around them, and they come back with similar stories, and that's why you should never tell someone what psychedelics are like before they try them. I think that's a good thing. Leave it up to their own mind. But so this place is kind of like what people talk about, because I don't believe in the general space that people go to when they go out of body. I don't believe it's like this other same dimension and place. It's kind of like that, right? What people talk about, like the fairyland DMT shit. You know, the back rooms is a place outside of reality that, you know, what?
What is he? Ryan, what are you talking about?
I don't know.
Who
It
was
distracted me?
Were you being self-absorbed? Or was I being? Who was being self-absorbed?
I was describing the back rooms. I was reading the back. It's a place outside of reality.
And remember
that
your
can-
people who follow you. What do you... Is he like way back in the video or something?
No, I don't know.
I don't know.
I was literally just reading that and talking about how it reminded me of the place that people talk about DMT as going to
Yeah.
the same place. So it's a place outside of reality that you can slip into and never get out of, and we kind of all exist in this parallel dimension that's easy to slip into. It's kind of the idea, right? And
Yeah.
so it's a space. Yeah. As a result, the space doesn't behave as normal spaces behave. So the fact that they go on forever, yes, things are added. You might not get to decide what is added to it, but there will be new hallways, there will be new doors
like
every
even
time
if
you
were
turn
to,
around,
yeah,
right?
If you were to backtrack.
So it's like it's that's kind of
But you don't get hungry in the back rooms. I remember hearing that too. You don't
Weird.
need
See,
to
that's
eat
a weird
or
additive.
sleep. You
Yeah.
don't need to eat or
You're just
sleep.
trying to run.
But
you're
no,
trying to get out, right?
no,
Or
but
explore.
sleeping is a good pastime because you're there now. If you're in the back rooms,
Yeah.
you're never leaving.
So you want to sleep.
So it's a way to pass time because time moves differently. You may live forever in there,
Yeah.
or relatively speaking, like
See, they could loop, they twist, they turn. So like I think again, it's probably not decided by you, so it's an alternate dimension that's decided for you as you walk through it, and therefore,
There's different entities, so I'm sure we'll get down to that.
See that's something too. Right?
Okay,
You see
so
different-
there's over 600 million square miles, but that may just be an estimate or possibly even an analogy. The closest our
So
human
it's
minds can
infinite,
get to
yeah.
understanding how staggeringly vast they truly are.
So just naming the biggest number.
Yeah. Let's see. The measures of length and area, of course, are not necessarily the same as they are on our usual plane of existence. Time, too, works differently in the back rooms. What seems like an instant could be an eternity and vice versa. The back rooms often, although not always, look like the worst, most dated office building you've ever
Okay,
seen.
so this is where it gets specific because up
Yeah.
until now I'm like, this is DMG.
Right.
But when it's like, oh, it's yellow carpet and yellow, that's what I was talking about when you were gone. It's like the idea that everyone's in the same place is the part that's unrealistic to me.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? It's like get transported to the same place, yellow carpet, yellow. You know, it's
Right.
like but also if I believe in multi dimensions and I believe in interdimensional travel, then I might as well believe in this because this definitely exists. If I believe in that,
Right.
then this is real, and some people go visit this place.
Yeah, so they're comprised of primarily of a maze of rooms and hallways, all vaguely ill-looking shade of yellow, with musty, aging carpet and a questionable wallpaper choice. They're lit by fluorescent lights that continually hum and buzz at an obnoxiously apparent level.
And they come on and off too.
Well, there's no rhyme or reason to their placement. So there are areas
They're
that
not
are
all
dark.
lined up.
There are areas that don't have lights. There are areas that have a bunch of lights. There are areas that they'll kind of
It's
go
kinda like-
on and off.
Yeah, it's kind of like hell. You're torturing yourself. It's like if you lived your whole life in an office and you went to your own personal hell.
Yeah.
Is that why it's so
And
relatable?
then you've got, I say not always though, because sometimes the back rooms look like something else. Sometimes they look industrial, made of concrete and filled with pipes and condensation. And sometimes they look like something entirely different, an old hotel, a study, an arcade, a parking lot. It all depends on who you talk to and what system of organization you find the
Who
most
you talk to, so you can talk to people. I didn't even know you could talk to people inside of this place.
Should you find your way into the back rooms, you should also be aware that sometimes there are others there with you, others who may be wanderers like yourself. So that's the name for the people in there. So if you're a human being
wanderer?
in there, you're a wanderer. Wanderers like yourself, but also others who, unlike yourself, have not recently found their way into the back rooms, but rather have always been there. They're not human usually. No, not even the ones who look human. It's best you avoid them if possible. If you hear something, head the other direction as quietly as you can. The back rooms are the epitome of eldritch location. Try not to slide into them if you can help it.
Look it up.
Although, of course, you may not have a say in the matter.
Eldritch location. He mentioned, Candy mentioned purgatory. I'm assuming that's kind of the same thing. Eldritch location. It may be the scientific example of purgatory. I'm gonna look it up. That's what my mind does.
What?
I want to hit that Eldritch.
Eldritch location. In fiction land, some places just don't agree with the laws of physics, geography, and the way we understand the world. Eldritch locations take many forms: lost worlds, wonderlands, strange planets, and comprehensible voids. So any place that's different from our reality is an eldritch location.
Okay, cool.
Cool. So let's check out. So they're asking what a creepypasta means.
It's like it's kind of like a horror writing prompt
Yeah.
on some level, right? It's like a horror lore. Say that
lore.
a bunch.
Okay, so creepypastas are horror-related legends that have been shared around the internet.
It's a writing prompt of horror.
It's like copy and
Everyone
paste.
can
It's
add
like
to
a,
it,
a
though,
copy
you know,
and
it's like-
paste creepypasta. It's like copy and paste.
Yeah.
So like the old emails you would get of like, share this email or Bloody Mary's gonna show up. That's like the very
Creepypasta.
rudimentary form of like a creepypasta. It's like a share, like it's basically like an internet ghost story.
It's a curse. If
No.
you want to go real old, it's an internet curse.
Kind
Once you
of.
get it, you have to add to it or it will affect you. You
But
know?
why is it called pasta? Like paste, like copy and paste.
But again, I think like the old chains,
it's
right?
like
Where like
yeah.
a curse. Like if you didn't share this or something bad was happening. Creepypasta, once you really envelop within the world, you have to add to it or it will destroy you.
Like
it's an ancient
Slender Man.
curse.
Slender Man is a creepypasta.
Yeah. I mean, at that point, though, it gets into weird places, right? So it's like, like skinwalkers aren't creepypasta, but a lot of people have a lot of written out lore and like background on these creatures that don't, well, I can't say don't exist, but that seem like the writings of madmen.
Yeah.
In very select places. So, I mean, you see my reluctance there too of like, if you want this place to exist, I think it might as well exist. Your mind is so
Right. I
fucking
kind of want to
powerful.
find a different list almost.
If the universe is dead and we are the dying stars fading out, I still think your mind's powerful enough to create a hell like this for you. So go ahead if you want to. Don't do it though. Why would you put yourself in a place like this?
Let's see. There are many things that people have claimed to find in the backrooms that are not shown in the original post and are up for debate. For instance, the original post mentions the sounds of monsters but never explicitly shows them to you. Some users have claimed to discover these monsters while exploring the backrooms. Then we've got
a weird point here. It's like, so I see a lot of writing prompts like this on Reddit to where it's like someone will make the original post of a random idea, but there's rules.
yeah.
And then everyone will add their depth story. And if your story doesn't match up with the rules, it gets deleted. So it's like this idea of like, it's a fictional place within these boundaries, go wild. But if it doesn't follow the basic line of the original post, it's not congruent.
Yeah.
It's not.
So this person is actually taking it from the stance that the backrooms are real. So the person writing this Reddit post says, as an observer, I've never gone into the backrooms myself, but have access to observation equipment and contact with some explorers that have found places to hole up in the backrooms. It's generally accepted that the backrooms somehow have Wi-Fi access, so those inside can make contact via the internet.
That sounds like Star Trek trying to be like, and yeah, we got the whooping shipping that makes time travel real. It's
Yeah,
like you just make something up at the end there. Try it. This is the point. This is the point of this. You've got to actually put the work in to add to the lore and make it make sense. Don't put at the end in parentheses that it has Wi-Fi access. I would work harder.
Yeah.
Like,
Do you want to watch this now?
Yeah, let's try the informational video. Found footage, baby.
In this short, informative video, you will be briefed on the required protocol in regard to Project KV-31, as well as
See, now we have
receive
a
an
name?
overview of future development plans.
I'm into it.
What is Project KV-31?
Tell me.
Project KV-31 pertains to the study and development of the async low-proximity magnetic distortion system.
Pause it.
You're like, I love this.
No, fuck you for saying a bunch of shit that makes me think we're first of all, async would be okay. So like anti-synchronized, low proximity, so it's not close. Magnetic distortion. So magnetic distortion is basically like using magnet. You know, I'm into magnets.
You do like
that's
magnets.
reverse magnetism. So async, low proximity.
Well, async is the company. So the company
You don't
that's
think
doing
they're
this,
using the word anti-synchronized?
No.
You don't
So
think it's
async, async is the
I feel
company.
like it's a corporate word. Async, it's anti-synchronized.
No, I know a little bit more about this,
Oh, and it's the company
async
name.
is
Okay.
this company.
So, yeah, it might be. I assume that accent mark was there for a little flair on it. Async. Okay.
No, I think that's the little R for registered.
So wait. I wasn't done. Hold on. Wait, go back. Low proximity. Magnetic
Distortion system.
Okay, so
It's
it can
the
be far
gateway.
away. It doesn't have to be within any distance. and it can affect the polarity of something magnetically from a far, far distance. That's basically what they're saying. And this will solve world hunger. This will change everything. This will make power free. If this thing existed that I'm imagining they're talking about.
Yeah, but they're literally, I think they're talking about the entrance to the back rooms.
But
That's what
the
they're talking
system,
about.
that's the thing I talked to you about like, if you find a power that can exactly replicate the polarity of magnetism and a high magnet area, you can create free power that's endless. And they tried to do this with like the they had a system.
That's the Tesla thing.
Well, they had a system that never, it's like with no outside force would it would constantly bounce, pump energy forever once it was started, but it had to have an initial
there's
starting point.
Because like you always
You
have to
start it in motion.
You have to start the perpetual motion machine somehow.
The perpetual motion machine. Yeah, exactly. Like, so that's a big flaw in this. When the magnets of the earth, the polarity of the earth, if it's exactly matched, like, do you see, when two magnets are together, that energy right there is what I want to harness.
People said that there's
want
no
to
such
match
thing
the
as a
polarity.
perpetual motion machine. Did you know that we already have one?
No, that was made hundreds of years ago. That's a very old thing.
A perpetual motion machine?
Yes, absolutely. And once it was started, it could bounce forever. It would move forever, and it would create energy forever. But you had to start it. And that's the problem, is because every energy is going to have effects on it, right? So it's going to slow down over time. It's not going to create as much motion. It's not going to produce as much. And you have to start it every time. So, like, there's a basic flaw in it that they're not using the magnetism of the earth.
No, it's the ocean, bro. The ocean is the only one that you've never had to start. It's the only perpetual motion machine that literally exists.
But see, that's old.
It's the only one that is real.
That's like you
What do you
might
mean?
as well. They used the natural motion of water in like ferry boats and shit, right? Like,
that's sailing.
no, the old casino
the paddle
ferry
boats? Yeah.
No, the ones that use the.
That have a paddle. It's like
called a
moving the
paddle?
water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's one that hasn't been tapped into. The magnetic field hasn't been tapped into properly. Like, it'd be an easy energy source.
Yeah, I will let. That doesn't really have anything to do with the back rooms.
I think that's exactly what they do there.
Well, let's check it out.
Magnetic distortion, low proximity. It can be from anywhere. They can affect
The magnetic distortion system. For the sake of convenience, you may hear your peers refer to the project under any of the following titles: the machine, the
doors,
the back rooms,
The
complex,
complex.
hallways. Unauthorized usage of these terms outside of the async research
This is us
facility is
describing
strictly
D&T.
prohibited.
Wait, it's prohibited to say hallways outside of the company? They're like
Are you sure it says-
the use of any of these names outside of the compound are strictly
You can't
prohibited.
what do you refer
The
to? it
door?
as?
I can't say the door outside of work. Walk me through that portal that doesn't lead to the big space.
The threshold without guided supervision.
Yeah, don't go in there,
Oh,
bitch.
so it's a portal place, right?
Never enter the complex alone.
So
All expeditions
I have
are
another
to be
question already.
Okay.
So they're obviously showing that a physical place exists, that a portal to the back rooms exists within. You see what I'm saying? These are people in the real world going
Right.
through a portal to the back rooms, right?
Right.
They're not already in the back rooms. So that
Correct.
means there's a physical entry,
Yeah.
right? to the
But you
back
can
rooms.
also no clip in there.
You can glitch out, right?
You can
Is that
glitch
what-
in.
Glitch in, but there's a physical entry.
Right. So we don't know if the back rooms already, like at this point, we don't know, like going into this video, we don't know if the back rooms have always existed
and they just built this portal to get there. Like, so they could use the space for their own means. Like, someone found out the back rooms were there, figured out a way to make the portal to it, and now they're going to use it for their own means or to study it or something. Backrooms is where you had your weird shit.
So they came across it.
Let's see.
Dude, I want to pull.
Comprised of no
What?
fewer than 3 individuals.
So 3 at a time or more.
Or more? Or did it say at least? So one person can't go.
Oh,
through
that's
by
so
themselves.
cool. That's so fucked up. Oh no.
That's the entry into the back rooms, but once you're in, you turn around, it's gone, I bet, right?
No.
They have an open entry where you can go out? I mean, you're going to get lost, right?
That's why you go in with 3 at a time or more. See the door's right there.
Yeah.
Okay, so first off, I love the atmosphere. I love that you can hear the buzzing of the overhead
What's the
lights.
beeping, though? Huh? Is that
It's
one
probably
of their scanners
outside
or something?
It's probably back in that
The
big
humming
room.
of the door?
Yeah, but
even?
that was 2 weeks ago. We're not going to be doing anything about it now.
The beeping.
I mean, do you really think that there's actually a lesson in this situation? I mean, there's too many variables.
Subtitles.
Probably there's
Turn on the subtitles.
There isn't any.
Oh,
Because
of
it's supposed to
course.
be a mind fuck. You're supposed to be figuring it out. It's like a mystery. Like they want you to be pausing it because there was
It's
already
muffled.
stuff we've missed of like
Yeah,
little
I'm
cuts
sure.
in between scenes and shit.
working. It's doable.
Okay, so they've got a lead. They've got a line leading them out. See?
Oh, okay,
They're
so they
fucking-
have the thing to... They
You
have
see
a
how
lead
there
to
are
the door?
areas with no lights?
Yeah.
That's so fucking not cool, bro.
That's weird because why did they... Well, they built those to hide things that weren't there before. You know, it's like when you add a bathroom, when you add something, like those are extra added places. But why weren't there lights there originally? I don't know. Yeah, the structure. See, all the lights seem perfectly aligned, though. Definitely an old office building.
But then you've got
All
little
the
weird,
yellow
little weird.
wallpapers on the
Dad, you
trim.
hear this?
Of the
Yeah.
it's like they put the wallpaper over the trim. And there's lots of noise, right? There's lots of like rooms that seem like they're filled with people, right?
Guys, do you hear this? Hey!
Nope. No, thank you.
Guys. Guys. George. Open.
You go in with 3 people. What do you have to like
That's why you have to
hold
stay
hands?
together.
Or do you have to like be in the same hallway? Because hallways will change. If you're in a different, you can't take a right turn outside of a hallway without your friends.
No, this is fucked, bro.
There's this one.
So now you're
Yeah, dude, this is
stuck.
fucked. Not cool, bro.
Oh, see, this is much more concrete, right? Is this more of the? Oh,
Is that like a?
looks like the RPG rebuilt, like put a texture.
Well, it
though.
also looks like this is kind of like an area for people to like watch something,
Oh, an arena with like leftover burnt
or just like
shit.
where you would watch like a doctor perform a surgery or something back in the day. What the fuck is that, bro?
Broken, burnt.
You can really tell a lot of this stuff is CG.
Yeah, but I let it slide because it's all about the lore, right? It's like it doesn't have to look good as long as it keeps mind fucking.
Right.
I don't like that the lights change.
Right. That's what I'm talking about. There's no rhyme or
That
reason
I don't
because
like
they
that
change.
in the middle. They would just unless that was an old part of the building, it doesn't make sense.
Because like they'll even be
And
like
they're
really
still
close
in
to
line,
each other.
and it just seems weird.
It's all
They'll-
fucking unsettling. And do you see how it's getting smaller? It's like Willy Wonka-ing. He's like
Yeah.
getting down and crawling.
I don't like it.
But it's just what? You can't see through there. It's so dark.
I don't like that either. A new wallpaper. So different level-ish.
But it's like,
That's worse. Nuh-uh. What, you got a house
is
in
he
there?
crawling still or is he up? 'Cause, like,
Oh, an axe. So no, he's standing.
okay.
So whose axe is that? Whose wheelbarrow is that, bro? Why is it like old wooden
It's like
floor?
old-
What is
yeah.
happening?
This is not part of the office building.
No. Why is okay?
So this kind of breaks the lore of it being just the
wheelbarrows.
office.
Okay, so do you see? Oh, this is weird. This looks glitched out.
The wallpaper?
So, but it looks like it's just that same pattern, but it's stretched into being lines. Like it's something like you just got like the color palette and it's
Like it
stretched.
didn't render properly or something. Oh.
Yeah, dude. What the fuck? It looked like there was a house over
Same
there.
colors.
A house!
You're right, though. All
There's
the
a-
same colors stretched out.
There's
And
a house in
with
there.
with a lit front
Well,
door,
that's
like
the-
you're outside.
Well, no, that's the light from this camera.
It
right
looks like you're
there.
out. No, from this angle, you think? Oh, okay, I see. It still looks like you're outside. It's like garage doors of an
Why
English
is this?
house.
But
like,
is that? But that's actual glass because it's shining off. But that looks like wallpaper too.
Yeah, I don't know about this part. This one's.
What the fuck is it? What? I don't like that noise, but you might. Why would you not go into the house and see if there were provisions or look at the fucking lights, bro?
The lights are like made up depending on where the walls randomly generated. You know what I mean? It's like they almost built an office space here
Yeah.
just by random generation.
There's so many lights, but it's almost like it's not enough. It's so fucked.
Yeah. It's still dark in corners somehow.
Now what the fuck
too.
is this? You got a little observation room? Get
Oh.
the fuck in there, bro. That looks like where your people need to be. You need to fucking get in there. What are you doing?
So that's a full concrete
telling you to go in
slab.
there.
This is underground, right?
No,
They
it's-
don't lay these thick concrete. Look at that.
Yeah, bro.
That's like 2 feet deep of concrete. You can't build that on top of fucking wood, right?
Yeah.
That would have to be underground. Oh, an observation. This is a.
You need to just chill there, bro.
This is a new find right here.
You need to chill
You
in
need to
there.
watch other people coming in there. Find some.
Oh no.
Then something's triggered. You're not supposed to be in here, bro.
No.
You're gonna die. It's red.
no. You're fucking killing me, bro. What the fuck was that?
Hey, pause this
Yes.
for a second.
You're like, I.
I think it's my new favorite thing.
Yeah. This is incredible. I love the lore.
I have questions, and I think we should deep dive. I want to add to it now. I want to do it
Will you move
properly
some of
and
those-
add to the lore. You know?
So what's the next one?
Was there a new one
What's
after
the
that?
next
Kane?
one? There's
Kane Princess?
autopsy report, and then there's motion detected. So which one do you want to just keep? Do you just want to do autopsy report?
I want to make my hair real crazy.
Accomplished. Way to go.
Alien! That's the alien.
Are you leaving?
Yeah, I'm leaving forever.
Okay. Which one is the one with the siren head? Tell me which one is the one with the siren head chasing you. Is it first contact or is it missing persons? Or the motion detected? Which one is it? Talk to me. Guys, go like the stream if you're watching it. So it's just the first one. So yeah, we saw that one. We watched that one a couple weeks ago on the podcast. If you haven't yet, please hit the like button. It helps us out a lot. It helps people find it. Also, if you're in the future listening on all podcast platforms, found footage. Listen on podcast platform. Give it 5 stars. 5-star review. Do that. Go buy merch. Realbird.company.site. And also go check out our Patreon. Patreon.com/Chopper. Shows a picture of Siren Head. Yeah. The Backrooms. Found footage. 21 million views 2 months ago. Yes. So its name is Siren Head? Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, that one's fucked. That's the first one that came out. He no clips in and then gets chased around by it. Which, like, there were so many things. There's so many things that you could have done to get away from that thing. Oh, you gave it that name. Okay. Six arms. No, I think it just has like really long arms. But even then, I ain't afraid of this thing that's like made up of fucking office supplies. I'll fucking rip that thing in half, bruh. I ain't scared of that thing.
Jesus, guys. You like my hair wings?
Yeah, you got good hair wings, bruh.
Look at that.
I see. You got like the whole like founding father thing going on. You got a real colonizer vibe about you right now, white boy.
Dang.
You got oppressor vibes.
What, with my hair wings? You're stuck in the bathroom too long, bro.
John Doe autopsy
this
report.
1990, fuck you. Or it could be 3090.
Subject is male.
You know what I mean?
Somewhere between 18 and 21 years old.
18, 20 years
The
old.
time of death was around 5 days ago, but due to the severe tissue damage, it's hard to say for sure. Cause of death was likely malnutrition. I was able to recover most of the digestive tract. So, as things start to deviate from what we would consider to be natural, the decomposition process appears to have been stunted somehow. It's like portions of the body stopped decaying and were sustained. Other areas, however, were completely overtaken by culture. So, I took samples of some material here. At first, I thought it was an aggregated collection of Pseudomonas fluorescens, but it seems to be closer to a mutated strain of simple hay bacillus.
Is it growing into the yellow walls?
It should be completely benign, but well, really, I don't know what to make of this. Mr. Beck, may I ask where this subject came from?
Okay.
Oh, you're jamming to this. This one makes me way more uncomfortable than the one I
really?
thought was glitchy and fun. Yeah, you were ragtiming out to that one. See, it's got something for everybody, just like us.
That was such an abrupt end.
Yeah, you scared me with that ending.
All right, after this one, we'll be all caught up. Why are you not letting me full screen, bitch?
That's what the background does.
Oh, because my escape key is pressed down.
Pop it up.
I got it, I guess. Okay, so you in there now. Are you building it? It's one of the things that turns into a monster, I guess, probably.
That?
Well, it's one of the, it's a...
What?
It's like a surveyor, right? Optimally positioned along lateral division A, each camera has been modified to send... Oh, what?
Send out an alert if they motion detect or something. What was it? I didn't read the end of that.
Oh, okay.
What? They got a map?
So they got
So if
cameras that
anything-
should be able to see everywhere for the most part.
It's like from 1992.
Well, it's 1990, right?
Oh, is that? Well, but again, that could be 3090. Where you're looking at, like, this is the problem with Y2K. We didn't put the first numbers. You assume it's
It
90.
said 1990.
No, it said /90,
Okay.
which means it could be a different.
But those cameras were obviously from the 1990s. The quality is obviously, it's shot in 4:3 aspect
Didn't
ratio.
say 1990 though.
The fuck is the matter with your brain sometimes, bruh?
I think that did say 1990. No, look at the intro though. It said /90. Yeah, wherever the date was. Not that one. When it said slash, it did say 90 plenty of times. Apparently, I overlooked this. But when it did the slash marks.
Was that in the last video?
No, it was in this one just a minute ago. It was just a minute ago. Well, don't scrub over at the bottom.
I can only see so much, dude.
What? I don't know. I saw the date with the slash.
It was probably in the last video, bud.
Now I don't like this because I clearly saw the slash.
The following is a
90.
compilation of all detected motion alerts received during the night of Monday, March 5th.
They're clearly
Oh,
saying,
this might be where the dude disappeared. Or no. 3. Okay, there's 3.
Oh, look how it's chopping up the hall. It's like there's so many different options for what you see there, or depending on which way you're coming from. You know what I mean? It's like, what if they're all there, and depending on which way you walk in, it changes the layout. Man, if no one saw the fucking slash,
Why was he by himself? You're not supposed to be by yourself. Why are there parts of it that aren't built yet, though?
yeah, like it wasn't finished. Like there's parts of, well, there's parts of it that look like a couple different things, right? It's like the office buildings weren't done, and also like a house,
Yeah.
also like a garage. There was wood with that weird wallpaper. It's the only place we've seen without this wallpaper, right? Besides concrete. I mean, we see some concrete places. And see, they're trying to get all the angles through every path. See, it's like all these weird passageways.
Oh, you see it?
I see some shit moving up there.
Yeah. Fuck you, you creepy bitch. I see you
Is
out
that
there.
the ones in the top That's the ones that live in the top.
The party goers? Or it was peeking out around looking at it. The fuck is you? I'm scaled and enhanced. Yeah, I can really tell what it is now.
Yeah, thanks for it. Oh, it's a guy. It kind of looks like a guy that's floating sideways, like he's stepping around, looking around a corner, but
was
upside, like the cube. Like there's different physics in that room.
Get out of here, angry video game nerd.
What if it was another goer? You know, what if it was another lost person, but in a room that the physics were upside down, so like he was peeking around opposite way.
I don't know. Think they're
There's so
trying
much
to
to
map
it.
it out. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they made it or they've just stumbled. They've created the way to get there. I think it's interesting. I'm really into it. I think it's really interesting the way that they've really built the intrigue into it. Let's learn more about the lore. Oh my God! They're telling you
using
sleep. You can astral project into there.
I mean, you can astral project anywhere, right? Because it's up to your imagination. So
Okay, so here's some of the.
If you want to go in the back rooms,
So you've
go
got
ahead.
levels.
Okay, level 2 pipe dreams, a habitable zone. The lobby is. Oh, the lobby's the only one yellow.
The lobby level 1 is the
That's literally
habitable
the
zone.
only one that's yellow with that wallpaper. So
Yeah.
the other levels are completely different.
Yeah, different layouts. So
The
you've got
hotel, the abandoned office is above the lobby though.
mhm.
A little
or
different
below,
layout.
depending on how you want to look at it.
Level 1, level 2, yeah. Could
Love
go
you,
both
Candy.
ways.
Have a good one. Thalassophobia.
Cave system on top. That makes me think it's down below, right? If there's a cave on the 6th, the cave
Yeah.
would open up to the world. So maybe the entrance is in a cave.
You've got sub-levels, often considered the in-between levels, are levels with direct connection to their parent level but lack enough distinguishing qualities to be labeled with its own number. However, because sub-levels are technically not direct continuations of their parent levels, we have decided to number this category of levels as a decimal number. So level 0.07 is claustrophobia. So that's where it was like, it was closing in on that dude.
7. Yeah.
And like he moved into that other one. So you've got level
So it's right in
1.1.
between. That's right when you get to level 1. It's right through that door, right?
Yeah, and then you get into level 1, the broken halls. So that's the in between to, I guess,
But
the
after
habitable
level 1,
zone.
yeah.
And then you've got gated corridors after you've gone into pipe dreams.
Are all these documented as well? Do they have these videos or these like
This is
more
no
of the not yet?
opposite oceans.
Blinding lights. That looks like fucking Vegas Strip.
Yeah, anomalous.
Oceans? Opposite oceans?
Yeah,
Like upside down oceans? Or like oceans where the sky is also oceans? Can you imagine that?
wow.
Going
So
to the
there's
ocean
sub
and the
levels.
sky
There's
being
so many
ocean?
sub levels within each level.
House of Rooms, House of Memories, Danger Zone,
Danger zone.
Cognito Halls. I like that. Fully remodeled. The Crimson
Piano
Tunnels.
ground. Outrooms, sets of the Sky Islands, Repentance Room.
Right before the new.
This is difficulty class 0, safe, unsecured, devoid of entities. That might be the place to kick it.
Yeah? I mean, but this isn't even in the habitable zone yet.
But it's always being described as sets of floating sky islands in the purely blue sky. They're not found in any foundation parts in these islands, and the main components of these islands are soil, some plants like the grass, trees,
Sounds
and
good.
some flowers
Let's
in
grow
the front
some
rooms.
weed in this
Can be
bitch.
found surfaces of these islands.
No entities. Let's grow weed.
Yeah, dude.
On these
I'll hang
islands.
I'll hang out there. So level 1 is the habitable zone. You got a chilly house. So that might have been that house that dude found.
In the habitable zone, the parts that you can live in.
Corrupted corridor. The lost concrete. The abandoned mansion. The core. This page of classified information that not be
Not for the faint of heart.
hearted.
If you say
Farty.
yes, continue reading and have a good day. Damn.
Okay, so
The
introduction.
core is 1.3 of the sub-level 1. And it seems to be the core of level 1. Unsafe. Secure,
Minimal
but unsafe.
entity count. So there's entities though. The
But it's
1.3,
livable.
though hard
So-
to navigate and confusing to look at, is a
the
relatively
first known image. So there's like, it's kind of like a playground. Kids. Like it goes nowhere, but it's like kind of homey.
yeah.
You're not fully safe there, but like you can't get killed in the habitable zone.
Level 1.3 is a wood-plated infinite labyrinth of yellow wood walls, blue doors leading to some type of medical room, which contains standard first aid kits, but weirdly there are no bandages.
Well, you don't have to eat, so you might not bleed out. Too, you know, you might not need bandages.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, apparently for some reason you
Do
don't have
whatever
to-
you want. You're not stuck in the back rooms like thousands of people are. Enjoy your time in the front rooms. This is the front rooms.
What do you mean?
You can get out. It says enjoy your time in the front rooms. You're not in the back rooms like thousands of people. So this is again the lobby. There are levels to it. You're not in the back rooms until you're trapped. So the livable
Terror
place,
Hotel.
the livable place isn't the actual back rooms.
These are all levels of the back rooms, though.
It said you're not in the back rooms yet. It said you're in the front rooms.
That makes no sense. Why
So
would
there's
it
front
be
rooms
after
to
the,
the back-
lobby?
The lobby, habitable zone. This is all the front rooms. Pipe room.
The lobby is the yellow place.
Yeah.
Sub-levels are located between two certain levels of the back
Read the last thing.
rooms.
You saw it though. I mean,
But that might just be wrong.
it said,
But that's
called it the front rooms.
But that's that doesn't make any sense.
The
This isn't-
abandoned office may be what we're thinking of as the back rooms. The left rooms, the right rooms, before the back rooms.
No, this isn't that.
Yeah, it's like a more modern kind of office.
Yeah.
So the lobby is
What we've been seeing.
what they call the back rooms, but they call that the front rooms in the lore. That you're not even to the back rooms once you see that. So I mean,
Oh, this is a different. What the fuck is this? House of rooms.
it's an unfinished room. All these are rooms leading up to the back rooms. These are front rooms. It's kind of what it implied once you got there.
Fucker cognito.
And it says normal sub levels, but it starts at level 0. What if level 0 is already a sub level? It's not at, it's not at sea level. What if level 0 is like the deepest one? Because it already calls it a sub level at level
Yeah.
0, which 0 would imply there's the lobby up front. It's like the ground floor, but lobby doesn't imply ground floor. Though, because in hotels, there's plenty of hotels where ground floor and lobby are different buttons on the elevator.
The mystery mines. Got paradise.
Super snack room or snack.
Quest complete. No vulnerability. Very secure. Friendly entities.
Okay.
Welcome to paradise. You deserve a break from the hard other 3 sub-levels. You're safe here forever. No entities. No
It's
party
gonna be
goers
boring.
either. Don't worry about that. You'll be
just
safe here.
It just looks like a beautiful island.
I guess so.
The water
here
here
flows
flows-
of almond water. So that's like the thing in there is like you can get almond water from the back rooms. It secretes almond water.
Yeah. So they may be an old like supplier of almond milk kind of thing, like maybe they have like maybe it's what they use as through their water fountains. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
So the water down there is all almond water? Or
Oh.
do they have any water?
What? Okay. So what? What is that?
off.
Okay. So it changes. This is the writing of this is even kind of a mind fuck. So it gives you one description, and then down here there are edits. So welcome to the safe. You're safe here forever. No
If you're
entities,
back-
party goers.
If you're back from 4 to, or if you're back from -6 to 4, did you win?
Please stay here forever. So it's kind of like breaking down as you read it. So 14 hours a day and 10 hours, so not perfect, but it's fine. Okay, the water here flows of almond water, slightly off from perfection though. The sun shines high up above, though the occasional light storm sweeps through. Night is usually 14 hours and day 10 hours, so not perfect, but it's fine. Palm trees sway in the wind, but sometimes the storms, they crash down. The sand feels soft and cozy. The island seems to know your thoughts, but do you really want it to know your thoughts?
It's kind of like, could you live forever in paradise? It's going to torture you, right?
Oh.
So deeper in it, as you stay there longer, it becomes a torment, and you start to break down. Even
in the first
in
part of
paradise,
it.
right?
So watch. So the first time it says, "Don't press the enter button. It's evil." So here during this when you first get there, it is literally safe. The only thing you shouldn't do is press the enter button. Like, it's perfectly safe. Everything's cool. Okay. But if you press the enter button. Because you see there, you pressed the enter button, didn't you? So you can die here. You couldn't die here before. You cannot die here. If you try to die by drowning or dehydration or whatever, the island will prevent it. One last important warning, do not press the enter button. It's evil.
So
and then you get down here.
Press it.
No entities.
You're safe here. Now forever is cut out.
Yep.
See, it's a redaction. It's
an edit.
Well, or what do they call that? It's like
choose your own adventure.
Yeah, the kind of like, as you make decisions, the rules change. Forever's out.
The water here flows of almond water,
now
slightly off from perfection.
It's not great because you pressed it.
Sand feels soft and cozy. The island seems to know your thoughts. You can die here, but why would you do that? You pressed the enter button, didn't you? Please stay here forever. It's a life zone. Are you vulnerable? Are you secure? Are there entities? Welcome to safety. Is it really safe here? Is this level really a break from the others? Are you safe here? Are there entities? Are you really in true paradise? The water flows of almond water without its usual good taste, but quite good nonetheless. The sun shines high up above.
The longer you stay, though,
with storms happening every few days. Night is usually 16 hours and the day 8 hours, so the island is losing daylight. Palm trees sway in the wind, sometimes a bit too much. The sand feels soft and cozy. The island seems to know your thoughts and whispers in the wind sometimes. Perhaps death isn't that bad. You're ruining the world. Please don't leave. Stay here forever now. Stay, stay, stay. Please stay. Don't go. Please don't. The terrain, it's irrelevant. Life is fine, but please don't leave. Don't press the button. Stay here forever. Don't leave, please. Connection unstable. Finding problem using scanner. Virus found. Attempting to stabilize successful. It's only the beginning. Survival difficulty. Oh, shit. It's
unsafe,
different now.
Unsecure. Entity infestation. You stayed too long. Okay,
oh, is this part of like an RPG almost? Like you
again? I think we need. That's already a thing. I think.
Yeah.
We can
need
easily
to save this.
play.
Yeah.
You're right, though. Right? It's already set up.
Yeah.
We need to play the back rooms
instead of. We open the door. We're in there. I haven't heard anything happen in a while.
Why are the dogs so quiet?
Yeah.
I think we need to play it for real.
I think we should. I think that would be a good thing for us. I think that would really do some really good team building, and I think it could bring us closer together as a couple.
Who are you talking to?
You, babe.
Yeah, that one was a weird entity right there, that picture.
Yeah.
It's like a half computer. It's like got like a TV screen as a head.
Yeah. I wish the creature design was different.
Well, it does a different couple things.
Oh,
right?
let's look up entities in the back
shadowy thing, you know.
Let's
we're gonna have to go down all the levels though. We got to do a full podcast getting into this game. We're gonna have to design it around this.
So we've got the entities.
We got some aggressive ones. No, I love how they just throw in the no data thing.
Yeah, entity one, no data on it, because it's like a computer program. It's like you're searching through files.
You don't quite know.
You've got Windows, Class 1, Mini, most notably Level 4 and Level 188.
You're going to have to look into the Smilers, Level Smilers.
Okay, so
this is a real life
so the
thing.
class, so they grow in They grow in, so the higher the number, the more
I
dangerous they are.
accidentally said the thing that already exists. Like, this is why this exists, right? Is to go through and play it.
Frowners. Oh,
We gotta
it's like
have
a sad face.
Oh. Taken in 2010. Because it's all found footage. And it's a real place, so. Clumps, hounds, facelings. Oh my
There's
God.
a clump. Oh no.
Oh, I don't like the clump of person in the corner. It's like, looks like they were stuffed there.
They're hostile entities.
Dude, they come after you with like feet and hands.
Yeah, and it's just like flopping and rolling at you.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah.
It's not acting right.
No, it's not right. Death moths. You got a pic of these death moths?
There's no known footage of this.
Okay.
I love how even within the fake found footage, there's no known footage and no data.
Hounds. Oh.
It just makes me dive deeper in.
Oh, I don't like that. So they're
It's like
like
a person that's got way too skinny and
Dog
can't-
purse.
the back legs don't work good.
it's a dog purse.
Yeah.
Treating veterans
A digital drone.
well. Am I
Made
treating
by an
them
11-year-old survivor. Did you read that?
well? No.
The drawing was made by a survivor.
Facelings. Oh, they just motherfuckers ain't got no face. Hello.
So they just look like regular ass people, but they're blurry in real life. That's scary.
So apparently,
What if he looked? Yeah, he looked like your Roto Rooter guy.
Yeah.
And fucking, but just blurry face, real life.
So the adult facelings are fine. They're kind of like null. They're not gonna bug you. They'll only be hostile if you're hostile toward them. But the kids, the faceling children, they're like tricksters. They'll try to like lure you places. They'll try to like fucking prank you and shit.
Yeah.
The cannibal skin stealers.
Most notably at 1, 3, and 5 levels? What, they try to look like you or something? What's the...
Entity 10, more commonly known as the skin stealers, are large humanoid entities that can wear the skin of their victims as a disguise. They eat human flesh when in a
They
hunger
can trick
state.
your friends.
And otherwise roam if they do not need to eat. Their blood
Why
is
do they-
translucent. They can mimic human speech. They are most commonly found on the first 4 levels, but have reported on other levels.
Why do you think they wear the what are they, the bio suits? What are they called? What's the name for the
Haptic?
chemical suits? The hazmat.
Hazmat suit, yeah.
Why do they wear those on the levels? They can steal your skin. You can breathe the air, right? I mean, I haven't heard anything about that, like about the air quality. That may change from level
6
to level.
arms?
I don't know.
6 armed entities.
That's a class 4.
That's a class 4 right
That'll
there.
fuck you up.
We got
A 6 arm?
the humanoid on level 2. God damn it. Why do
Is
you...
this specific?
You got too many ads on your fucking
It's
website,
trying to
guys.
reload and reload.
The
You gotta pay
humanoid
it
on
out.
level 2.
No one's paying for this. They have to find
Entity
some fucking
12
money
appears
somewhere.
to be a pitch black humanoid ranging somewhere between 6 and 7 feet tall. The entity can run very fast and is also heat resistant, which explains why it can travel in the hot areas of the level as well. The entity can appear when the wanderer is not looking and chase the wanderer. Well, how would I know if it appears if I'm not looking?
entry. It said attack method. You don't have to see it. It's gonna attack you.
Okay.
It's something that can come from behind.
So it'll
you.
get you.
It also looked like it had some pipe levels too, right? Are some of those some
It's
pipe
got pipe.
levels? Because he looked like he was hiding in the shadows. Of
Red.
on the bottom of a boat. Is the whole back rooms on a boat?
Maybe.
And the Bermuda Triangle and oceans on the moon, and it's all a shit. I
Death
mean,
rats, toxin spitters, rattlers, pillows.
Let's do the misclicks. Entity 36. Relating to electronic device. So these are
Misclicks
just
appear as regular
full-
computer mice with slight differences to tell apart. The most standing out difference is a 4th button above the middle wheel.
acting as a
think I have a
detonation
mouse
to the
like-
entity's feature. Misclicks also seem to give the current cursor a pin reminiscent of grenades.
This is the point to where it's like, it's just so nerdy. Like, you know, we have a mouse that like.
That's an entity, though? Like, come on.
Well, there's different types of entities. What about the mold?
Where do you see the mold at? Okay.
Entity 42.
Oh, so it's just a mold that can get you. Unknown dark blue-green liquid that appears in some areas of the back rooms.
It's liquid.
It can get you.
Wait. You can stop the effects by cleaning yourself before the 6-hour mark. Later, it will kill you. So it's like it's a liquid that if you don't get off real quick.
Liquid mold? The living room.
The living room. I like that.
The living room is a standardized room with various furniture from what looks to be the 1980s.
Oh.
There's always three consistencies in each instance, being a ringing landline phone, a bed, and a vault door. All of the furniture within the living room is of unknown origin with no recognizable brands being used. On occasions, there will be a television sitting on top of a fireplace, which will always be turned on despite having no available power source. A mirror can be seen in the room, which will disorientate the wanderer's reflections and has the possibility to give that wanderer a seizure. Always attempt to lure people into it via a
With the
ring phone.
That's what gets you in because you're like, oh, it's like, you know, your mom's house in the 80s. Like, there's something like reminiscent about it. And the phone's ringing, you got to answer it. Wait,
Locked inside the room should be considered lost or dead. It should be noted that the room will still attack any non-human entities.
Okay,
which
I want to hear
include
the first
animals.
part, though. The fake emergency services will pick up and tell the person to remain calm. So it's ringing and you're freaking out.
Well,
in
the
this
best thing you
80s
can
room.
the best thing you can do in there is be calm. And I think one of the better things you can do too.
Lock any entrances. They're trying to trap you in right away, right?
Yeah.
It's okay. It's safe. This is 911. Lock the doors.
Yeah.
And then you lock yourself in. You could get trapped on any of these. So the difference is like how far you can make it, kind of. You know?
Yeah.
It's like, so I think we should design a game around this, which it's already here. It's all here. But we should design a game to,
The mother.
depending on your decisions, you get sent to different floors.
Yeah.
Instead of going through them one by one, right? It's like, depending on how you react, you should be sent to different places. Live streaming from the back rooms. Yeah, shout out.
So the mother
should fix
is a 7-foot tall woman in her late 40s in her species. Age is about 804 years of age. She is abnormal looking woman, almost like a silhouette. She is mostly a black void like color and has 2 horns on her head, as well as a single blue eye.
44. Like at this point, they literally can't have pictures. You
Right.
cannot. You have to draw this entity because it cannot be.
Well, there's no
photographed.
telling. So like when you blip
Level.
sometimes from what I've heard is like sometimes you can blip into different levels. Like you don't always
Depending on
choose
your
which
decision,
one
I
you
think.
glitch into.
Yeah. Well, we should make it a. Well, oh, so should it be like that? A random, like you get put in situations instead of being decision based. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think we're designing something.
Weird.
Designing.
It's being weird right now.
Why?
I don't know.
Agony swans. You can check out the agony grass stalkers.
It's literally not letting me click on stuff, Toby. Like the page is unresponsive.
Yeah.
The back rooms are coming for us, baby.
Yeah, they're coming after us, so we're gonna have to watch out. We're gonna have to stay alert. Try to do our best. But soon to come. We will go through physically, emotionally. I'm gonna get way higher.
We're gonna
We'll do
ruin
some
ourselves with
DMT
this.
and
We're
play
going.
the fucking game. Let's do it.
You can't play the game unless you go, right?
There's no game to play unless you go. Shake it off.
Yep. We love you guys so much. Thank you so much for watching the 171st episode of A Drink and a Joint. This is your reminder to please give us a 5-star review on all podcast platforms. Go check out our merch at realbird.company.site. Go join our Patreon at patreon.com/Toby and Davey. Help us live the dream so we can help you live yours, you fucking cunt.
Everything's getting in our way. If you
Everything.
could help us in any way.
Yeah. If you could
fuck,
for the price of a cup of coffee a month,
You can
if
save
all
a
of
child
you would do
from
it.
suffering.
Yeah. So
With
save
those
us.
children.
Save us, baby. We love you.
Shout out Naked HD XYZ. Fuck you.
I love
to the
you.
Back room.
Fuck you. Going to the back rooms. Gonna give you everything. I only know what to give you in the yellow living in. Whoa. Where did all the lights go? Whoa. Yellow.
All the lights are gone. Get your puss out. Get your dick hole. Pissing.
Pissing. Dick
Buzzing
hole.
out your pissing hole.
Bussin'. Pissing. Bussin'.